Chapter 2397. Undeniably, the hidden secret realm was a great training ground for all the sects in the Linhe boundary. Moreover, it was extremely cruel. Those who could survive here were all peerless experts with monstrous talents. There was no such thing as luck in this cold and murderous world. "Look, what's that?" Man Shui said as his pupils shrunk. There was a dark mass of ants coming towards them from afar. "It's the man-eating ants again," Jiang Chen said solemnly. "Such a terrifying group of ants. I'm afraid even heavenly god realm experts would be devoured by them. Look, the area that they're passing through is a mess. Not even a blade of grass is left," Su Jin said with an ugly expression. "These fellas seem to be coming for us." Wu Qinshuan's expression changed drastically as he took a few steps back. 5 elemental trigram fire formation. Jiang Chen roared. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation instantly surrounded everyone. In a blink of an eye, the group of man-eating ants soared into the sky. Some of them had wings, some of them did not. In short, no living being was spared wherever they went. Plants withered and ancient trees withered. That kind of tragic scene made one's heart tremble. In the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, Jiang Chen and the others looked at the dense group of man-eating ants and felt extremely depressed. God knows how many man-eating ants had rushed here and died here. Although these man-eating ants were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. If it wasn't for the 5 elemental trigram fire formation, their lives would have been in danger. This is the kind of thing that kills without blinking an eye. This thing is terrifying. Jiang Chen, it's all thanks to you this time, Wu Tingho said quietly. Jiang Chen had many tricks up his sleeves. Even when facing such a terrifying group of man-eating ants, he still had a way to deal with them. The 5 elemental trigram fire formation completely isolated the group of man-eating ants, leaving them with no place to use their skills. After a full hour, all of the man-eating ants began to disappear from the edge of the extreme north. For these man-eating ants to migrate on such a large scale, something big must be about to happen. I saw a terrifying ant king among the group of man-eating ants. Its strength has probably reached the heavenly god realm, but it did not attack us. However, they felt that the 5 elemental trigram fire formation was useless against them. However, I can sense that the ant king is very anxious, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. At this moment, no one refuted him because Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable, and they had encountered such a situation more than once. I think so too. Jiang Chen's idea should be very correct. However, are we going to chase after them and take a look? Zhang Lei said. You're right. Look over there. Oh my god, it's all bats. Is this a group of bats? Yang Jian could not help but look over and felt his scalp going numb. The bats had covered the entire void. It was not just a patch of darkness. It had sealed the void of 100 li radius. It was pitch black. The bats' strange cries made people feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, these bats were also continuously rushing towards Jiang Chen's 5 elemental trigram fire formation. In the end, there were hundreds and thousands of bat corpses that were left here forever. Those bats were even more numerous than the man-eating ants. Moreover, those bats were like a ray of black light that pierced through the sky, causing Jiang Chen to feel extremely depressed. The leader of the bats was a terrifying heavenly god realm bat that was not inferior to the fire Qilin. It's terrifying. I'm sure that these fellas are chasing after something, Su Jin said in a deep voice. More and more demonic beasts were rushing towards the extreme north. There must be something terrifying happening. Looks like we have to go there even if we don't want to. I'm very curious, Wu Qinshuan said with a smile. Everyone nodded silently. Curiosity was a thing that could really kill people. However, when everyone was curious, no one would care so much about it. Su Jin and Lu Quanchao took the lead as the group swiftly rushed towards the extreme north. 7 days later, they finally arrived at the extreme north and bumped into Yu Rongyan from the one-word Fengyun Hall. I'm Su Jin. Brother Rongyan, how have you been? He. Su Jin said with a smile. He saw Yu Rongyan with a dozen experts behind him. There were even 2 half-step heavenly god realm experts. They were the true experts of the Linhe boundary. How have you been? This is Miss Qin Yuma from the Ink Feather sect. This is Dongfang Kuangyin from the Flying Eagle sect. These 2 are genuine half-step heavenly god realm experts, Yu Rongyan said with a smile. There's something that I have to tell you. Brother Yang has died in the previous battle. There's nothing I can do. Su Jin said apologetically. Yu Rongyan's expression changed. But soon after he sighed. Who could be sure of such a thing? Life and death are all fated. Especially in the hidden secret realm, no one could be sure of success or failure. Otherwise, how could it be called training? Forget it. This is fate. Perhaps Yang Zishan's fate is like this. No one can force it. In this place, as long as one could survive apart from strength, luck was also very important. The three of us have killed countless people along the way. There were more than 100 of us before, but now there's only a dozen of us left. Yu Rongyan nodded. He knew that this was a fact that no one could change. This is Lu Quanchao from the Heavenly Star sect, Zhang Lei from the Earthly Hades sect, Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho from the Wui sect. This is Profound Feng sect. Su Jin was interrupted by Dongfang Kuangyin. He sneered and said, Profound Feng sect? Ah, how could a sect of this level enter the Hall of Elegance? I'm afraid that they've been running for their lives. Luck is also a part of strength. You're right. Just don't be a burden to us when the time comes. No one can help you if you're not strong enough. Qin Yuma said faintly, looking down on Jiang Qin and the other two from Profound Feng sect. Su Jin's expression froze. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled without saying anything. Su Jin also smiled bitterly. But to Jiang Qin this mockery was meaningless because he didn't care about these people at all. You're right. Let's pray for our own good then. Chapter 2398. You guys look travel-worn as well. Did something big happen to you guys? Su Jin looked at Yu Rongyan and asked. That's right. I have killed a half-step heavenly god demonic beast before. He said that there might be a peerless demonic beast appearing in the Burying Soul Mountain in the extreme north. This peerless demonic beast might change the situation of the entire hidden secret realm. That's why we came all the way here and met two groups of demonic beasts migrating on a large scale. It was a close shave. Yu Rongyan said solemnly. At this time, although they didn't have a deep friendship, they understood that only by joining hands could they become a true helper. Only then could they have the last laugh. Since they came here, they were all aiming for this peerless divine beast. If there were any changes, the more people there were, the more power there was. We also met groups of man-eating ants and bats migrating in this direction. Could it be that the peerless demonic beast is the treasure? Lu Quanchao said seriously. It's highly possible. However, we can't rule out the possibility that there are other existences. After all, this is an extremely dangerous place. I've heard from the seniors in the sect that this Burying Soul Mountain was originally a place of mass graves. There's nothing special about it and there's hardly anyone who comes here. After all, it's a place of corpses and bones. However, this time around there are countless demonic beasts gathered here, so it's definitely not simple. Yu Rongyan said. We're betting our entire family's lives. I hope that some people won't hold us back. When the time comes we won't be soft-hearted. Only the strong deserve to live in this world. One day you will be soaked under someone else's wings. It'll be too late to regret at that time. The corner of Qin Yuma's lips curled up. His thin lips were full of sarcasm. If that's the case, I don't think there's a need for us to work together anymore. Since some people look down on us, there's no need to talk about it anymore. Su Jin shook his head. He felt sorry for Jiang Qin. These fellas, do they really think that they're invincible? With Jiang Qin's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to crush the three of them. That's about enough. Yomo, this time we need to unite everyone in order to gather our strength. The Burying Soul Mountain is now filled with hundreds of beasts. We can't underestimate them. Yu Rongyan whispered. He placed great importance on this alliance. Otherwise he wouldn't be so serious. I'm just worried that someone will become a burden to us. Qin Yuma Lingling smiled. Her appearance was not bad, but her heart was cold and her words were harsh. Jiang Qin didn't move an inch. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui couldn't take it anymore, but he was still calm. Look, that's the Burying Soul Mountain. No one knew who said this, but a black chi soared into the sky from the towering mountain shrouded in black clouds, as if it wanted to stir up the winds and clouds of the world. The surroundings of the Burying Soul Mountain were filled with a domineering aura. There were actually close to 100 heavenly god realm beasts. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps going numb. So many heavenly god realm beasts and their clans, it was a huge force. However, no one knew what was going to happen in the Burying Soul Mountain. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have engulfed the entire Burying Soul Mountain. This Burying Soul Mountain is really strange. No wonder it could attract so many heavenly god realm beasts. Seems like it's really extraordinary. It's impossible for us to stand out among so many beasts. That's right. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. But even if he didn't say it out loud, everyone knew that a heavenly god realm demonic beast was powerful enough to deal with all of them. Now hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts had appeared. Most of the terrifying existences in the hidden secret realm were probably here. This was truly a gathering of heroes. It's impossible for us to join the battle. But we can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. As for what's coming out of the Burying Soul Mountain, let's just stay put and be a spectator. If there's a chance, we won't let it go. If there's no chance, we can't force it. It won't take long for the hidden secret realm to open again. It's not worth risking our lives for it. Hee hee. Yu Rongyan said with a smile. What are those beasts doing in the Burying Soul Mountain? Yang Jian said in a low voice. He was full of doubts. Yeah. There are so many beasts, hundreds of them. It's going to be a shocking battle. We'll be lucky if we don't get involved. Man Shui curled his lips and said. You're right. Hee hee, human strength is limited. Compared to these heavenly god realm beasts, we're still too weak. If we really can't do it, we'll just watch the show. It's not easy to get involved in this mess. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. It's good that you know. Why aren't you hiding now? Dongfang Kuangyin suddenly appeared beside Jiang Chen and the others. Nobody will think that you're mute if you don't speak. Yang Jian said coldly. You're pretty good. But if you don't reach the half-step heavenly god realm, you're no different from an ant. It's impossible for you to control your own life. Dongfang Kuangyin said. Being strong or weak doesn't necessarily determine success or failure. Sometimes humans can conquer the heavens. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What a joke. Humans can conquer the heavens. Looks like you really think that you're a clove of garlic? Pretending to be profound? Or do you really have no temper? What I can't stand the most is this fearless and petty attitude of yours. Weaklings should act like weaklings. Other than you, the other two fellas are not qualified to enter this place. Mid-true god courting death. Don't listen to your elders. Dongfang Kuangyin gave Yang Jian a glance and turned to leave. However, Yang Jian and Man Shui felt a chill down their spines. But at this moment, Jiang Chen was still calm as he looked at the Burying Soul Mountain. At that moment, Jiang Chen could clearly see that there were hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts. There were hundreds of millions of them densely packed together. However, they were bowing towards the Burying Soul Mountain. Chapter 2399. Countless demonic beasts kowtowed in the direction of the Burying Soul Mountain. Every single demonic beast's eyes were filled with sincerity. They even kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were leading the worshipping of the Burying Soul Mountain. It was like an ancient and mysterious ceremony. Buzzing sounds could be heard continuously. However, the murmurs of the demonic beasts were puzzling, because no one could understand what they were saying and what they were trying to express. This made people speechless. However, Jiang Chen had a strong premonition that these demonic beasts were in awe of something that they were afraid of. These fellas, are they worshipping the Burying Soul Mountain? What is there to worship in this Burying Soul Mountain? Qin Yuma said indifferently, her face full of disdain. Although she was pretty, she was arrogant. She didn't put anyone in her eyes because of her strength. Even Yu Rongyan didn't have any special privileges. Her eyes were above everything else. Maybe they're afraid, knowing that they're going to die soon. That's why they're worshipping here, hoping that they won't be buried in the Burying Soul Mountain. This group of demonic beasts seems to want to have a chaotic battle, a feast of gluttony, right? Dongfang Kuangyin said and intentionally looked at Qin Yuma. He was quite fond of Qin Yuma, he even wanted to have a relationship with her. However, Qin Yuma's standards were very high. There was only one person that could enter her eyes, the #1 expert of the Clear Stream sect, the Grand Guardian Xianyuan Kanglin. Perhaps Xianyuan Kanglin is already here. I hope that I can see him this time. Then my months of searching will not be in vain. I think Xianyuan Kanglin will definitely come for such a grand feast. Qin Yuma murmured. Xianyuan Kanglin? Grand Guardian of the Clear Stream sect. Let's see what this fella is capable of, to be able to make you fall in love with him. As long as he hasn't broken through to the heavenly god realm, I Dongfang Kuangyin will be able to fight him. Dongfang Kuangyin said unhappily. Even 10 of you are not Xinyuan Kanglin's match. Do you think that Clearstream sect's Grand Guardian is that easy to defeat? What do you think the Clearstream sect is? For thousands of years they had been the #1 sect. How could they not have any foundation? Humph. You're nothing compared to Xinyuan Kanglin. Qinyuma said coldly. Her dream was to fight alongside Xinyuan Kanglin. She could not let her guard down at this moment. Dongfang Kuangyin might be strong, but he was nothing in Qinyuma's eyes. She had witnessed Xinyuan Kanglin's strength before. It was truly earth-shattering. It was said that the great tycoon of the Clearstream sect, Xinyuan Kanglin, was able to block a heavenly god's attack and escape unscathed. Such an expert could easily defeat a half-step heavenly god. Those who are not ignorant are truly fearless. You are indeed not Xinyuan Kanglin's match. Jiang Chen said lightly. Who do you think you are? How dare you point your finger at me? Dongfang Kuangyin was unconvinced, but he could not lose his temper in front of Qin Yuma. However, Jiang Chen was different. A mere mid-true god dared to mock him? Wasn't that courting death? Dongfang Kuangyin's face turned pale. He roared and unleashed his half-step heavenly god aura towards Jiang Chen. You want to touch Jiang Chen? You'll have to get past us first. Wu Tingho took a step forward and joined hands with Wu Qianxuan. The two of them were only a step away from the half-step heavenly god realm. Even Lu Quanchao and Su Jin did not dare to let their guard down. Dongfang Kuangyin became even more furious when the two of them stood in front of Jiang Chen. Just the two of you? You want to be my opponent? Hee. Looks like you guys don't know your place. Dongfang Kuangyin roared and attacked. Wu Qianxuan and Wu Tingho did not take a single step back. At this moment, Dongfang Kuangyin felt as if he had punched a wall. He finally understood that these two fellas were not afraid of him at all. Looks like they came prepared, and they were definitely not ordinary peak true gods. Are you a coward who only knows how to hide under someone else's wings? You dare to do it, but you don't dare to do it. You said that I'm not as good as Xinyuan Kanglin. What ability do you have? If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll take it as you're provoking me and challenge you. Dongfang Kuangyin was furious. He could not care less, especially since the Wu brothers were targeting him. Dongfang Kuangyin wanted to show Qin Yuma what he was capable of. Thank you for your kind intentions. But since they challenged me, I can't just retreat, right? Otherwise, wouldn't I be treated as a coward? Jiang Chen shook his head with a smile. This kind of trash is not worthy to fight with you. Brother Jiang, watch carefully. We will not let him touch a single hair on your head. Wu Qianxuan said. Wu Tingho pulled him and shook his head. Since that's the case, we'll wait and see. Brother Jiang, it's fine if you show mercy. Otherwise, this Dongfang Kuangyin will lose face. Wu Tingho said in a serious tone. At this moment, Dongfang Kuangyin was even angrier because the Wu brothers were just toying with him. Jiang Chen had to take action himself, but if he took action it would be the same as killing someone. Since you want to be a hero, then I'll show you what a true expert is. You're not worthy to stand beside me. Dongfang Kuangyin said domineeringly as he approached Jiang Chen. At this moment, Su Jin, Lu Quanchao and Yu Rongyan were attracted by Dongfang Kuangyin. What's the meaning of this? Is Brother Dongfang trying to bully the weak? You should know that Jiang Chen is only a mid-true god. Why are you doing this? Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. He wanted to see what Jiang Chen was capable of, why Lu Quanchao and the Wu brothers were so protective of him, and even Su Jin was so protective of him. Since he's provoking me, then I shall not remain silent. My, Dongfang Kuangyin's, glory shall not be tarnished. Dongfang Kuangyin shouted in a deep voice, closing in on Jiang Chen. He had no intention of letting Jiang Chen leave in one piece. Dongfang Kuangyin, don't go overboard. Lu Quanchao roared. Can't you see that someone provoked me first? I'm going overboard? Hee, now everyone should be able to see for themselves who exactly is the one provoking who. Chapter 2400. Since he wants to challenge me, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen waved his hand, interrupting Su Jin, Lu Quanchao and the others' words. Yu Rongyan was shocked by this gesture. Even if Jiang Chen was faking it, he was not someone easy to deal with. Moreover, Su Jin and Lu Quanchao treated Jiang Chen seriously. It seemed like Jiang Chen was not a simple person. Qin Yuma squinted her eyes. He was curious about Jiang Chen. Only Dongfang Kuangyin hated Jiang Chen to the bone. He wanted to fight Jiang Chen to let Jiang Chen know how it felt to offend him. It was not a good feeling. Dongfang Kuangyin was the only one who hated Jiang Chen. Moreover, he would be able to show off his might in front of the goddess he admired, so why not? As you wish. Jiang Chen gestured. Everyone held their breath, especially those on Yu Rongyan's side. They couldn't help but sneer. A mid-true god dares to accept a challenge from a half-step heavenly god? He really doesn't know how to write the word, death. What a promising young man. Looks like our young master Dongfang is going to be famous again. There will always be those ignorant fellows who want to attract attention and play to the gallery. Just him. He'll definitely be kicked to death by young master Dongfang. I bet that he won't be able to take more than 3 moves. 3 moves? Don't tease me. It's unknown whether this guy can even take 1 move. However, his courage is praiseworthy. His fearless spirit, I'm convinced of this. Young master Dongfang, don't hold back. Let this reckless fella know what a true expert is. The people behind Dongfang Kuangyin were filled with anger. They looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Dongfang Kuangyin was one of their leaders. Jiang Chen was just a mid-true god, yet he dared to challenge Dongfang Kuangyin. If they didn't teach him a lesson, they wouldn't be able to accept it. 3 moves. Don't be so arrogant if you can't hurt me, Jiang Chen said with a smile. 3 moves? Why would I need 3 moves to kill you? 1 move is enough to send you to heaven. Dongfang Kuangyin laughed and looked at Jiang Chen with disdain. Dongfang Kuangyin took a step forward and unleashed a powerful palm strike. His aura was like a dragon, a half-step heavenly god. Everyone was shocked when they saw the terrifying palm strike. Jiang Chen, who was below the half-step heavenly god realm, did not even flinch when facing Dongfang Kuangyin's attack. At this moment, Dongfang Kuangyin used all his skills, not planning to give Jiang Chen any chance to resist. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen in 1 move. Dongfang Kuangyin's steps were firm and powerful. 3 palm strikes were launched towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen smiled and moved. The rebound force pushed Dongfang Kuangyin back. Dongfang Kuangyin couldn't break through the defense of the profound heavenly armor. His own rebound force pushed Dongfang Kuangyin back. Dongfang Kuangyin's expression became ugly as his lips trembled. The crowd was shocked. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Dongfang Kuangyin's full-powered attack was easily countered by Jiang Chen, and he did it with such ease. This fella? Did he really block young master Dongfang's attack? Someone asked in surprise and murmured. I don't believe it. I feel that Jiang Chen must have taken advantage of the situation. Is there a need to ask? Young master Dongfang must have underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, Jiang Chen would have died for sure. Just wait and see. This time young master Dongfang will not give Jiang Chen any chance. Someone nodded in agreement. They did not believe that Dongfang Kuangyin couldn't even defeat a mid-true god like Jiang Chen. Even Yu Rongyan was slightly startled. But in his heart he thought that Dongfang Kuangyin must have been careless and didn't use his full strength. That's why Jiang Chen was able to dodge the attack so easily. However, only Dongfang Kuangyin knew that he had used 80% of his strength in that attack. Yet it was still blocked by Jiang Chen. Looks like I'll have to use my full strength now. I must teach this Jiang Chen a lesson. Even if I can't kill him, I'll at least make him shed a layer of skin. This time I won't be merciful. Dongfang Kuangyin sneered. This time he did not hold back at all. His attack was earth-shattering. Jiang Chen was still walking leisurely with a calm expression. He shook his body and pushed Dongfang Kuangyin back again. This time there was no sign at all. He did not expect that he would be pushed back by Jiang Chen so easily. It was as if Jiang Chen's body was covered in an impenetrable armor. I was wondering what kind of ability you have. So it's that armor that can block a half-step heavenly god's attack. No wonder you dare to show off in front of me. Humph. So what? If you have the ability, break through my defense first. Jiang Chen's expression was calm, but his impression of Dongfang Kuangyin dropped a few notches. Although this kind of person was pretty strong in their alliance, he was destined to spoil their plans just like a fly. Jiang Chen originally wanted Dongfang Kuangyin to back off. He did not expect Dongfang Kuangyin to be so stubborn and want to kill him. Eat my 3rd move. Dongfang Kuangyin roared in rage. The long blade in his hand slashed horizontally. Jiang Chen blocked it with his sword, pushing Dongfang Kuangyin back for the third time. Dongfang Kuangyin's eyes became colder as he roared and charged at Jiang Chen for the fourth time. Blade shadows filled the air as he fought to the death. Moon Meteor Blade, die for me. Dongfang Kuangyin slashed out with his blade. A terrifying wave of blade energy was unleashed, sealing off all of Jiang Chen's escape routes. However, Jiang Chen did not move an inch. At this moment, Yu Rongyan appeared in front of him and roared in rage. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Dongfang Kuangyin. Yu Rongyan roared in rage. Dongfang Kuangyin was slightly startled. He stopped slashing with his blade and his eyes turned cold. On the other hand, Qin Yuma sneered and did not look at him anymore. 3 strikes have passed, you can't even break junior brother Jiang Chen's defense. Don't tell me you still want to embarrass yourself here? Yu Rongyan said lung. One should know that Jiang Chen was a mid-true god. Even he was shocked. He could not help but wonder if he could break through Jiang Chen's defense. Yu Rongyan was not sure, but at the very least Jiang Chen was undefeatable. Pow. 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 Interesting. It's been a long time. Looks like there are many prodigies gathered in the soul-bearing mountain this time. Ah, brother Jiang, you're truly extraordinary. Chapter 2401. Others might not know, but Jiang Chen knew who it was just by hearing the voice. It was none other than the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian, Tang Zhen. He was also one of the most powerful people in the sect. His strength had already reached the half-step heavenly god realm. Moreover, he was even more powerful in front of Yu Rongyan and the others. Jiang Chen's heart slightly moved. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will be looked at differently, let alone the peerless genius of the Clear Stream sect. Although Tang Zhen was not as strong as Xianyuan Kanglin, he should not be underestimated. His strength was so strong that even Yu Rongyan, Su Jin and the others were on guard. Because of his arrogance, everyone was shocked. His appearance was a bit sudden and he did not put anyone in his eyes. It was as if there was only Jiang Chen in his eyes. You've become stronger. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. Of course. You're the same. Although you're only a mid-true god, I don't believe that a half-step true god can't break through your defense. My hands are itching to have a good fight with you. Let's have a good fight. Tang Zhen said with a laugh. Even though he was arrogant and full of arrogance, he did not show any neglect towards Jiang Chen because he knew Jiang Chen's strength. Jiang Chen's strength was not to be underestimated. Who is this person? Su Jin was slightly startled. He knew very little about Tang Zhen, but he knew that Tang Zhen was stronger than him. Even among the half-step heavenly gods, there were strong and weak ones. Su Jin was slightly startled. Tang Zhen, the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath. The Clear Stream sect's third great guardian. These few words were quite shocking to everyone. After all, no one wanted to offend someone from the Clear Stream sect because the Clear Stream sect's third great guardian was too famous. Be it in the hidden secret realm or outside of the Linhe boundary, Clear Stream sect's strength was one of the best. Could even represent the existence of the Linhe boundary. One could imagine how powerful it was. The Clear Stream sect's third guardian, great guardian Xianyuan Kanglin, was invincible and unstoppable. Second guardian had been killed by Jiang Chen. Of course, only Lu Quanchao and the others knew about it. Yu Rongyan and the others did not know about it. Otherwise they would not be so rude to Jiang Chen. The third tycoon Tang Zhen was also extremely terrifying. No one dared to look down on him. At this moment he only had eyes for Jiang Chen, which shocked Yu Rongyan and the others. Perhaps there will be that opportunity. But I'm afraid that one day we'll have to meet on the battlefield. Jiang Chen said. Tang Zhen frowned and looked at Jiang Chen with some astonishment. He did not know what Jiang Chen wanted to say and did not understand. What do you mean, brother Jiang? You seem to be implying something. Even if we have to fight each other on the battlefield, I'm not willing to fight you. Because at that time only one of us can survive. Listen to me, leave the Burying Soul Mountain. This is not a place you can come to. Tang Zhen looked at Jiang Chen and said with a solemn expression. Really? Then why can you come and I can't? Jiang Chen said. The Burying Soul Mountain would have a big movement and he did not know if it was a beast or a human. At least he guessed that Xianyuan Kanglin would be here. It was unrealistic for Tang Zhen to stir up trouble in the Burying Soul Mountain alone. There was no doubt about it. You know that I don't mean that. Jiangchen, why don't you listen to me? I know that you're strong and confident. But this time it's different. It's extremely dangerous. You're not my big brother's match. Hey. Tang Zhen said with a sigh. There was a hint of bitterness at the corner of his mouth because he was here to advise Jiangchen. As long as his elder brother got what he wanted in the Burying Soul Mountain, he wouldn't make things difficult for Jiangchen anymore. But if Jiangchen was here, it would be a different story. Thank you. But I will not leave. This Burying Soul Mountain might be a place for others to bury their souls. Jiangchen looked at Tang Zhen with a solemn expression. Although he knew that Tang Zhen might not be here to make things difficult for him and was a brother worth befriending, they were still on different sides. Tang Zhen was on Xianyuan Kanglin's side, which meant that they were destined to stand on opposite sides. Jiangchen did not want to fight with Tang Zhen. But it was too late now. Tang Zhen's appearance meant that Xianyuan Kanglin was here and the Burying Soul Mountain was not a simple place. Although Jiangchen did not want to say much, he knew that this was the cruelest side of the world. No one would be able to escape from this great furnace. Who would be able to survive and laugh until the very end? It was unknown. You're still as stubborn as ever. What do I have to say to make you leave? This is not a game. If you insist on staying here, I can even say that you'll definitely die. Tang Zhen's eyes were burning as he looked at Jiangchen. At this moment both of them calmed down. I killed Wu Ruffing. Jiangchen said in a calm and indifferent manner. But to Tang Zhen it was a storm in his heart. He had never thought that the person who killed his second brother was his only friend in the hidden secret realm. This was undoubtedly a great blow to Tang Zhen. Because in his heart, Tang Zhen had always been a chivalrous and courageous man. He disdained the despicable means of his eldest and second brothers, and was even more disdainful of them dealing with Jiangchen. However, they were brothers after all. It was impossible for him to betray his own brothers. At this moment his best friend who fought side by side with him killed his brother. Tang Zhen's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He shook his head and subconsciously took a step back. Jiangchen's eyes terrified him. This person seemed to be bottomless. Although he knew that Jiangchen might not be able to threaten him, he still felt angry and afraid. Why? Why did you kill my second brother? Tang Zhen was furious. Leng Leng looked at Jiangchen and roared. His aura soared up to the sky. If I don't kill him, I'll die. This is a world where the strong preys on the weak. Those who are stronger than you can always live well. Those who are weaker than you can only die under your sword. I don't want to die. Jiangchen said. Although he said it in a righteous manner, who could understand the bitterness in his words? Chapter 2402. Tang Zhen had thousands of reasons in his heart, but he couldn't say anything. He could only say, if I don't kill him, I'll die. This made Tang Zhen speechless. If I don't kill him, I'll die. This was an irreversible situation. Only one of them could live. He knew his second brother's character. If he met Jiangchen, he would definitely not give up until he died. Tang Zhen was quite shocked that Jiangchen could kill his second brother. He had never thought that Jiangchen could be so terrifying. After all, they were brothers for more than 20 years. One could imagine how angry Tang Zhen was. He drew his sword and pointed it at Jiangchen. When the sword fell down, everyone's face was filled with panic. Only Jiangchen remained unmoved. That sword cut off a strand of Jiangchen's hair. Tang Zhen looked at Jiangchen coldly and took a deep breath. His aura was still there, but his heart was already filled with despair. The death of his family and the separation of his brother. This kind of pain from both sides was a fatal blow to his soul. Moreover, Tang Zhen was a person who valued friendship. The strong prey on the weak. Why didn't you hide? Tang Zhen's anger was burning fiercely. At this moment his heart was as still as water. Because I've always treated you as my friend. Jiangchen said. Tang Zhen was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. He held his sword and turned around to leave. Ah. From now on I'll cut off all ties with you. The moment Tang Zhen left, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Because Tang Zhen's strength was extremely strong. He could easily crush anyone except for Jiangchen. The three great guardians of the Clear Stream sect are indeed worthy of their reputation. I'm afraid this Tang Zhen is not weaker than Wu Ruffing. Lu Quanchao said with a solemn face. Everyone was filled with pressure and doubt. Because were Tangzhen's words just to scare them? He said that the Burying Soul Mountain would collapse and the earth would crack. Who could foresee this? Nobody knew, but their hearts were shrouded with a layer of haze. That's right. I'm afraid that none of us here would be able to withstand such an expert. Zhang Lei said solemnly. Nobody wanted to boost the morale of others and diminish their own morale. However, the truth was that Tangzhen's strength was not something they could contend against. No one could be his opponent in a one-on-one fight. In terms of momentum, he had already crushed everyone except for Jiang Qin, who dared to face Tangzhen at that moment. He didn't retreat even half a step. He was so calm under Tangzhen's sword. Yu Rongyan, Qin Yumao and the others were also slightly surprised. Jiang Chen's boldness was indeed the strongest they had ever seen. Apart from him, who else would dare to receive that attack? Jiang Chen's heart moved slightly. He looked at Tangzhen's back as the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. How could he not wish to properly explain to Tangzhen? But no matter what he said, it would be futile. Their positions were different and they would fight to the death. There was nothing more to say. At least he would not kill Tangzhen. However, that Xianyuan Kanglin would not let him go. Those beasts are jumping towards the canyon of the Burying Soul Mountain. Yang Jian exclaimed. Most importantly, they didn't just jump down, they self-destructed the moment they jumped down. Blood mist filled the air. Tens of millions of beasts started to self-destruct. Blood filled the air. Everyone took a deep breath. These beasts were digging their own graves. They were asking for death. It seems like a blood sacrifice. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. His eyes were extremely solemn, even his tone was oppressive. Because of the thick smell of blood, the entire Burying Soul Mountain seemed to be covered in a layer of blood. It was a horrible sight to behold. What's a blood sacrifice? Lu Quanchao asked. Blood sacrifice is an ancient inheritance ceremony. It requires the use of fresh blood to create a pool of blood. Then, using the blood of thousands of beasts as a sacrifice to the legendary ancestral god to obtain the ancestral god's radiance. Once the blood sacrifice is successful, there will be a rain of blood. In the end, the ancestral god's inheritance will come out and travel across the universe. Zhang Lei said in a low voice. His heart was filled with awe and fear. No one would dare to try this blood sacrifice ceremony because it required the blood of 10,000 beasts as a guide, and this was just a guide. What a great blood sacrifice. In other words, it's summoning the inheritance with the death of all the beasts. Yu Rongyan said with a cold look in his eyes. This method was too bloody and brutal. Even if they were beasts, they were still living beings. Tens of millions of beasts were going to self-destruct. That scene was absolutely magnificent. It also made people feel depressed. Isn't this too cruel? This great wall is completely built with blood. The canyon of the Burying Soul Mountain is already filled with rivers of blood. It's too horrible to look at. Man Shui said. Everyone was extremely worried. Tangzhen's words reverberated in Jiang Chen's ears once again. Tangzhen must have known something beforehand. That's why he advised Jiang Chen to leave this place as soon as possible. This was also what puzzled Jiang Chen the most. The changes in the Burying Soul Mountain might not be that simple. Also, the 9 Dragon Cave's big brother disappeared. Could it be that he was absent because of what happened in the Burying Soul Mountain? A series of doubts arose in Jiang Chen's heart. However, these doubts would be verified in the Burying Soul Mountain. Stepping on the void, Jiang Chen looked into the distance. Sure enough, the 100-li Grand Canyon was filled with blood. A long river of blood appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The long river of blood was still surging and increasing in number. The demonic beasts were rushing forward without any hesitation. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with blood as he looked at the river of blood from afar. His eyes were filled with blood. Under the worship of hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts, those beasts seemed to have been cursed. They died without any regrets. They charged into the canyon and turned into a mist of blood. The scene was unbearable. Even Man Shui and the others felt sorry for the beasts. Such a bloody sacrifice was terrifying. Plus, the river of blood was like a huge rock in their hearts. They couldn't think of anything, only sorrow and loneliness. These beasts, are they willing to die? Such terrifying psyche energy. This psyche energy is like the driving force for these beasts to die. Jiang Chen murmured. However, at this moment he sensed something strange. This psyche energy ripple. Chapter 2403. Jiang Qin instantly released his spiritual sense. Everything within 1,000 miles was shrouded in his mind. With a thought he could completely feel the surging of every spiritual force. However, the current Great Soul Derivation technique could only reach this step. If he wanted to make his soul power even more terrifying and condensed, it wouldn't be as easy as it seemed. Even so, with the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, Jiang Qin still felt an unusual spiritual force. Life. Hintai. I want to come back. That terrifying spiritual force contained an indescribable pressure. Only Jiang Qin could deeply feel this kind of pressure. Because this spiritual force seemed to be in a state of confusion. He wanted to complete the blood sacrifice and wanted to transform. This was the most incomprehensible reason. Could it be that this was just a spiritual force wandering around the burying soul mountain? Jiang Qin was incomparably shocked. He didn't know how terrifying this spiritual force was, but he knew that it directly influenced millions of demonic beasts to die for the blood sacrifice. This wasn't something that could be done, especially when that spiritual force was still in a muddle-headed state. Just when Jiang Qin was puzzled, a figure appeared in the sky. White clothes, green sword, spotless, long hair fluttering in the wind. His temperament was peerless. His slender figure was like an immortal pine, silently standing in the sky. The man's expression was cold and his aura was like a dragon. Everyone on the scene, including Jiang Qin, felt a great pressure from him. This man was not a simple man, it was self-evident. The surrounding air had become icy cold. This was because the appearance of this man had caused everyone's heart to become incomparably solemn. This kind of expert was even stronger than Tang Zhen. Even Yu Rongyan, Su Jin and the others exchanged glances with each other. They were deeply shocked. Even if they joined hands they might not be able to defeat him. He was just like a tall bee that could not be climbed and surpassed. Who is this person? He's actually so powerful. I've never heard of him before. Lu Quanchao frowned. He was extremely curious about this white-clothed man. I don't know either. Yu Rongyan shook his head. He was extremely afraid of this white-clothed young man and was extremely cautious. Just a step away from breaking through to the heavenly god realm. Such an expert is too powerful in the hidden secret realm. He's not afraid even when facing a heavenly god realm demonic beast. Wu Tingho sighed silently. This kind of expert was mysterious and unfathomable. He appeared outside the burying soul mountain without a sound. No one dared to go up and question him. A man in white robes shook the surroundings, stirring up his spirit. A green sword descended from the heavens. I know who he is. The sword god in white Shueliang. The white-robed sword god of the forgotten sword tomb. I didn't expect it to be him. Someone behind Yu Rongyan said in a deep voice. At that moment Yu Rongyan and Lu Quanchao looked at each other. They finally remembered a legendary figure in the Linhe boundary. However, his strength had already surpassed the heavenly god realm. Why would he be here? White-robed sword god Shueliang, isn't he the top genius of the forgotten sword tomb? It was said that his strength had reached the mid-heavenly god realm. How did he get in? Someone was puzzled. The forgotten sword tomb is mysterious and unfathomable. No one has entered the hidden secret realm for so many years. I'm afraid that it's been at least 10,000 years. Many people seem to have forgotten about the forgotten sword tomb. They did not know that the master of the forgotten sword tomb had fought against the top 10 experts of the Linhe boundary. 4 of them were the sect masters of the top 10 sects of the Linhe boundary. Yu Rongyan let out a sigh. He was getting more and more serious about the white-robed sword god. Behind him stood a peerless sect that was different from the secular world. However, the forgotten sword tomb was just a transcendent existence in Linhe boundary. Yeah. I'm afraid that people have forgotten about it after so many years. But the successor of the forgotten sword tomb must not be simple. White-robed sword god Shueliang, he was already invincible in the Linhe boundary 10 years ago. I'm afraid that his appearance is not simple. Could it be that the burying soul mountain has attracted him? Zhang Lei said quietly. Hard to say. The people of the forgotten sword tomb are mysterious and unpredictable. His strength has been suppressed to the half-step heavenly god realm. He's only 1 step away from the heavenly god realm. Although his strength has been suppressed, ordinary half-step heavenly gods would not even have the chance to resist him. Yu Rongyan was extremely serious. His evaluation of sword god Shuiliang was extremely high. After all, the strength of Forgotten Sword Tomb was extremely strong and he was one of the best in Forgotten Sword Tomb. What if he breaks through to the heavenly god realm? Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Rongyan and asked. Then he will be struck by the 5 thunders, which is comparable to the heavenly lightning tribulation. Moreover, it is a heavenly lightning tribulation that is even stronger than his strength. That's why no heavenly god dares to step into it. Even if they hide and suppress their strength, they won't be able to survive. From the looks of it, this white-clothed sword god might really have some ability. Jiang Chen murmured. Not only that. I'm afraid that this person is not weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin. He might even be stronger than Xianyuan Kanglin. These 2 people should be the strongest experts in the entire hidden secret realm. Lu Quanchao said and glanced at Jiang Chen, hinting him not to underestimate the enemy. The white-clothed sword god's back was enough to make people fear and respect him. Leave now. This place is not suitable for you guys. Shuiliang said faintly. His voice was very calm. However, it sounded like he was advising and threatening at the same time. Since we're here, we will not leave easily. Thank you for your words, sword god. Yu Rongyan shouted loudly. Overestimating yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clothed sword god turned around and left. No one in the half-step heavenly god realm could do that. This fella is too arrogant. People call him the white-clothed sword god, but it's just a compliment. I don't believe that he can fight against all of us alone. We're all half-step heavenly gods. Humph. Wu Qinshuan said disdainfully. Although he was not as strong as the white-clothed sword god, there were so many of them. How could they not be a match for him? If he really unleashed the strength of a heavenly god, he would be the one who would suffer the most. Don't judge a book by its cover. This white-clothed sword god is not simple. Chapter 2404. The white-robed sword god was a legend. Although Jiang Chen did not know much about Shuiliang, he knew that Shuiliang was not a simple man. He was definitely one of the strongest opponents of Xianyuan Kanglin of Clear Stream sect. One was an experienced sword god while the other was the most outstanding disciple of Clear Stream sect for thousands of years. Jiang Chen was looking forward to the battle between the 2 of them as it was not too far away. The moment Shuiliang soared into the sky, he was like a ray of white light. Everyone was slightly stunned and shocked. He was born to be as dazzling as the sun, making people worship him. The white-robed sword god killed many people. This time he would definitely become the biggest variable in the entire hidden secret realm. No one dared to look down on him. He could remain calm even when facing a heavenly god realm demonic beast. There were less than 3 people in the entire hidden secret realm who could do this, and the white-robed sword god Shuiliang was one of them. Although Shuiliang had suppressed his strength to the half-step heavenly god realm, his divine aura was so strong that even a heavenly god realm expert could not withstand it. This was the most terrifying thing about him. An ordinary half-step heavenly god realm expert would not be able to do this. But coincidentally, Shuiliang was someone who transcended the mortal world. The vast sky was filled with fog and dark clouds. Countless demonic beasts were still rushing into the valley of the Burying Soul Mountain. Blood flowed for hundreds of miles. It was extremely gloomy. Terrifying clouds and mist surrounded the bloody valley. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear. More and more demonic beasts were dying. Bats, wild boars, cranes, pythons, countless of them. I'm afraid that the Burying Soul Mountain is going to change. White-robed sword god Shuiliang murmured. Although he was a mid-heavenly god, he could only control himself at this moment. Once he unleashed his power, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was beyond his imagination. At this moment, his half-step heavenly god realm cultivation realm felt a little powerless. Shuiliang had already seen through the peculiarity of the soul-burying mountain. It was likely to be a great conspiracy. This suicidal sacrificial ceremony was a way to succeed at all costs. The one who really benefited from it must be the one hiding in the dark. Shuiliang was extremely serious about the Burying Soul Mountain. Because the incident of the Burying Soul Mountain was a nightmare of an old man from the Forgotten Sword Tomb. After he woke up from the nightmare, he came to the hidden secret realm. Although it was ridiculous, the old man was a peerless expert who had entered the hidden secret realm tens of thousands of years ago. Now he had become a great figure of his generation. However, he still held a grudge against the Burying Soul Mountain. Shuaoliang was very clear that once the sacrificial ceremony in the Burying Soul Mountain was successful, it would probably be a great killing weapon. Even his ancestor was secretive about it, so it was conceivable how shocking it would be. The dense black and blood-red mist filled the air. No one knew how many demonic beasts would self-destruct and die in the valley of the Burying Soul Mountain. However, it was undeniable that those demonic beasts were born for the sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain. Zhang Qin and the others became extremely depressed. So many lives had died for no reason. Although it might be their glory in the eyes of many demonic beasts, they did not know what was hidden behind the sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain. Waves of unknown psyche power gushed into the canyon. Blood was flowing everywhere. Even the void could feel the aura of death. The sacrificial ceremony of the Burying Soul Mountain had become an irreversible situation. The strength of the demonic beasts is not strong enough now. However, once this psyche power becomes stronger, it might be the time for the world to change. Zhang Qin thought. Apart from him, there were only a few people who could feel this psyche power. If it wasn't for the great soul derivation technique, he wouldn't have felt anything. However, once this terrifying psyche power was formed and condensed into an unstoppable force, the result would be unimaginable. Zhang Qin knew how terrifying this psyche power was. It was like the power of faith, but it was much more mysterious. Could it be that the Burying Soul Mountain's blood sacrifice is summoning something? Or is it a sacrificial ceremony? Is it man-made or the demonic beast? Zhang Qin had many thoughts in his mind. However, none of them could be verified. Because the Burying Soul Mountain was almost sealed. No one could get close to it. They were all pushed away by a powerful psyche power. Even the white-robed sword god Shuaoliang couldn't get close to the central region of the Burying Soul Mountain. Blood sacrifice of the demonic beast. Tens of thousands of beasts reigning supreme. How grand and magnificent was this? However, what was more sorrowful was the death of the beasts. Who would have thought that this was the wish of those demonic beasts who self-destructed? No one knew that the hundreds of demonic beasts were also muttering to themselves with conviction. Could it be that there's some terrifying demonic beast buried in the Burying Soul Mountain? Lu Quanchao said in a deep voice. His expression changed slightly. If this were to continue, who knows how many more innocent demonic beasts would be killed and turned into a bloody mist. However, this wasn't what they should be worried about. The real change would be in the Burying Soul Mountain. Once the bloody mist reaches its peak, the blood in the canyon would converge into a real blood river. At that time, the Burying Soul Mountain's blood sacrifice would be completed. Would there be even more terrifying existences appearing? Lu Chuanchao's words weren't groundless. Everyone knew that even though they didn't know what was in the Burying Soul Mountain, it was definitely not simple. Hundreds of demonic beasts bowing down and worshipping this place. This wasn't something that could be done by any ordinary human or demonic beast. It's hard to say. But judging from the current situation, there's a high possibility that there's a terrifying soul in the Burying Soul Mountain that's about to be resurrected. This is still unknown. Chapter 2405. I feel that my heart is trembling. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps we shouldn't have come to this Burying Soul Mountain in the first place. Wu Tingho said in a low voice. His words of retreat caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. However, they also understood that Wu Tinghao's words were not false. That kind of feeling did not only appear in his heart. Everyone felt the same way. It was just that Wu Tingho had voiced out the worries in their hearts. Then are we going to leave this place? A bunch of cowards. Dongfang Kuangyin said disdainfully. He had always looked down on Zhang Qin and the others. Among them, only Su Jin and Lu Quanchao were worthy of his respect. Because only the two of them had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. Even Zhang Qin only managed to win against him. That's why Dongfang Kuangyin was not convinced. In a real battle, Zhang Qin would be easily crushed. If you're so capable, why don't you go to the blood-colored valley in the Burying Soul Mountain? Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue here? You're not even a mid-true god's match, yet you dare to show off here? Yang Jian sneered. He hated Dongfang Kuangyin's arrogance the most. Relying on his strength, he did not put anyone in his eyes. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Who knows who will have the last laugh? Just a bunch of trash. Do you think you can touch the Burying Soul Mountain? You're fated to be buried here. I swear. Dongfang Kuangyin said proudly. Yu Rongyan was slightly unhappy. This fellow was too arrogant. Now that they've formed an alliance, everyone would be unhappy if they continued to act like this. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't argue with Dongfang Kuangyin because he saw a hurricane in the Blood-Red Valley. The hurricane was very small at first, but it was getting bigger and bigger at a lightning speed. It was probably going to ravage the entire Bearing Soul Mountain and its surroundings. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't argue with Dongfang Kuangyin. On the peak of the valley, Shuiliang stood in the air with his sword in his hand. His expression was stern as he looked at the blood river. His heart was cold because there was only battle in his eyes. He was a true battle maniac. This time he only had one purpose in entering the hidden secret realm, which was to train himself and prepare for the Xianwu Gate battle in the Lone Dragon County. Although these golden stones were not very strong, it was still very beneficial for those who were at the same level as him. Of course, the change in the Bearing Soul Mountain was also what he valued the most. He didn't know what kind of things existed here, but in the eyes of the white-robed sword god, there was no such thing as failure. He always dealt with soldiers with arms and water with an earth weir. The wind blew, the blood flowed like a river, hundreds of thousands of beasts bowed their heads. At this moment, a series of horrifying lines appeared in the sky. They were made of the color of blood, and looked like an incomparably gigantic skeleton that was faintly discernible. A hurricane blew up and all the fresh blood was swept up into the sky, splashing onto those lines. It was like a landscape that was splashed with ink. There was no pattern to it, yet it was filled with the power of the heavens. Just what sort of thing was that gigantic skeleton? No one knew at all. However, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. 1,000 li away, a black figure shrunk the ground into a ruler, like an eternal shadow of the heavens measuring the void. His black cloak fluttered in the wind even though there was no wind. His aura was enough to devour the mountains and rivers. He broke through the void with an unfathomable power, standing proudly in the sky. This person was none other than the great tycoon of the Clear Stream sect, Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes looked extremely solemn, because the most important moment of the Bearing Soul Mountain was about to arrive. The sky was filled with blood, forming 1,000 li radius. The Bearing Soul Mountain was about to end. The one that would change the Bearing Soul Mountain would be those hundreds of beasts. To think that even the white-clothed sword god is here. Hee. Looks like the change in the Bearing Soul Mountain has attracted a true expert. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a faint smile on his face. He was not afraid even when facing Shuiliang. Xianyuan Kanglin had absolute confidence in himself. Looks like you're related to this matter? White-clothed sword god Shuiliang looked at Xianyuan Kanglin indifferently and said. Everyone knows about the change in the Bearing Soul Mountain. What does it have to do with me? Hee. Xianyuan Kanglin shook his head and smiled. Stop pretending. Xianyuan Kanglin, if the Bearing Soul Mountain has nothing to do with you, why are you so calm and relaxed? Your Clear Stream sect has always liked to deliberately mystify things. What are you up to this time? Shuiliang sneered. He knew the style of the Clear Stream sect. Thousands of years ago, it was the time when the competition between the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb was at its peak. The people of the Clear Stream sect were too high profile. However, the people of the Forgotten Sword Tomb liked to live a peaceful life. Hence, they gave up their position as the #1 sect in the 10 major sections. So what if I am? So what if I am not? Could it be that the Forgotten Sword Tomb really wants to interfere? Hee. Do you have the capability to do so? Xianyuan Kanglin said calmly. Obviously, he was filled with disdain towards the Forgotten Sword Tomb. So, you're admitting that you know about the change in the Bearing Soul Mountain? Shuiliang said. Hee. Trying to dig my words out? You're really naive. Shuiliang, do you really think that you can do whatever you want in the hidden secret realm? If we're outside, perhaps I will show you some respect. But in this hidden secret realm, your strength is only at the half-step heavenly god realm. What can you do to me? Who knows, you might even be killed by me here. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile. Then you can try. Shuiliang smiled indifferently. Gladly. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Shuiliang coldly. The deep hatred between the two sects was completely revealed at this moment. Although the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb had not interfered with each other for thousands of years, they were still enemies. Jiang Chen's eyes moved. Both of them were unwilling to give in to each other. A great battle was about to break out. It was a battle between the top experts of the younger generation. It was also a battle for the glory of the Clear Stream sect and the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Shuelyang took a step forward. Xianyuan Kanglin crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at each other. Their aura was rising rapidly. None of them were willing to be outdone. Chapter 2406. The battle between Shuelyang and Xianyuan Kanglin was bound to be the center of attention. Both of them were the elites of the younger generation. However, Shuelyang was slightly better than Xianyuan Kanglin as he was quite famous in the Linhe boundary. But in this hidden secret realm, both of them were equally matched. I've always heard that you're one of the prodigies amongst the younger generation of the Linhe boundary. It's not a problem for you to be in the top 3. Today I'd like to see if you're just a figurehead. Xianyuan Kanglin said with a smile on his face. Both of them were standing on the same starting line now. Hence, Xianyuan Kanglin was not worried that he would lose. On the contrary, he was looking forward to meeting the white-robed sword god, Shuelyang. After all, he was quite famous. However, there was a gap of more than 20 years between them. Shuelyang was already a heavenly god expert. His cultivation had been progressing at a terrifying speed for so many years. Whether it was an expert or a genius, both of them were narrow-minded. Because in their eyes there was only one true genius, and that was themselves. This was something that could never be changed. Therefore an expert was lonely. Because he wanted to challenge all the experts who were on the same level as him. He wanted to be the most eye-catching one. So Xianyuan Kanglin wanted to challenge Shuelyang, and Shuelyang was very confident. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin was a genuine heavenly god realm expert. A skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Shuelyang had forcefully suppressed his strength to the half-step heavenly god realm, his experience and control of divine energy were still far beyond Xianyuan Kanglin's. Xianyuan Kanglin was a genius, but so was he. It was Shuelyang's greatest regret that he could not enter the hidden secret realm at his most glorious moment. But at this moment, if he could defeat Xianyuan Kanglin in the half-step heavenly god realm, it would be considered as fulfilling his dream. Jiang Chen looked straight ahead. The battle between the two of them was beneficial to him. If he could understand them better, he would have more confidence in winning the battle. But at this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin and white-clothed sword god Shuelyang were not in a hurry to take action. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. He had no confidence in the strength of these two men. Although they were only half-step heavenly gods, they were able to defeat ordinary heavenly god realm beasts. This was a battle of glory between the strongest geniuses and their true strength. Jiang Chen believed that they had the courage to do so. It was not impossible to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. Even if it was a heavenly god, the foundation of these two people would depend on who was stronger. If the two of you can fight until both of you are injured, that would be even better. Jiang Chen said with a smile. However, it was obviously impossible. Because no one knew what was going on in the Burying Soul Mountain. Only an idiot would reveal all of his trump cards. Jiang Chen said with a smile. However, Jiang Chen knew that they were in a disadvantageous position. Whether it was Xianyuan Kanglin or white-clothed sword god Shuelyang, both of them must have some understanding of the Burying Soul Mountain. At least, the bloody lines in the void outlined a terrifying demonic beast. It made people feel uneasy. Moreover, they did not know whether it was a terrifying demonic beast or not. If the enemy does not move, I will not move. If the enemy moves, I will move first. Whoever makes the first move may reveal a flaw. But whoever makes the second move may lose the initiative. Both of them were waiting for the other to make the first move. If you want to know, then do it yourself. Let's see if you can escape from my hands. Shuelyang said indifferently. His expression was calm and unmoving. Only Shuelyang was able to be so fearless when facing Xianyuan Kanglin. He even looked down on Xianyuan Kanglin. Alright, I will give you this chance today. The prestige of Clear Stream sect is inviolable. And after this battle, I will be the only one who survives in the entire hidden secret realm. Xianyuan Kanglin's words made Shuelyang slightly shocked. His expression became solemn. Is this fella planning something? Tens of thousands of geniuses had entered the hidden secret realm. Less than 10% of them survived. However, there were still about 1,000 of them who could leave this place alive. Each and every one of them would become a legend in the Linhe boundary. But this time Xianyuan Kanglin was planning to kill the others? Although it was just a guess, Shuoyang kept it in mind. He looked up and found that the scarlet skeleton in the distance was gradually taking shape. In the hurricane, the Scarlet River gradually rose by dozens of meters and splashed on the void. It was a shocking scene. The air was filled with the stench of blood, giving people an indescribable pressure. Overturning cloud palm 3000 world thunderclap. As soon as Xianyuan Kanglin made his move, a thunderous thunderclap resounded in the air. His palm wind howled, covering the sky and covering the earth. It was as if the Buddha's palm was pressing down on Xianyuan Kanglin. Shuoyang took out his sword. Although the sword was not strong, it easily blocked the palm strike. Xianyuan Kanglin took action once again. Blood-colored clouds rippled and formed into a blood-colored palm, covering the sun and the sky. This terrifying aura was like a landslide. However, the palm still failed to hit Shuoyang. Shuoyang retreated in order to advance. He advanced step by step. The tip of his sword changed from defense to offense as he charged straight towards Xianyuan Kanglin. The mightiness of a sword god was revealed. That sword caused a storm that tore the void apart. Even Jiangchen could not help but nod his head. Shuoyang's sword was indeed terrifying. Everyone was terrified. Even the half-step heavenly gods were worried about this sword. If this sword hits me, I'm afraid that I'll be badly injured even if I don't die. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly. I can't block this sword. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. Admitting defeat was not that scary. What was scary was not being able to face defeat. At this moment Yu Rongyan realized that the gap between half-step heavenly gods was huge. Initially he thought that even if he couldn't defeat Shuoyang, he could at most fight 2 against 1. But now it seemed like Shuoyang's arrogance was reasonable. They might not be able to kill this arrogant sword god with so many people. Shuoyang's sword was like a flying immortal. It never fell to the ground. His sword aura kept changing. His sword was merciless, chasing after Shuoyang. Chapter 2407. I want the heavens to change for me. Xianyuan Kanglin did not show any weakness. His attacks were as fast as lightning. The 3000 great worlds seemed to be trembling. Both of them were evenly matched. Every move was natural and it was hard for anyone to gain the upper hand. Xianyuan Kanglin used his body as a weapon and clashed with Shuoyang. His lightning palm technique was unconventional. Even Shuoyang's sword god could not do anything to Xianyuan Kanglin. Both of them were exchanging blows. It did not look like a battle of life and death, but neither of them dared to underestimate the other. A slight mistake could lead to a great difference. Although they were evenly matched at this moment, the slightest carelessness could lead to a battle of life and death. The shocking heavenly flying immortal and the thunderous palm skill had opened Jiangchen's eyes. After all, a strong warrior had his own pride and dignity. Others might not be able to see through this battle, but Jiangchen found out that Shuoyang had displayed at least 70% of his sword intent. This sword technique was much more dreadful than his own sword technique. He could kill someone without leaving a trace in just a few seconds, and he could cut his opponent down from a height of 10,000 feet. Shuoyang's sword swept across the 9 heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin was still 1 step behind. After all, Shuoyang was a true heavenly god realm expert. Xianyuan Kanglin was still pushed back by Shuoyang's sword. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's expression did not change at all. It was as if he had already predicted this attack. You're indeed a sword god. You're indeed extraordinary. However, I don't have the time to play with you anymore. We'll meet again in the future. I hope you can live till the end. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step back as if he had stepped into a spatial crack, instantly disappearing without a trace. At this moment Shuoyang frowned. Xianyuan Kanglin's departure made him feel that something was amiss. Although Xianyuan Kanglin did not use his full strength, he did the same too. In the end, it could only be considered as testing each other's strength. There was no harvest at all. This Xianyuan Kanglin was very cunning, which made Shuoyang pay more attention to him. Xianyuan Kanglin was also a half-step heavenly god, but Shuoyang felt pressured. Xianyuan Kanglin was definitely not an easy opponent. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin's attack had failed and he quickly retreated. At this moment Xianyuan Kanglin was going to make a big move. Seems like this fellow has come prepared. Shuoyang said coldly. His expression was extremely unsightly. He glanced at Jiang Qin and the others, feeling a little unhappy. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin had escaped without a trace. Even he felt depressed. This battle was really frustrating. Look, the blood of 10,000 beasts is all surging toward that 1,000 tall skeleton. Yeah, could that skeleton be some kind of ancient beast? Could it be that the blood sacrifice is for the sake of resurrecting this big beast? I'm not sure. But this skeleton is too huge. Plus, the blood of 10,000 beasts is not that simple. Everyone's expression became solemn. Since they had come to the Burying Soul Mountain, most of them were prepared to fight with their lives on the line. Success was always accompanied by danger. Even if they failed, it would not be shameful, as there were so many experts who were willing to help them. Those who were able to survive and reach this stage step by step were not really afraid of death. However, who would be willing to go to the Yellow Springs alone if they could live? Jiang Qin stared at the giant skeleton. He could only see its shape but not its body. At this moment, the blood-red cloud was getting bigger and bigger. The entire Burying Soul Mountain was covered by it. White-clothed sword god Shui Liang's appearance had obviously become the biggest variable. Xianyuan Kanglin quickly retreated. This Burying Soul Mountain was definitely not a simple place. It might be a huge feast. No one knew what was going to happen next. But those hundreds of beasts were still chanting and chanting cryptic inscriptions. Xianyuan Kanglin stepped on the void. At this moment he was already 100 miles away, looking at the terrifying giant skeleton. His gaze became colder and colder. His hand was holding onto a golden pearl that was emitting a dazzling radiance. It won't be long before the Burying Soul Mountain becomes mine. The power of 10,000 beasts, the might of the blood sacrifice. Who can stop me? Huh? Xianyuan Kanglin said with a stern expression. His eyes were filled with pride and excitement. Because his dream was going to come true at this moment. At that time he would be able to soar into the sky. This battle was specially designed for him. It was the accumulation of the Clear Stream sect for tens of thousands of years that made him what he was today. And he was the heaven's chosen one. He would conquer the world. Linha boundary would become just a small chess piece for him. Xianyuan Kanglin had lived for 10 lifetimes just for this moment. It had been 70,000 years he had finally waited for this moment, to worship the heavens, to devour the heavens, to fight to the death. In the end he would be the one laughing till the end. More than 70,000 years ago, Xianyuan Kanglin entered the hidden secret realm in his first life. At that moment he entered the Burying Soul Mountain by mistake. Coincidentally, the world was in an uproar and the chaotic beast war was taking place in the hidden secret realm. In order to seek shelter, he entered the Burying Soul Mountain. However, he did not expect to discover a shocking mystery. An immemorial ferocious beast was going to be resurrected here, and it was buried in the hidden secret realm. Following the passage of time, the soul of the immemorial ferocious beast was damaged. It needed Xianyuan Kanglin's strength to devour it and complete its lifespan. Xianyuan Kanglin gave up on his glorious achievements for this life. He waited for these 70,000 years. Every 7,000 years he would enter the Burying Soul Mountain once to help the immemorial ferocious beast to continue its life. The 10 reincarnations were completed by the immemorial ferocious beast. One could see how tyrannical the immemorial ferocious beast was. It could help one reincarnate and change one's fate. It was a terrifying feat. How many experts could achieve that? The world was huge. Therefore, Xianyuan Kanglin was a peerless expert in each of his 10 reincarnations. However, he was not fated to step into the Divine King realm. He needed to use his cultivation to prolong the immemorial ferocious beast's life for 7,000 years. It lasted for 70,000 years. The divine continent had changed. Everything changed. Only this vast land remained unchanged. 70,000 years. Xianyuan Kanglin had 10 reincarnations memories just for this day. His memories were richer than anyone else's. Not even the old ancestor of the sect could compare to him. Therefore he was the strongest expert in the same realm. In addition to his talent, Xianyuan Kanglin had become a genius without a doubt. He was a peerless expert. It's been 70,000 years. Who would understand the loneliness and sadness of it all? But it's all worth it. I shall become a supreme king. I want the sky to change because of me. I want the ground to collapse because of me. Chapter 2408. At this moment Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. 70,000 years of planning, 70,000 years of effort to achieve the final result. Moreover, he had spent more than a few thousand years to arrange the blood sacrifice of 10,000 beasts. He had been preparing for it all this time. It was a plan, but it was also a great conspiracy. Every generation of demonic beasts in the Burying Soul Mountain was controlled by his power of faith. These hundreds of demonic beasts were now real death warriors. Because he wanted to change his destiny and complete the blood sacrifice. These hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were the final sacrifice. The blood of 10,000 beasts was just a catalyst. However, this catalyst had already shaken the entire hidden secret realm. Xianyuan Kanglin no longer put anyone in his eyes. Once the immemorial ferocious beast completes its resurrection, he would be above everyone else. Facing the terrifying immemorial expert, there was only fear and respect in his heart. He had seen part of the immemorial ferocious beast's memory. To think that the divine world had such a terrifying side. He also knew that the immemorial ferocious beast could destroy a place like the Linha boundary with just a finger. Compared to the entire divine world, the Linha boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Therefore he was extremely fearful but also extremely happy because he would definitely become an expert. The immemorial ferocious beast was too terrifying. He would be able to dominate the entire Linha boundary and even the Lone Dragon County if he could obtain the immemorial ferocious beast. He would definitely become the strongest expert in the entire Linha boundary and the Lone Dragon County. The Burying Soul Mountain was getting more and more terrifying. The blood of 10,000 beasts was splashing and dancing in the hurricane, pouring onto the blood-red skeleton. The scene was earth-shattering. Not good. This blood sacrifice is going to change. Retreat from the Burying Soul Mountain. Xianxia said. Is it really that terrifying? You want us to retreat from the Burying Soul Mountain? Lu Quanchao hesitated for a moment and said. Although the Burying Soul Mountain was dangerous, it might not be as serious as what Xianxia said. Plus, there would not be any existence that surpassed the heavenly god realm in the Burying Soul Mountain. Even if they could not win, they could just run away. Who do you think you are? Do you think a true god like you has the right to point your finger here? Nothing has happened yet, but you're already scared out of your wits. When something really happens, won't you be scared out of your wits and pee your pants? Dongfang Kuangyin sneered. Right now, Xianxia was overestimating himself, giving orders here. Did he really think that he was the leader? Dongfang Kuangyin naturally didn't forget to ridicule Xianxia. He was a narrow-minded person and had long since viewed Xianxia as a thorn in his side. I don't need you to comment on who I am. If you want to stay, then stay. At least I won't stay. If you want to die, no one will stop you. Xianxia said faintly. Yang Jian and Man Shui would definitely listen to him. Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei, however, were hesitating. The Wu brothers and Su Jin were also hesitating. That's just a coward's excuse. If you're afraid of death, then say it. Don't hide it. Otherwise you'll die a horrible death. The reason why we came here is to temper ourselves. Don't you know that the sharpness of a treasured sword comes from grinding? If we don't even dare to face this little wind and waves, then what's the point of talking about the path of an expert? If you're afraid of death, you can leave. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, coward. Dongfang Kuangyin's words were filled with sarcasm. The people on Yu Rongyan's side laughed. The heavenly dragon sword was like a ray of light, piercing through the void. Xianxia stepped into the air. Dongfang Kuangyin's tongue was cut off. Chapter 2409. Dongfang Kuangyin's heart-wrenching screams reverberated in the sky. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Xianxia's figure was like a huge mountain, pressing down on everyone's heart. Was his choice right? No one dared to sympathize with Dongfang Kuangyin because he asked for it. As the saying goes, heaven's wrongs can be avoided, but one's own wrongs cannot be avoided. If it wasn't for him mocking Dongfang Kuangyin, Xianxia might not have taken action at the last moment. Xianxia was not a kind person. He chose to leave because he did not want to give Lu Quanchao and Su Jin more pressure. However, Dongfang Kuangyin had forced Xianxia into a dead end. Xianxia had no choice but to take action. That was why he chose to act. This was something that no one had expected. Dongfang Kuangyin could not say a word. His face was pale and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. One slash, and Dongfang Kuangyin's tongue was cut off. No one saw how Jiang Chen did it, and no one knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's slash was. Who could understand the power of that slash? Even those who followed Dongfang Kuangyin were speechless. Their faces were pale and their hearts were trembling. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's strength. He was the weakest among them, but he became the most terrifying existence at this moment. Even Yu Rongyan and Qin Yumo, who were half-step heavenly gods, had a serious expression on their faces. This fella is really powerful. Is this really the strength of a mid-true god? Yu Rongyan's heart was in turmoil. He looked at Jiang Chen's back for a long time. Now do you know why we value Jiang Chen's words so much? Su Jin sighed. Yu Rongyan and Qin Yumo did not speak anymore, but their hearts were filled with shock. At this moment the one who regretted the most was Dongfang Kuangyin. Jiang Chen had been enduring for a long time, but when he couldn't take it anymore, it was his turn to suffer. Dongfang Kuangyin was extremely confident. Who would have thought that he would be instantly killed by a mid-true god? In Dongfang Kuangyin's eyes, there was only boundless fear and hatred. Of course he didn't dare to show this hatred anymore. He could still think of a way to save himself if he lost his tongue, but if he lost his life, then no one would be able to save him. He only had himself to blame for all of this. We have no way out now. We have to enter the Burying Soul Mountain. Now that sword god Shuiliang has entered that region, we can't fall behind. We know that there's a tiger in the mountain, but we still have to go. This is our goal. Only by going through the challenges of blood and fire can we become true experts. Yu Rongyan's expression was solemn. Although Jiang Chen had left, it was just a small interlude for them. Without Jiang Chen, they would still be able to overcome all the obstacles and enter the Burying Soul Mountain. That's right. We must not stop now. Sword god Shuiliang could do it, we can do it too. Su Jin said confidently. Jiang Chen had left, but they still had to move forward. 2/3 of the blood-colored skeleton had already been poured, revealing a huge silhouette. It was about 1,000 feet tall and was as majestic as a mountain. It was indeed a ferocious giant beast, but its complete body was still far from being revealed. As the blood-red hurricane swept across 1,000 li, everyone became extremely solemn. An ordinary true god couldn't escape from the power of the hurricane, because the hurricane was filled with sharp wind blades that tore the void apart. Fresh blood was like a splash of ink. The entire Burying Soul Mountain was on the same level as the hurricane. Roar, roar. Suddenly the chilly wind swept across 1,000 li. The Burying Soul Mountain finally revealed its true form. It was a 10,000 zhang tall mountain with the ridge at the top. It was like a bloody mouth that devoured everything in the world. The belly of the mountain was pitch black with thick blood mist, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Everyone shuddered. Even the demonic beasts were shocked and terrified. Even the heavenly god realm demonic beasts could not remain calm. This is the wandering soul of the Burying Soul Mountain. It finally revealed its true form. Yu Rongyan said, I've heard about it before. There are thousands of souls in the Burying Soul Mountain. Every 1,000 years, the Burying Soul Mountain will undergo a soul transformation. When the soul transformation happens, the Burying Soul Mountain will be ravaged. Even a heavenly god realm expert will turn into a pile of bones under the attack of the souls. Su Jin muttered with a solemn expression. Something's wrong. It's been less than 1,000 years. It's only been 400 years since the last time. How could there be a soul transformation? Lu Quanchao said with a deep voice. His expression changed drastically. Uneasiness was spreading in his heart. Soul transformation is the resentment of lonely souls and wild ghosts. Millions of souls are buried in this Burying Soul Mountain. Whether they are humans or demonic beasts, they are all here. Soul transformation happens once every 1,000 years, so logically speaking, there shouldn't be any changes, right? Could it be that the change of the Burying Soul Mountain is caused by the soul transformation? Qin Yuma said, frowning with a serious expression. Looks like we'll have to go all out now. The souls of the soul transformation can take our lives. Everyone be careful. Wu Tingho shouted. Following Wu Tinghao's furious roar, the howls of the millions of wandering ghosts became even more terrifying. Soul afterimages soared into the sky, densely packed as they charged towards the blood-colored skeleton after the blood sacrifice. In the end, they dissipated into nothingness and fused with the blood-colored skeleton. It was a ghastly sight to behold. The sword god Shuiliang was the first to be hit by the terrifying soul attack. Dead but not destroyed. Who can stop me, Gui Jianchou? Shuiliang sneered. His long sword pierced through the sky. Souls were destroyed wherever it passed. One step against 100 souls, 1,000 miles unstoppable. Evil ghosts and remnant souls roared and wreaked havoc in the sky. Under Shuiliang's attack, the remnant souls were completely destroyed. The remnant souls came from all directions, coming from the depths of the burying soul mountain. But Shuiliang was calm and composed. The souls didn't come close to him. He wielded his sword, shocking even the gods and ghosts. Chapter 24:10. If it's just one soul, it's not worth mentioning. But if it's 100 souls, it's worth a fight. 1,000 souls is already something that no one dares to look down on. 10,000 souls. Even a half-step heavenly god would feel their scalp tingling. These countless souls were like ants. No matter how strong an expert was, he or she would have to avoid it. Yu Rongyan and the others had ugly expressions on their faces. Although they could temporarily resist the spiritual shock, who knew how long this spiritual transformation would last? Those peak true god experts were shivering in fear. If Yu Rongyan and the others could not hold on any longer, their lives would be in danger. At the same time, Jiang Chen's expression was extremely solemn. Although they were deep in the outer region, they still couldn't escape from the spiritual shock. However, the spiritual shock didn't affect him much. His great soul derivation technique had reached perfection. Under the effect of the great soul derivation technique, none of the spirits could get close to him. These souls did not attack you? Man Shui looked at Jiang Chen in astonishment. The three of them were shrouded by Jiang Chen's aura. All of the souls stayed away from Jiang Chen. Yeah. I can't see through you anymore. I'll think that any miracle that happens to you is normal. Huh. Yang Jian patted Jiang Chen's shoulder because he knew that it was not a wrong choice to believe in Jiang Chen. Believe in Brother Chen and you'll gain eternal life. Huh. Man Shui laughed. In this hidden secret realm, his strength was no longer enough. Although he was at the same level as Jiang Chen, their fates were completely different. Jiang Chen's strength was not the same as an ordinary mid-true god. Jiang Chen smiled without saying a word. However, at this moment he could feel the grudge through the great soul derivation technique. They were attracted by a terrifying force of will and became one of the millions of souls. They became the nourishment of the most terrifying soul, attaching itself to the blood-red immemorial beast. If that's the case, their souls would be tortured for eternity and become a curse. They would not be able to escape, be reborn and change the soul shock. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow at this moment, because those souls were looking at him with despair and begging. Jiang Chen's countenance immediately changed and his heart was filled with waves of shock. Half of them are the souls that I released from the great Yu soul-forming light. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He realized that he did not give these souls a true release. Instead he sent them from one cage to another. Jiang Chen could feel their begging, but there was nothing he could do. They were just remnant souls waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the hundreds of millions of souls flying towards the blood-red ancient giant beast like moths flying into a flame, Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He wanted to save these miserable souls, but he was powerless to do so. He stretched out his hand and grabbed. Those souls couldn't control themselves at all. In the end, they gathered together and rushed towards the blood-red ancient giant beast like a raging river. Jiang Chen closed his eyes tightly. He did not know whether it was right or wrong to release these souls from the great Yu soul-forming light. He initially wanted to give them freedom and a chance to be reborn. But now it seemed like they were shackled by another layer of shackles. At this moment, the hidden secret realm was just a miserable world to them. What's wrong, Jiang Chen? Yang Jian frowned as he saw the sorrow and anger on Jiang Chen's face. He could not help but ask. Nothing. I'm a bit depressed, that's all. Jiang Chen shook his head. He was not a savior, but his heart could not calm down for a long time. If he were to leave so easily, what would happen to those millions of souls? He could just leave, but the depression in his heart would make him unable to forgive himself. Cultivation was a kind of belief. Jiang Chen's belief was to fight against the heavens, the supreme Tao, the Tao that could reach the clouds. The ambition to reach the heavens, to die without regrets, to go through hundreds and thousands of twists and turns, all for the sake of sincerity. Suddenly Zhou Xian opened his eyes and looked at the surging souls. His heart was firm. He wanted to demand an explanation from the unfair heavenly Tao. He wanted to bring peace to these millions of souls. Gone with the wind, simple. Looking back, every step was 1,000 caddies. The Tao that could reach the clouds, to cultivate a Tao heart with a clear conscience. The corner of Zhou Qian's mouth curved into a smile as if he had just been enlightened. This was the kind of belief that he needed. He had to turn back and leave. Come, let's go back. Zhou Qian said. Didn't you say that we would definitely die on this trip? Man Shui was slightly stunned. That's right, but I can't leave. Millions upon millions of souls won't allow me to leave. This time even I'm not confident. I don't know what this primordial beast is, but I must ensure that the souls in the 9 heavens have some peace. My heart will not give up, my Tao will not allow me to lose. Zhou Qian turned around and crossed 1,000 li with his sword. Once again he returned to the burying soul mountain. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at each other and smiled. They must follow Zhou Qian's footsteps. Even if Zhou Qian said that they would die if they turned back, they would not turn back. There was no reason for them to turn back. They would die without regrets if they followed Zhou Qian. On the burying soul mountain, Xianyuan Kanglin stood on the peak of the mountain. His heart was like a ferocious tiger, his eyes were sharp. The blood-colored immemorial beast was about to be completed. Fresh blood poured on it, the beasts lined up, and the skeleton became more and more perfect, vivid and lifelike. Gradually, the entire body of the primordial giant beast was about to be completed. This was the final spiritual sacrifice. Even he did not expect that the final spiritual sacrifice and flesh sacrifice would fuse so perfectly. Moreover, the soul sacrifice was unexpected. The more souls there were, the more terrifying the immemorial beast would be after its resurrection. Finally, it's time for the heavenly god realm beasts to be sacrificed. You guys are finally going to come in handy. Xianyuan Kanglin's lips curved into a meaningful smile. He had been preparing for 70,000 years, waiting for 70,000 years, serving the immemorial beast for 70,000 years. Finally, he was going to reap some rewards. This time, let's see who can stop me in the hidden secret realm. Linha boundary is under my feet. Ah. Chapter 24:11. In order to revive the beast god, you guys will have to bear with it and complete the final blood sacrifice. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the hundreds of demonic beasts and said with a faint smile. Everything was ready now except for the crucial element. The last heavenly god realm demonic beasts would be the most important blood sacrifice. After the final blood sacrifice, these heavenly god realm demonic beasts would all be killed. Their souls, flesh and blood would all become the sacrificial offerings of the blood sacrifice. In the sky, the gigantic skeleton was almost complete. Only the outline of its face was left. It was not completely covered in blood yet. The blood-red giant beast was extremely terrifying. It had the body of a lion, the tail of a horse, the eyes of a tiger, the scales of a fish, the paws of a bear, the head of a chelan, the horns of a rhinoceros, the mouth of a black hole that could devour the sky. Although the true face of the blood-red giant beast had yet to be seen, the blood and flesh in the hurricane had become more solid due to the impact of the millions of souls. At this moment, the blood-red giant beast was breathing heavily. His breathing was steady and it was frightening. The white-clothed sword god Shuai Yang took a step forward and looked at the gigantic blood-red demonic beast with a cold expression. He felt extremely pressured. Looks like this blood sacrifice is really mysterious. To use the blood, flesh and souls of millions of demonic beasts to complete the sacrifice. It's really overbearing and terrifying. However, it won't be easy for you to obtain the supreme beast body so quickly. Shuai Yang knew very well that once the blood sacrifice was completed, he would be hunted down by the blood-colored giant beast. This kind of immemorial giant beast was too terrifying. He had never seen such a ferocious immemorial giant beast before. Moreover, it was overbearing and overbearing. Once its head was completed, it would be a disaster for the hidden secret realm. Shuai Yang's aura was like that of a bull. His sword pierced through the sky, cutting down hundreds of souls. He directly rushed towards the hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts. He was determined to stop these hundreds of demonic beasts and complete the blood sacrifice for the ancient giant beast. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Shuaoliang, you asked for it. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered and waved his hand. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts were divided into two. 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts would deal with Shuaoliang, while the other 100 demonic beasts would rush towards the final destination of the blood sacrifice, which was the immemorial giant beast's head. Once the blood sacrifice was completed, no one would be able to stop the immemorial giant beast's ascension to the throne. Only 10? Ah, then let me see if you demonic beasts that have been raised in captivity have any real ability. Shuaoliang said indifferently. Facing 10 heavenly god realm demonic beast, he was not afraid at all. Especially the silk demon sword in his hand. At this moment, it was vibrating and resonating. Shuaoliang lowered his head and glanced at the silk demon slaying sword in his hand. The corners of his mouth became even more radiant. Did you also feel the provocation? Let's fight to our heart's content today, shall we? Ah. Shuaoliang howled madly as he held the sword in his hand and moved about freely. He fought 10 enemies by himself with a ferocious, imposing aura, and he seemed to possess an unparalleled bearing. 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Let's see how you're going to stop them. I, Xianyuan Kanglin, will definitely take the life of the white-clothed sword god of Forgotten Sword Tomb. Xianyuan Kanglin's palm was as fast as lightning, holding the power of thunder in his hand as he rushed towards the sky and attacked Shuaoliang. Shuaoliang quickly retreated. Even a sword god like him would not be able to withstand the joint attack of 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts in Xianyuan Kanglin. Although Xianyuan Kanglin and the 10 demonic beasts were attacking him together, he did not panic at all. Shuaoliang must have his own strengths to be called the sword god of Linhe Boundary. His sword skill was exquisite and had reached the peak. He could already fight against heavenly gods when he was still a half-step heavenly god. Now he could even fight against a half-step hierarch. Although his strength was suppressed, it was not easy to pull a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. If you want me to return with broken feathers, just these 10 demonic beasts are not enough. Shuaoliang's strength was indescribably strong. He was indeed worthy of his title as the sword god. Even with Xianyuan Kanglin's attack, he was still able to handle the situation with ease. Although he seemed to be losing, he was not weak at all. The 10 demonic beasts were trapped here. It would be a long delay for the final blood sacrifice. Moreover, these heavenly god realm demonic beasts must be sacrificed to the immemorial giant beasts as soon as possible. Look, isn't that the white-clothed sword god Shuaoliang? He's fighting against 10 demonic beasts alone. How terrifying. Although we're all half-step heavenly gods, his strength is not something we can compare to. Su Jin sighed. This was the demeanor of a peerless genius. Although they were also considered as the geniuses of Linhe Boundary, they were nothing compared to the white-clothed sword god Shuaoliang. It was like comparing the light of a firefly. There was no comparison at all. He seems to be trying to stop Xianyuan Kanglin. Lu Quanchao frowned. Although they were in a passive position under the attack of countless demonic beasts at this moment, they really wanted to join the battle between Shuaoliang and the demonic beasts. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin was standing proudly in the middle. This battle was quite intense and Shuaoliang was already in a passive position. Shuaoliang seems to be trying to stop the blood sacrifice. However, Xianyuan Kanglin is obstructing him. Looks like it's time for us to take action. Yu Rongyan said solemnly. He was able to differentiate between good and bad. Sword god Shuaoliang killed the demonic beasts and cut off the blood sacrifice. At this moment they could not just stand by and watch. Yu Rongyan and the others immediately took action and rushed towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Everyone joined hands to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Lu Quanchao, Qin Yuma, Dongfang Kuangyin, 5 half-step heavenly gods, Zhang Lei, the Wu brothers and a dozen peak true gods were barely able to stop Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. A bunch of ants trying to stop a chariot. Xianyuan Kanglin said indifferently. His thunderbolt palm continued to strike out, killing 7 peak true gods without batting an eyelid. Yu Rongyan and the others did not dare to underestimate Xianyuan Kanglin. One after another, terrifying blade light, sword shadows, spear light and halberd light rushed towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin was unstoppable like the sword god, overbearing and unstoppable. No one could stop Xianyuan Kanglin's thunderbolt palm. Even Zhang Lei and Dongfang Kuangyin were forced to retreat. All the other peak true gods were killed under Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. Both of you, your opponent is me. A sharp figure appeared and blocked the Wu brothers' path. Dongfang Kuangyin and Zhang Lei's figure was the Clear Stream sect's third Grand Guardian, Tang Zhen. Chapter 24:12. This fella is too terrifying. Yu Rongyan said in a low voice. His 9-segmented whip lashed out, but it was too far away for Xianyuan Kanglin to deal with it easily. We still have to fight. Even if we die here, we must not let him get what he wants. Lu Quanchao roared in anger and unleashed a series of powerful attacks. Explosions could be heard in the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin was fighting against 4 of them at the same time, yet he was still able to suppress them. We're all half-step heavenly gods, we must not fall behind. Su Jin unleashed all of his combat strength to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Even he felt a chill down his spine when facing Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks. However, Xianyuan Kanglin easily dealt with them. Qin Yuma did not want to be outdone and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin was able to deal with it easily. At this moment, Sword God was released. Terrifying heaven-piercing sword chi that was incomparably sharp allowed Su Jin and the others to be freed. Since you guys are so stubborn, then I'll let you all go to hell. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were cold. How could Xianyuan Kanglin be willing to let Sword God Shueliang stop the last step of the blood sacrifice? Come and fight me, demonic beasts. Xianyuan Kanglin soared up to the sky. Another 10 heavenly god realm demonic beasts charged towards him. At this moment, even Shueliang's face turned serious. 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts had completely locked him down. He did not have any spare energy to help Su Jin and the others. He was also feeling the immense pressure from the 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts, forcing him to take a few steps back. Even though these heavenly god realm demonic beasts were not enough to threaten Shueliang, he was worried that Xianyuan Kanglin's attack might seriously injure him. Shueliang knew that Xianyuan Kanglin was not as simple as he looked. A gust of cold wind whistled past, and a black bat that blotted out the sky appeared in the air. On the other side, there was a white-robed woman with slender wings. Her figure was curvaceous and exquisite, and she wore a black crown. Her temperament was extraordinary. Behind her, tens of millions of man-eating ants were sucked into the blood-colored valley, and finally poured onto the body of the ancient giant beast. On the other side, a 9-headed dragon stood proudly. Opposite him was a handsome man with bull horns, staring at the battlefield in the distance. These 4 fellows were all demonic beasts. It really is a conspiracy. No wonder there have been heavenly god realm beasts disappearing in the past tens of thousands of years. So they were all taken care of. In the end, they became a powerful fighting force. Or perhaps they were just nourishment. How pitiful, how lamentable. The 9-headed dragon heaved a sigh and looked extremely solemn. He didn't even want the spiritual spring water of the earthly Hades sacred mountain just to witness the changes in the burying soul mountain. But now even they were incomparably shocked. This immemorial giant beast made every single person and beast tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Dark Bat King, what do you think this ancient giant beast is? The man with bull horns said. He was an expert of the heavenly bull clan, and also the king of the primates in the hidden secret realm. It's hard to say, but I think it must be an extremely ancient beast. Once it comes back to life, it'll be extremely disadvantageous to us. I don't know where the hidden secret divine emperor got the hidden secret realm millions of years ago. This ancient giant beast must have been brewing for countless years to be able to come back to life. I'm afraid we're responsible for it. Dark Bat King said in a low voice. I also feel that this ancient giant beast is giving me too much pressure. I don't know how many of our clan's descendants have been killed by this blood sacrifice. I'm afraid that many of your people have been killed as well. If the blood sacrifice succeeds, I'm afraid that we'll no longer be the dominators in this hidden secret realm. Even whether we can survive is unknown. This demonic beast makes me feel fear. The man-eating ant queen said solemnly. Her words were like a clap of thunder to the other 3. Once this ancient giant beast comes back to life, it might not even touch anyone's cake. At that time, the hidden secret realm might become a living hell. Just for the sake of resurrection, he had already caused such a huge commotion. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts were sacrificed. How terrifying was this? How tragic was this? Destroying the heavenly Tao? Millions and millions of living beings were sacrificed just for the sake of his resurrection. This was like a shocking gamble. It's time for us to take action. We must not let this ancient giant beast come back to life. Otherwise, our good days will come to an end. The nine-headed flood dragon shook his head. His 9 heads turned into spirits, but it was hard for him to transform into a dragon. However, his strength was also the most terrifying because his strength had already reached the peak of the mid-heavenly god realm. The 4 of them were supreme existences that controlled the 4 directions of the north, south, east and west. The balance of 1,000,000 years was their only choice. Although they couldn't advance, they wouldn't allow others to step on their heads. In their hearts, they were the true dominators of this hidden secret realm. They would never allow a terrifying ancient giant beast to come back to life. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beasts should be a piece of cake. Dark Bat King said with a faint smile. Let's see if you guys have regressed after so many years. The 4 great demon kings appeared at the same time. At this moment, all of the demonic beasts were stirred up. Because the pressure of the demon kings was unbearable. Even the hundreds of demonic beasts under Xianyuan Kanglin's command became hesitant. 4 great demon kings. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression slightly changed. However, he already knew that the 4 great demon kings were not easy to deal with. If they did not have a perfect plan, what's the point of preparing for a rainy day for the past 70,000 years? Xianyuan Kanglin had already thought of this scene. You have Zhongliang's plan, I have a ladder to climb over the wall. The revival of the ancient giant beast was imminent. No one could stop him. 4 great demon kings. Looks like this time's beast war will not be so boring. White-clothed sword god Shuiliang smiled. He knew that the 4 great demon kings would never allow anyone to mess with them. Once the ancient giant beast was revived, what would happen to them? So, the 4 great demon kings would definitely give their all. Although Xianyuan Kanglin was powerful, the 4 great demon kings were definitely the most powerful existences in the hidden secret realm. Xianyuan Kanglin Lung smiled. He waved his hand and 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts came from all directions. These were the death beasts that he had trained for the past 3,000 years. They were also known as the Death Warriors. They were used to deal with all the unknown factors. As long as those demonic beasts were devoured by the ancient giant beast, the hidden secret realm would be completely destroyed when the beast is revived. No one can stop me, not even the heavens. Chapter 24:13. Jiang Chen stared at the scene. Dozens of heavenly god realm demonic beasts and the 4 great demon kings were fighting above the 9 heavens. The overbearing and sharp aura wreaked havoc in the sky. Wind blades and swords whistled through the sky like thunder. Xianyuan Kanglin was holding on to dozens of heavenly god realm demonic beasts fearlessly, facing all the experts and the 4 great demon kings head-on. He was invincible. This fella, does he want everyone to sacrifice their blood for him? Jiang Chen frowned. Xianyuan Kanglin's aura was imposing and extremely arrogant. Moreover, there were only enemies in front of him. He was controlling all the heavenly god realm demonic beasts to fight against them alone. Such a magnificent scene shocked everyone. Jiang Chen knew Xianyuan Kanglin's intention. This fella wanted everyone to sacrifice their lives for him. He wanted everyone to die. Such ambition was unforgivable. However, there were too many heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Even the 4 great demon kings were having a hard time fighting against 10 of them. Xianyuan Kanglin seemed like he was taking a stroll in the park. So many experts were being held back by him. If they were to continue fighting, no one would be able to leave this place alive once the immemorial giant beast is fully resurrected. The 4 great demon kings were extremely powerful. The 9-headed dragon king was leading the waves. The dark bat king was not to be outdone. The man-eating ant queen and the heavenly bull patriarch were giving their all. The 4 great demon kings joined hands to fight against the 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Violent winds and tsunamis were everywhere. Countless demonic beasts and remnant souls were killed at this moment. The 4 great demon kings joined hands to fight against the enemy. They knew that once the immemorial giant beast is resurrected, they would be in grave danger. There are too many of them. Dragon King, we have to give it our all. The Dark Bat King shouted. The four of them were facing 50 heavenly god realm demonic beasts at the same time. However, they had to fight with their lives on the line to see hope. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy. The man-eating queen ant's voice was ethereal and sweet, cold and murderous. The queen ant was as cold as a mountain. The four of them looked at each other and unleashed all of their skills. The 50 demonic beasts were quite a powerful force. This force was enough to destroy the world. In the hidden secret realm, such a powerful force was in existence that could change the world. Xianyuan Kanglin was incomparably confident, planning for a rainy day, waiting for 70,000 years, daring to change the sun and moon. At this moment he had completely become a bloody executioner. I'll kill all the gods and Buddhas that stand in my way. Let's see who can stop me from attaining the supreme position. Xianyuan Kanglin slashed the heavens and earth with his palm blade. Even the divine tools in their hands became useless at this moment. No one dared to be careless in front of Xianyuan Kanglin because silence meant death. They could only survive by fighting. They knew that Xianyuan Kanglin's action had angered the heavens and the people. Once the blood sacrifice was completed, not only the hidden secret realm, it would also be a catastrophe for the world. What should we do now? Yang Jian said in a low voice. At this moment he could no longer do anything. He and Man Shui could only be cannon fodder in a battle between half-step heavenly god experts. Leave it to me. The two of you go to the Zulong Tower and avoid the battle. Jiang Chen's words made Yang Jian and Man Shui a little disappointed. But they knew that their current strength would only bring trouble to Jiang Chen. Not only would they not be of any help, they might even distract Jiang Chen. But it's better this way, they could save themselves some trouble. At this moment, it was time for Jiang Chen to take action. This Xianyuan Kanglin almost took his life back then. Even without the blood sacrifice, Jiang Chen would not show any mercy to Xianyuan Kanglin because of his personal grudge. Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Lu Quanchao, Qin Yuma. The four of them were not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. They were heavily injured one after another. A bunch of ants trying to compete with me? Scram. Xianyuan Kanglin used his thunderbolt palm technique again. His palm carried the force of a thunderbolt, wreaking havoc in the sky. Su Jin and Yu Rongyan were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They were heavily injured by the thunderbolt energy. Death might be a form of release for you guys. The hidden secret realm will be under my control. Xianyuan Kanglin looked up. At this moment, more than half of the hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts had been sacrificed. He was one step closer to success. White-robed sword god Shuiliang fought against 10 beasts with ease. But Xianyuan Kanglin did not plan to give them any chance to turn the tide. He must end the battle as soon as possible. Thunderbolt palm technique, controlling thunderbolt. Xianyuan Kanglin struck out with his palm. Thunderbolt energy surged out from his palm. At the same time, the thunderclouds in the sky became more and more terrifying. A terrifying thunderbolt pierced through the sky. The thunderbolts shone brightly as they moved together with the palm, crushing Shuiliang. Shuiliang's expression changed. Because this palm had indeed threatened him. The controlling thunderbolt was indeed terrifying. If it wasn't for his sharp senses as a heavenly god realm expert, Shuiliang might not have been able to escape from this attack. Even so, Shuiliang was still pushed back by the palm. His expression turned gloomy. The silk-diluting demon sword pointed at Xianyuan Kanglin. Such a great azure dragon. I wonder if it can make Xianyuan Kanglin reveal his fear. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Sword god Shuiliang's strength was extraordinary. His current strength had reached the peak of the half-step heavenly god realm. He was on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. His sword was like a soaring dragon, like a tiger. The shadow of the sword turned into a raging dragon that soared through the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin could only dodge the attack. One could see that even Xianyuan Kanglin was afraid of sword god Shuiliang. Shuiliang struck out 10 palms consecutively before he managed to block the attack. But the terrifying airwave sent him flying. Xianyuan Kanglin was pushed back by Shuiliang. However, the 20 great demonic beasts started to tangle with Shuiliang again. They were not afraid of Shuiliang's attacks at all. Their strong defense, combat strength and endurance made the 20 great demonic beasts able to deal with Shuiliang better than Xianyuan Kanglin. Shuiliang knew that he would need to spend a lot of effort to kill these 20 beasts. By that time, the real immemorial giant beast would be standing in front of him. Chapter 24:14. Jiang Chen's lips curved upwards as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin calmly. Xianyuan Kanglin was slightly moved by Jiang Chen's appearance and nodded silently. That's right. There's a path to heaven, but you chose to come to hell. Looks like if I don't teach you a lesson you won't know what's good for you. You were lucky enough to escape back then, but you're not so lucky now. You have a lot of treasures on you, but you're wasting them. Only in the hands of an expert, treasures will not be covered in dust and shine. Xianyuan Kanglin said calmly. He did not put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. A mid-true god could easily crush him to death with just a finger. Then let's see who will be the one laughing in the end. Jiang Chen said as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. At this moment Xianyuan Kanglin could feel the battle intent from Jiang Chen. This fella is really not afraid of death. Jiang Chen, be careful. This fella is too strong. Lu Quanchao said seriously. Even though Jiang Chen was good at creating miracles, the four of them were not Xianyuan Kanglin's match. The great tycoon of the Clearstream sect was very famous. Yeah, be careful, Jiang Chen. Tu Jin said. Yu Rongyan and Qin Yuma looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated gaze. Even though he had cut off Dongfang Kuangyin's tongue, it was still difficult for a mid-true god to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Even if he was a peerless genius, Xianyuan Kanglin was one too. I don't know where he got his courage from, but I think no one will laugh at him at this moment. Qin Yuma said indifferently. She had always been arrogant, but she was not arrogant at all times. In front of an expert, her arrogance was also a form of mockery. Although she respected Xianyuan Kanglin's strength, he did not take the right path. He wanted to kill everyone in the hidden secret realm and the Burying Soul Mountain. It was her duty to fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Yu Rongyan stared at Jiang Chen silently. He only had one hope in his heart. Just like Lu Quanchao and Su Jin, he hoped that Jiang Chen could create a miracle. Jiang Chen pointed his sword at Xianyuan Kanglin. The battle was about to start. Xianyuan Kanglin was calm and steady. He did not need to use his full strength to fight against Jiang Chen. Killing Jiang Chen was as easy as taking something out of a bag. The sword is not bad, but I wonder how strong it is. Sword god Shueliang squinted his eyes and looked at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Although he did not know what grade it was, he could feel the killing intent from the sword edge. Even his Ling Luo by demon sword felt a sense of danger. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Your life will end at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin did not act carelessly. He took a step forward and closed in on Jiang Chen. His palm was filled with lightning and lightning. Thunderous palm. Jiang Chen's expression was calm. After the dragon transformation, his strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. He was not weaker than Xianyuan Kanglin at all. He slashed with his sword. Stars fell from the sky. Thunder roared and terrifying airwaves swept across 100 li away. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin took 100 meters back and stood proudly. At this moment the sword had shocked everyone. Even the sword god Shueliang had a smile on his face as he murmured, "That's right. This is getting more and more interesting. So powerful." This palm strike was actually blocked by him. Yu Rongyan took a deep breath. Although Xianyuan Kanglin was just testing his strength, he would have been severely injured if he was in Jiang Chen's position. However, Jiang Chen did not move at all. "Pooh, I told you. He will surely bring us a miracle." Lu Quanchao smiled and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. His decision was right. The changes in the Burying Soul Mountain might not be something that we can control. But he still came back. Su Jin sighed. Although he did not know why Jiang Chen came back, it was good enough that he did not die. "I've underestimated you. Jiang Chen, you're quite capable. But that's all." Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed. Although he was embarrassed, he did not care about this. Because Jiang Chen had something that he wanted. So this person must die. Jiang Chen leaped into the sky, Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He turned into a wolf's shadow and soared into the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin continued to unleash his thunderous palm technique. Jiang Chen was not afraid of the attack and tried to test it with his own body. The thunderous palm technique landed on Jiang Chen's body as if nothing had happened. Jiang Chen still leaped into the sky and unleashed his Azure Dragon's 5 steps. He turned around in the sky with his heavenly dragon sword. His sword skills were shocking. He was not any weaker than sword god Shueliang. The sharpness of his sword continued to break through the thunderous palm technique. The battle between the two became extremely intense and became the focus of everyone's attention. Jiang Chen pressed forward and retreated. His heavenly dragon sword did not slow down at all. Even when facing Xianyuan Kanglin, he was not afraid at all. Jiang Chen's attack had affected Xianyuan Kanglin quite a bit. On the other hand, the blood-red ancient giant beast was about to be finished with its blood. The hundreds of heavenly god realm beasts would become the last sacrificial offering. Do you really think that you're strong enough to defeat me? What a joke. Heavenly lightning palm, heaven's end. Xianyuan Kanglin attacked again. This time it was more ferocious than before. Each of his attacks was filled with killing intent, forcing Jiang Chen to take a few steps back. The current Xianyuan Kanglin might even be able to fight against a heavenly god expert. His heavenly lightning palm struck from all directions, causing Jiang Chen to fall into a passive position. Jiang Chen felt like he could barely defend himself. 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation. Jiang Chen instantly changed his formation to defend against Xianyuan Kanglin. The 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin's continuous attacks. However, the formation became unstable and collapsed under Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards with blood dripping down from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Lu Quanchao and the others held their breaths and stared at Jiang Chen silently. Although the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation could break through the Ice Palace's ice warriors, it could not withstand Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks. As the 5 Elemental Trigram Fire Formation was forcefully broken, Jiang Chen also suffered a slight backlash. That was why he was injured. However, it did not hurt his foundation. Jiang Chen had already separated his consciousness from the formation. That was why he was not injured. Strength overcomes all wisdom. This was the true terror of Xianyuan Kanglin. With his current strength, he could even kill a heavenly god realm beast. Chapter 24:15. The 4 great demon kings could not gain the upper hand against the 50 demonic beasts, as these demonic beasts did not recognize them at all. In their eyes, there was only Xianyuan Kanglin. They had no other choice. If Xianyuan Kanglin was allowed to continue, the blood sacrifice would be completed and the end would be hell on earth. The heavenly lightning palm fell on the void and Jiang Chen slashed down with the sword of solitude. Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin both retreated. Every step they took on the void created a loud explosion. Jiang Chen was even more shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin's current strength was too powerful. Jiang Chen was confident that he might not even be defeated by a heavenly god. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's aura was filled with an indomitable aura. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was terrifying. You've made me use my true qi. Now you can die. Xianyuan Kanglin's every step was filled with killing intent. The entire burying soul mountain was filled with wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. Millions of souls roared like the wind as they gathered towards the immemorial beast. The immemorial beast trembled at this moment as its heart thumped heavily. Everyone felt suffocated by the pressure. Controlling lightning, 9 heavens annihilation. Xianyuan Kanglin took out his ultimate weapon. The heavens trembled and the earth split apart. Along with the terrifying lightning, Jiang Chen raised his head and faced the attack head-on. Fire God Guards, get into formation. Jiang Chen roared in anger. The 12 Fire God Guards instantly got into formation. The heavenly fire separation and gathering formation could reverse the heavenly dipper. A thunderbolt palm once again landed on the heavenly fire separation and gathering array formed by the 12 Fire Divine Guards. At this moment, the arms of the Fire Divine Guards started to crack. However, the ferociousness of the array still rose. The Fire Divine Guards once again underwent a shocking change. 12 heavenly fire shot out in all directions and descended from all directions. It was as if they were falling from the sky with an extraordinary momentum. The death of heavenly fire burned the entire burying soul mountain. However, Xianyuan Kanglin struck them down one by one. This time Jiang Chen managed to escape. That was too dangerous. That guy really has an endless stream of tricks up his sleeves. Su Jin broke out in cold sweat, but in the end, Jiang Chen still managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. This kid is truly terrifying, Yu Rongyan said solemnly. The 4 of them looked at each other and worked together to help Jiang Chen attack Xianyuan Kanglin. The four great demon kings also looked towards Jiang Chen's direction. The battle between Jiang Chen and Xianyuan Kanglin was escalating. Even they were shocked. A mid-true god human is actually this powerful. This has really opened my eyes. The Dark Bat King muttered. That's right. This is also the first time I've seen such a thing in my life. Even if this fellow were to face us, he wouldn't show any signs of defeat. After all, the potential of humans and us demonic beasts are not on the same level. The nine-headed serpent sighed, stunned by Jiang Chen. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Sword god Shuelyang also looked at Jiang Chen silently. This fellow was able to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack continuously. Moreover, his cultivation realm was not even at the peak true god realm. This fellow will probably become a demon king in the future. Shuelyang's sword god title was slightly threatened at this moment. Jiang Chen was at the front while Su Jin and the others worked together to help him fight against Xianyuan Kanglin. Terrifying chi waves rolled across the heavens and earth. You brought this upon yourselves. Then you shall all be annihilated. Xianyuan Kanglin held the Overlord halberd in his hand and tore the void apart. It was a heavenly divine tool. Su Jin and Yu Rongyan were sent flying with a single strike. Lu Quanchao and Qin Yuma were not spared from the attack. Jiang Chen was the first to bear the brunt of Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. His sword clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin's Overlord halberd and a deafening sound of metal clashing could be heard. Xianyuan Kanglin pressed forward and Jiang Chen kept retreating. The 12 fire god guards also helped Jiang Chen, but it was useless. Xianyuan Kanglin was like a peerless divine king with his divine weapon in his hand. Jiang Chen was being pushed back by Xianyuan Kanglin. The mightiness of the dragon transformation could not be changed at all. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely gloomy and he could only dodge the attack. Divine halberd, invincible. Xianyuan Kanglin was relentless. He kept pushing Jiang Chen back. The Overlord halberd pierced through Jiang Chen's clothes. Even the profound heavenly armor was cracked. The terrifying aftershock caused Jiang Chen to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes and summoned the Fire Qilin. He stepped on the Fire Qilin and soared into the sky. He was going to fight Xianyuan Kanglin to the death. The Fire Qilin roared thunderously. The Fire Qilin's flames covered the void. Xianyuan Kanglin remained calm. To be able to make the Fire Qilin submit to you, looks like you're quite capable. But this Fire Qilin is mine now. I'm lacking a mount. This Fire Qilin is the most suitable mount. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the sky and laughed. The Fire Qilin was enraged. The Fire Qilin stepped on the sky and continued to spit out Qilin's flames. The Fire Qilin fought with Xianyuan Kanglin for a few times. Jiang Chen quickly rushed forward and faced Xianyuan Kanglin again. Sword of Solitude, fusion of dragon and sword. Jiang Chen's eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets. He attacked with the Fire Qilin and the Fire God Guards. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's strength suddenly rose. Jiang Chen did not expect this at all. Even though Xianyuan Kanglin had not reached the heavenly god realm, he was not far from it. The Fire Qilin and the Fire God Guards retreated. Jiang Chen was no exception. Under one strike, Jiang Chen and the Fire Qilin managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin. I'm shocked that you still have such strength. But no matter how strong you are, you can never be stronger than an immemorial giant beast. You're all going to die soon. Then I'll kill you before that happens. You'll never be able to witness this scene. Jiang Chen sneered. Arrogant and conceited. You won't be able to escape. I'll kill you first and sacrifice your blood to the immemorial giant beast. Xianyuan Kanglin looked at Jiang Chen coldly. Jiang Chen looked at the sky. As expected, the immemorial giant beast's heart was beating faster and faster. Could it be that their doomsday is coming? The immemorial giant beast was being sacrificed continuously. No one could stop it now. Everything was ready. Jiang Chen turned into the Azure Dragon, fusion of dragon and sword. He clashed with Xianyuan Kanglin continuously. The Fire Qilin attacked with all his might, trying to threaten Xianyuan Kanglin. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The immemorial giant beast's resurrection must be related to him. Because his powerful aura did not seem to belong to him. You can only reach this realm with the help of external items. Shameful. Jiang Chen sneered. Chapter 24:16. Jiang Chen's expression became serious. Xianyuan Kanglin's dreadfulness had completely exceeded his expectation. Because Xianyuan Kanglin's strength was rising continuously, that meant that the blood sacrifice might be related to him. Otherwise, how could he explain his rising strength? At this moment, Jiang Chen's pressure was increasing. Sword God Shueliang was facing 20 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. He started to show signs of fatigue. However, he did not seem to be defeated. After all, he was a sword god. His strength had already reached the peak of mid-heavenly god realm. Even though he had suppressed his cultivation, his radiance was still unstoppable. The 4 great demon kings were having a tough time as well. Facing the demonic beasts that were as numerous as carps in the river, it was a torture for them. Xianyuan Kanglin had already planned for this. That was why he was fearless at this moment. Once the immemorial beast revives, it would be their doomsday. Xianyuan Kanglin's attack was getting fiercer. Jiang Chen took every step carefully. At this moment, even the heavenly fire separation and gathering formation of the fire god guards was being suppressed by him. It was difficult for the fire god guards to fight back. Jiang Chen managed to block Xianyuan Kanglin's attack. However, he was in a dangerous situation. He might be defeated by Xianyuan Kanglin at any time. The current Xianyuan Kanglin was no longer the same as before. Even sword god Shueliang's eyes were filled with shock. I'm afraid that Xianyuan Kanglin is not any weaker than me now. Sword god Shueliang knew that his strength could not be compared to an expert of the same level as him. After all, his true combat strength was at the mid-heavenly god realm, but he had suppressed his strength. Be it in terms of sharpness, battle experience, or speed, they were not weak at all. His aura and combat strength were slightly inferior. Therefore, ordinary half-step heavenly gods could not be compared to him. But at this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had reached his realm, and it was his true combat strength, not including his background and trump cards. Jiang Chen's situation is too dangerous. Everyone's expression became solemn. Lu Quanchao could not help but feel worried. Jiang Chen was retreating step by step. If this continued, there was no way for him to retreat anymore. Jiang Chen, watch out. The fire Qilin roared. Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd descended from the sky. It was unstoppable. Jiang Chen kept retreating, but how could Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd give Jiang Chen a chance? The divine halberd had already sealed off Jiang Chen's escape route. The fire Qilin charged forward but was repelled by Xianyuan Kanglin's palm strike. The fire Qilin let out a deep roar, but he was still injured. If it wasn't for his strong physique, this palm strike could have killed an ordinary heavenly god beast. Jiang Chen, no one can stop me if I want to kill you. Accept your judgment. Xianyuan Kanglin's divine halberd was unstoppable. The divine halberd crushed the sky. Jiang Chen blocked it with his sword, but he was repelled for 800 li. The divine halberd's power was still as strong as before. Everyone could not bear to watch. Jiang Chen might really lose his wings in this battle. The invincible Jiang Chen who had created miracles in the past, was he really going to fall? Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor. Jiang Chen was silent. His eyes were cold as he looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. Once the Heavenly Dragon Battle Armor was activated, even a Divine King's attack would not be able to withstand it. Jiang Chen was fearless as he faced the might of the Divine Halberd. Jiang Chen. Lu Quanchao gritted his teeth. His vision became blurry. Jiang Chen had saved his life many times along the way. But now that Jiang Chen was in danger, he could do nothing but watch Jiang Chen fall. A prodigy of a generation still unable to grow up. Yu Rongyan said with a sigh. Perhaps their fates wouldn't be any better than Jiang Chen's, because once Jiang Chen died, they would no longer have any shields. As the young men who stood in front of them to protect them from the wind and rain, they felt guilty. The might of the divine halberd was unparalleled. The light of the heavenly dome shone over 90,000 li. Xianyuan Kanglin's halberd could even kill a heavenly god expert. Under the divine halberd, the mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. A corner of the burying soul mountain range was smashed by the divine halberd, creating a huge crater that was a few hundred meters wide. Dust flew everywhere, rippling across 1,000 li. However, at this moment the burying soul mountain was filled with dust. Jiang Chen's figure slowly stood up as if he was walking out from the ancient times. His pair of black eyes shone brightly in the starry sky, his pair of iron fists looked down upon the heavens. His body was as firm as a mountain, rising up from the dust like a comet, rushing towards the galaxy. Jiang Chen's sharp sword rose up and swept across the dust. Under the heavenly dragon battle armor, Jiang Chen's defensive strength was terrifying. Even Xinyuan Kanglin's halberd could not break through his defense. Jiang Chen's expression was cold as he once again stood opposite of Xinyuan Kanglin. At this moment even the calm sword god Shueliang was extremely shocked. He actually survived? Shueliang knew that at this moment, Jiang Chen's strength had reached a level that he had to take seriously. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-true god realm. Jiang Chen had already won everyone's respect, including him, the sword god. How is this possible? Jiang Chen is still alive. Yes, he's still alive. He's not dead. Jiang Chen is invincible. Facing Lu Quanchao and the others' excitement, Jiang Chen's heart became hot again. He was not the only one behind him. There were countless experts who were struggling in the hidden secret realm and those who did not know what was going on. Once Jiang Chen was defeated, the threat to Xinyuan Kanglin would become smaller. At that moment, Xinyuan Kanglin would become even more fearless. Therefore, Jiang Chen must not be defeated. For himself and for those innocent people, Xinyuan Kanglin must die. You're really tenacious. This is out of my expectation. Then you'll be facing a more ferocious attack. The corner of Xinyuan Kanglin's lips became more and more sinister. His internal channel was in a state of shock. He had already unleashed his strongest attack, yet it still failed to kill him. Instead, it allowed him to rise from the dust. This was a huge blow to Xinyuan Kanglin. However, he could not afford to lose his composure. Seeing that the immemorial beast was about to form, Xinyuan Kanglin calmed down. It's not that easy to kill me. I'm afraid it's not enough. Hehe. Chapter 24:17. You're the one who forced me to do this. Jiang Chen, I won't be able to rest easy if I don't kill you. Xinyuan Kanglin's eyes looked gloomy. He felt slightly depressed that Jiang Chen was still alive. He had bet too many things on Jiang Chen, especially the ancestral dragon pagoda. He had been drooling over it for a long time. Even though Jiang Chen did not come here, he was still searching for it. I can kill Wu Ruffing, I can kill you too. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. I should have guessed it. With Rufing's strength, there are only a handful of people who can kill him. If he wants to escape, no one can do it except for me. Since it's you, then it's even better. Let's settle the old and new grudges together. Xinyuan Kanglin closed in on Jiang Chen. This time his lightning palm technique was much more terrifying than before. Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk and his expression changed. He quickly retreated. Heavenly lightning? You have heavenly lightning? Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with shock. The dawn sky golden lightning in his hand was the heavenly lightning, the true lightning tribulation. Yet this Xinyuan Kanglin also has heavenly lightning. Jiang Chen never expected this. You're quite sharp. Yeah, such a terrifying heavenly lightning. Wouldn't it be better if I could control it? Unfortunately, this is only a heavenly lightning that the immemorial giant beast left in my possession. Without him, how would I dare to provoke this heavenly lightning? Even though 90% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is sealed, it's more than enough to deal with you. With my lightning palm technique, I can even kill a heavenly god. Xinyuan Kanglin shouted arrogantly. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. This was something even more terrifying than Jiang Chen's dawn sky golden lightning. It was a lightning that would only descend when one tried to break through to the divine king realm. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was much stronger than the dawn sky golden lightning. Even though it was only 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, it was still something that couldn't be underestimated. Even divine kings would be wary of this 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Rumbling thunder palm, 9 stars tribulation lightning. Xinyuan Kanglin charged forward once again. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning shook the void. The light of the firmament flickered as thunder rumbled. The lightning energy pierced through the void as if it wanted to destroy everything in the world. Jiang Chen is really strong. Maybe we can't blame anyone. We can only blame Xianyuan Kanglin for being stronger. Yu Rongyan said. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was something that even divine kings were afraid of. How could Jiang Chen withstand it? If Xianyuan Kanglin's attack was enough to kill Jiang Chen, then Jiang Chen's current situation would be the same. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Let's see if my dawn sky golden lightning is stronger or if your 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is stronger. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He wanted to control the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. If he could control 2 types of lightning at the same time, then his strength would increase by several folds. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was still in Xianyuan Kanglin's possession. But if the immemorial beast took it back, then it would be difficult to obtain it. Moreover, Xianyuan Kanglin could only unleash 10% of the heavenly tribulation lightning's power. Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Jiang Chen turned his palm. The dawn sky golden lightning descended from the sky. No one knew if it was the dawn sky golden lightning or the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Looking at the terrifying lightning clouds in the sky, even Xianyuan Kanglin was shocked. He could only unleash 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning's power. How could it be so powerful when combined with his rumbling thunder palm? Even he himself was frightened by it. What they didn't know was that the thunderclouds in the sky weren't just the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, but the dawn sky golden lightning. Heavenly lightning prison formation. Rise. Jiang Chen sneered. The dawn sky golden lightning and Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning prison formation shredded the surrounding void. Lightning clouds filled the sky in a 10 li radius. Xianyuan Kanglin frowned. Even though his aura was stronger, he still felt uneasy. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Your formation is mediocre. You want to trap me with a formation? Dream on. Xianyuan Kanglin attacked like lightning. Rumbling thunder palm followed by the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Each palm strike caused the void to collapse and everything to sink. Lightning streaked across the sky. It was so bright that people couldn't even open their eyes. Fighting me will only result in death. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is not something you can handle. Xianyuan Kanglin laughed madly. But before he could finish his laughter, he struck out a few palms, but none of them managed to hit Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen dodged Xianyuan Kanglin's attacks using the Great Void technique. However, Xianyuan Kanglin's thunderous palm kept hitting Jiang Chen's heavenly lightning prison formation. But the result was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no response at all. His 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning had no effect on the formation at all. Your doomsday is here. You're not the only one with heavenly lightning in this world. Moreover, your heavenly lightning is not under your control. But mine is different. Jiang Chen's smile became brighter. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression changed. Not only him, everyone was worried for Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen was still able to walk leisurely. What? You have heavenly lightning too? Impossible. This is impossible. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in anger. He struck out with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, but it was useless. The heavenly lightning prison formation locked him down. He couldn't escape from it. How is this possible? It's impossible for you to ignore the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin was a little mad and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. However, Jiang Chen's dawn sky golden lightning had already descended from the heavenly lightning prison formation. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin realized that it was not just his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth and used the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning to resist. However, the amount of energy he could use was too little. Facing Jiang Chen's complete dawn sky golden lightning, he could not withstand it at all. Such a terrifying aura made Xianyuan Kanglin feel a sense of danger. The dawn sky golden lightning had a hard time suppressing the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. But once it was suppressed, Xianyuan Kanglin would not have the chance to turn the tables. Enjoy the lightning energy. Chapter 24:18. Inside the heavenly lightning prison formation, Xianyuan Kanglin felt wronged as he was trapped within. The might of the heavenly lightning made his expression change. Even with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, he could not fight against Xianxia. He could only endure the baptism of the dawn sky golden lightning. Fortunately, Xianyuan Kanglin was strong enough. Otherwise, an ordinary half-step heavenly god would have been turned into ashes by now. This was a heavenly god realm lightning tribulation. Who could escape from it? Xianyuan Kanglin used all his strength to resist the dawn sky golden lightning. He could only unleash 10% of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. It was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. It's not that easy to kill me. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in anger. His palm technique was exquisite. Coupled with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, it was difficult for Xianxia to kill him. Moreover, his strength was rising continuously. Even though he had yet to reach the heavenly god realm, Xianxia could feel the danger. So, Xianxia did not want to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. He wanted to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I'm afraid that killing you will take up too much of my energy. So I've decided not to kill you. However, I'm taking the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Xianxia's eyes were filled with excitement. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was his best chance to obtain it. You want to snatch the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning from me? Dream on. This is the heavenly lightning sealed in my body by an immemorial beast's remnant soul. It's impossible for you to snatch it away. Xianyuan Kanglin squinted his eyes and said, Lung lung. Then let's wait and see. What do you think? Xianxia flew up and held the Zulong Tower in his hand. At that moment the 9 heavens were shocked. This was the first time Xianxia unleashed the might of the Zulong Tower. He wanted to suppress Xianyuan Kanglin and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Such a terrifying dragon aura. It's hard to tell the grade of this divine tool. Could this Xianxia be the reincarnation of the 9 heavens divine lord? It's actually so terrifying and has such a treasure. Looks like it won't be easy for Xianyuan Kanglin to deal with Xianxia. Even the void cracked when the pagoda pressed down. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes turned cold. He finally saw the Zulong Tower again, but this time it was suppressing him. The Zulong Tower shone brightly, suppressing the void. The heavenly lightning prison formation was shrouded by the Zulong Tower. Xianyuan Kanglin could feel his aura being suppressed. The might of the Zulong Tower was too terrifying. What a grand guardian of the pagoda town. This Xianxia is getting more and more interesting. If I wasn't entangled by this group of damnable fellows, I would have fought with you. Sword God Shuel Yang's eyes were filled with battle intent as he charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia looked at him. Looks like this fella is also a battle maniac. Looking at Xianxia's eyes, Sword God Shuel Yang couldn't help but feel like a hero cherishing a hero. No one can suppress me. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning charge. Xianyuan Kanglin roared in rage. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning kept striking the Zulong Tower. However, the Zulong Tower's suppression was stable. No matter how hard the lightning struck, it was still as stable as Mount Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Xianxia. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could eat Xianxia alive. He was suppressed by the Zulong Tower, and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was useless against him. At this moment he felt threatened. I'm not only suppressing you but also the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is my real target. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly. He was determined to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Under the suppression of the ancestral dragon pagoda, Xianyuan Kanglin couldn't retaliate at all. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning seemed to have a consciousness of wanting to break free as it continuously attacked the ancestral dragon pagoda. Trying to take away my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? Dream on. Xianyuan Kanglin gritted his teeth. At this moment, even though he was suppressed, he was not afraid. Because he knew that the immemorial giant beast was about to come back to life. That's not up to you. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he moved his hand. At this moment the ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly and shone brilliantly. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning became much weaker. It couldn't break through the ancestral dragon pagoda's suppression no matter how hard it tried. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning seemed extremely depressed. All living things have spirits. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was the same. However, it only had a spiritual consciousness to protect itself. It was impossible for it to break through the defense of the Zulong Tower. Now I'm going to remove the connection between you and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The suppression of the Zulong Tower and the myriad Qi cauldron. At this moment, no one can protect you from the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Jiang Qin moved his left hand and the myriad Qi cauldron suddenly appeared, crushing the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The myriad Qi in the myriad Qi cauldron poured out at this moment, completely sealing and surrounding the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. What's this? Xianyuan Kanglin looked at the myriad Qi cauldron in shock. Although he did not know what it was, the myriad Qi cauldron's overbearing aura had completely shocked him. The myriad Qi cauldron could tame the violent 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Moreover, under the suppression of the Zulong Tower, the myriad Qi cauldron was able to deal with the resistance of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning with ease. Jiang Qin smiled. At this moment the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was going to belong to him. No, no, no. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with bloodlust. However, he was powerless. Jiang Chen's myriad Qi cauldron had completely seized the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and cut off the connection between him and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. At this moment, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning had turned into a lightning ball and was sent into the myriad Qi cauldron. At this moment Xianyuan Kanglin could not believe that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was taken away by Jiang Chen. This was a huge blow to him. Moreover, if the immemorial giant beast were to awaken, he would be implicated as well. You bastard! Xianyuan Kanglin cursed. But at this moment Jiang Chen did not care about him at all. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was extremely violent. It was hard to tame it in a short period of time. Hence Jiang Chen could only throw it into the myriad Qi cauldron. Jiang Chen looked at the lightning ball. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning now belonged to him. Once he could fuse with the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, his strength would increase exponentially. At that moment, even 10 Xianyuan Kanglins would not pose a threat to him. Now that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was in his hands, Jiang Chen had to take action against this fella. All of this was caused by Xianyuan Kanglin. Now it must end here. You want to kill me? Why don't you look back first? Xianyuan Kanglin's roar resounded through the clouds. At this moment, 1,000 zhang tall immemorial giant beast slowly rose behind Jiang Chen. Chapter 24:19. Everyone's gaze fell upon the monstrous giant beast. Their hearts felt as if they were struck by a hammer. Their expressions changed drastically and their hearts trembled. Lion body, ponytail, tiger-like eyes, dragon brows, body like a titan, mouth like a black hole, swallowing the heavens and earth, shattering the mountains and rivers. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely solemn. This monstrous giant beast was one of the most terrifying giant beasts in the immemorial era. No one knew about its existence, but everyone was afraid of its majesty. It was unreachable and its aura could swallow thousands of miles. I finally came back to life. The primordial colossal beast murmured with a trace of bewilderment and a sigh in its voice. Its mammoth eyes swept across the burying Soul Mountain, causing everyone to fall into a state of panic. This scene was truly terrifying. Where am I? Why did I forget who I am? What am I going to do? Where did I come from? Jiang Chen was slightly startled by the immemorial giant beast's words. This giant beast seemed to have lost its memory. Why? Is it related to the Iceman in the earthly Hades sacred mountain? Jiang Chen did not know. However, the immemorial giant beast had lost its memory as well. Everyone was filled with fantasies. Haha, the immemorial giant beast has come back to life. Everyone here shall die. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. At this moment, the immemorial giant beast looked around with greed in its eyes. So hungry. The immemorial giant beast let out a sigh and grabbed the 4 heavenly god realm demonic beasts with its huge claws and stuffed them into its mouth. The giant bloody mouth instantly devoured the demonic beasts. No one was able to react in time because the immemorial giant beast's speed was too fast. At this moment even Jiang Chen was a little confused. Isn't this immemorial giant beast a little too terrifying? Its strength was immeasurable. It was 1,000 zhang tall beast with unstoppable might. This was a true immemorial giant beast. We must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all become the immemorial giant beast's food. Sword god Shuoyang said in a deep voice. He had already realized the danger of this ancient giant beast. This place was definitely not a place to stay for long. As soon as he finished his words, the other claw of the immemorial giant beast caught another 6 heavenly god realm demonic beasts. All of them were Xianyuan Kanglin's subordinates. Xianyuan Kanglin remained calm as he knew that the beast was going to devour the demonic beasts. What kind of demonic beast is this? How could it be so terrifying? Swallowing demonic beasts alive? The Dark Bat King's expression changed drastically and he kept retreating. The 4 great demon kings all had an ugly expression on their faces. They quickly dodged the attack and managed to escape. However, the appetite of this ancient giant beast seemed to be quite huge. With just a turn of his body, another 5 giant beasts were directly swallowed. The scene was extremely bloody. Everyone and every beast were extremely shocked and didn't dare to be careless. A heaven-devouring titanic beast. Looks like we're really in trouble this time. Jiang Qin said in a low voice and looked at the fire Qilin beside him. The latter had already transformed into a young man. His face was extremely pale as he stared at the immemorial giant beast without saying a word. Do you know something? Jiang Qin asked in a low voice. The fire Qilin looked at Jiang Qin and remained silent for a moment. We're probably going to die. What is this immemorial giant beast? How could it be so terrifying? Jiang Qin found it hard to believe. The dragon has 9 sons and each of them is different. The most fearful and greedy one is none other than the Tao Tai. Moreover, it's not the descendant of the Tao Tai but the ancestor of the Tao Tai. Although it doesn't look like the dragon clan, its bloodline is purer than the dragon clan because it's the son of the ancestral dragon. In the ancient times, there was a Tao Tai that could devour the sun, moon and stars. It died in the northern sea and was buried in the Green Hill. Its spirit wandered around the ancient times and never entered the divine tomb. Those who see the Tao Tai will definitely become its food. The fire Qilin's voice was slightly trembling. In the Qilin clan, only the single-horned golden Qilin can compete with it. Whether it's the Tao Tai or the single-horned golden Qilin, they should have long been buried in the ancient times. However, this Tao Tai has been passed down for countless years and was buried here in the hope of resurrection. This Tao Tai must be a remnant of the ancient times. In my inherited memories, there is a vague record that it wasn't just a great war between the heavens and the earth. It was also the beginning and end of an epic. All the living beings in the world fell and the strong were like ants, their blood spilling across the world. The 9 sons of the dragon are existences that can devour the heavens. Only the ancestral dragon can suppress them. The fire Qilin's words were like pearls. In Jiang Chen's heart a storm was set off. If it wasn't for the fragments of the fire Qilin's inherited memory, who would know such a secret? When Jiang Chen looked up again, he finally revealed an extremely solemn expression. We only have one choice now, and that is to run. Run as far as we can. The fire Qilin said in a low voice. He was not weak, but in the face of absolute power, all schemes were useless. He was strong, but it did not mean that he could defeat everything. Xianyuan Kanglin's strength had caused the fire Qilin's defeat. Even if he was facing the white-clothed sword god Shuoyang, he might not lose so miserably. An ordinary heavenly god would not be able to fight back in front of the fire Qilin. However, at this moment he had no other choice. Because he knew how terrifying the Tao Tai was, he did not have any thoughts of resisting. Resisting would mean death. If they could escape until the hidden secret realm opens, they might be able to survive. But if they could not wait until then, the ending was already decided. Congratulations, Lord. Congratulations on your return. From now on, Lord is the only one in this world. Xianyuan Kanglin said excitedly. I remember you. You're the human who helped me return. Alright, from now on you're my slave. This is your supreme honor. The Tao Tai's words made Xianyuan Kanglin's lips slightly tremble. This fella actually treated me as his slave. That's not what he said when he asked me to help him prolong his life. The world is so big and they have 80% to 90% of it. But now, Xianyuan Kanglin knew that he was being used by the immemorial giant beast. Something's wrong. Why is my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning gone? Tell me, did you steal my heavenly tribulation lightning? The Tao Tai took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble. Xianyuan Kanglin retreated with an ugly expression. He pointed at Zhou Xian and said, "It's him. He stole Lord's 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. It's my fault, my fault." Chapter 24:20. Useless thing. The Tao Tai waved his hand and smashed a barren mountain. Xianyuan Kanglin ran away in panic, looking at the beast that went back on its words. However, he could not find anyone to reason with. In this world, the one with the bigger fist would always be the one in the right. This was the unchanging rule. History would always be written by the strong. "Lowly human, how dare you steal my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning? How annoying. Why can't I feel the aura of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning?" The Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth and said while staring at Zhou Xian coldly, "Primordial giant beast, a generation of Tao Tai. You should have died millions of years ago, but you didn't die completely hoping to resurrect. Seems like you can also be considered a demonic beast with a big scheme." Zhou Xian said, "What? He's the Tao Tai? Impossible. The Tao Tai exists to devour the heavens. Could this immemorial giant beast be the Tao Tai? Did I just say the Tao Tai?" Xianyuan Kanglin murmured. Even he did not know that the immemorial giant beast was the Tao Tai. "You're right. To be able to know my identity and conceal the aura of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. I'm quite curious about you. I guess it's the fire Qilin's memory that let you know my identity," the Tao Tai said faintly. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed another 8 heavenly god realm beasts and stuffed them into his mouth. At that moment, everyone held their breath. The heavenly god realm beasts were just food in front of the Tao Tai that had just been resurrected. Wouldn't their situation be even more difficult now? Zhou Qian's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, the Tao Tai had locked onto him. "Tell me, where's my 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning?" The Tao Tai's divine might was unparalleled. His voice could be heard from 1,000 miles away, causing everyone to feel great pressure. As he spoke, he did not forget to eat those heavenly god beasts, continuously swallowing them into his stomach. The Tao Tai's name of being able to devour all living things was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Moreover, it was extremely bloody. Even heavenly god beasts were like that. This made Su Jin, Lu Quanchao and the others sigh. They were not even comparable to heavenly god beasts. They were like ants waiting to be slaughtered. It's not difficult to find out where the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning is. The only way I'll tell you is if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Zhou Qian said casually, causing everyone present to be taken aback. Did this guy not want to live anymore? To dare to provoke a primordial beast that was simply courting death. Your life at this moment is about to end. Once I kill you, the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning will naturally reappear. Tao Tai seemed to have lost his patience with Zhou Qian. If you kill me, you will never be able to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, Zhou Qian said confidently. Seems like Zhou Qian has a way to deal with this guy. There's no need to panic, everyone, Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. If that's the case, I'll just have to kill him. I refuse to believe that there's anything in this world that I, Tao Tai, can't handle. Tao Tai harumphed coldly. With a single breath, he could destroy mountains, rivers, and vegetation. His strength was terrifying. This guy is too strong. We can't defeat him with force, nor can we outsmart him. Of the 36 stratagems, escape is the best. Quick, run, run. Zhou Qian let out a deep roar. Under the astonished gazes of Lu Quanchao and the others, he had already made a run for it, disappearing without a trace. Trying to run? Not so easy. Tao Tai's eyes were extremely cold. Zhou Qian had offended him and even tried to devour his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. How could he tolerate this? A mere human dared to challenge his dignity and completely disregard him, a primordial mythical beast. This had already ignited the rage in the Tao Tai's heart. That guy, he's running away just like that? Lu Quanchao was dumbfounded. Initially, he thought that Zhou Qian was confident and had a card up his sleeve. But in the next second he actually ran away. This caused everyone's jaws to drop to the ground. This guy really doesn't walk the normal path. But thinking about it, it was reasonable. This primordial beast was too terrifying. Now it had already scattered in all directions. After all, staying alive was more important than anything else. If I don't run, should I just wait here to be eaten? Jiang Qin murmured, fear lingering in his heart. At this moment he had already executed the Great Void technique, escaping 100 li away. But in the eyes of the Taotai, there was only Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin had stolen his 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. He would definitely be the first to be killed. The 4 great demon kings followed closely behind. Jiang Qin disappeared from the mountain range of the Burying Soul Mountain. The next step was the real escape. Who could fight against the immemorial giant beast Taotai? However, it would not be easy for Lu Quanchao and the others to escape. Xianyuan Kanglin was eyeing them like a tiger watching its prey. He would not let them go. Plus, he was the lackey of the immemorial giant beast. He would definitely follow the immemorial giant beast to kill everyone. By that time the entire hidden secret realm would become a living hell. The Taotai's mightiness could be seen clearly. At this moment, Jiang Qin had nowhere to hide. The Taotai's figure was like the sky, blocking his way in an instant. There was no way for Jiang Qin to move forward or retreat. You will not be able to escape from my palm. Hand over the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, lowly human. The Taotai enveloped Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. He did not know how powerful the Taotai was, but it was at least beyond the heavenly god realm. Plus it had just been revived. If this fellow were to recover to its peak, it would at least have the combat strength of a god emperor. The Taotai was the son of the ancestral dragon. Its bloodline was pure. It was much better than the dragon clan. Plus, it was a peerless demonic beast in the immemorial era. How could it be ordinary? This fella is hard to deal with. Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that we're done for. The Fire Qilin said in a deep voice. At this moment they were in a dilemma. There was no chance for them to escape. The hidden secret realm was like a turtle in a jar to them. I will not give up even if I die. Jiang Qin's expression was cold. He was ready to fight to the death. So what if he had to fight till the last moment? Men would rather die standing than live an ignoble existence. I shall ride the wind and return. My sword shall cut through the void. Heaven's will. Fusion of dragon and sword invincible. Chapter 24-21. It's just a small trick. But this sword essence is interesting. The Taotai smiled indifferently. He raised his claw and grabbed the heavenly dragon sword. The heavenly dragon sword was caught by the Taotai's claw, but Jiang Qin turned around in the sky and his sword essence was able to break free from the Taotai's grasp. But even so, Jiang Qin could see that the second sword of the Sword of Solitude only left a shallow mark on the Taotai's body. This is too terrifying. This is truly an ancient beast. Its might is indescribable. Jiang Qin's heart was in turmoil. His strongest attack was easily broken by the Taotai. This was a huge blow to Jiang Qin. How terrifying is this fella? The 4 great demon kings were already blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin's army of beasts. Lu Quanchao and the others were also blocked by Xianyuan Kanglin's beasts. Sword god Shuelyang's sword pierced through the sky. He only had the Taotai in his eyes. The sword slashed through the sky and the sword radiance spread across thousands of miles. The Taotai suddenly turned around and roared in anger. The white sword god Shuelyang was instantly pushed back by the Taotai and blood spurted out from his mouth. The power of the roar was extremely powerful. Lowly human, how dare you sneak attack me? You shall die too. The Taotia's claw smashed out, shattering the void. 100 miles away, Shuelyang's expression changed drastically and he fled in panic. He exerted all his strength and threw out a heavenly divine tool, but it was shattered by the Taotia's claw. Only then did he manage to survive. At this moment, Jiang Qin wanted to run away. However, the Taotai was too sharp. He could travel 100 miles in a single step. This made Jiang Qin lose the desire to run away. He only needed one step to chase after Jiang Qin. Even the white-clothed sword god Shuelyang was impressed by such a peerless expert. Looks like this hidden secret realm is destined to change. When Jiang Qin saw the Taotai attacking again, he immediately took out the heavenly dragon battle armor. At this moment, the heavenly dragon battle armor actually cracked from the Taotia's attacks. Jiang Qin also suffered severe internal injuries. It was still unknown whether he could block the second attack or not. As expected, Taotai did not give Jiang Qin a chance to breathe at all. The second attack came again. Jiang Qin kept restoring the heavenly dragon armor, but it was of no use. This time the heavenly dragon armor was almost completely smashed. Jiang Qin was seriously injured. With the self-healing of the wood spirit and the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill, Jiang Qin hurriedly restored his strength so that he could fight with Tao Tai. However, Tao Tai was full of killing intent. Jiang Qin defended twice and almost lost his life. "Am I really going to die here?" Jiang Qin murmured. "You won't die as long as I'm here." A gentle yet cold voice reverberated in Jiang Qin's ears. A red figure stepped on the air and blocked Jiang Qin's way. "Red Lotus," Jiang Qin said quietly. This time Red Lotus finally took the initiative to attack. Because she knew that Jiang Qin could not handle the Tao Tai. "Spirit of Red Lotus karmic fire?" Tao Tai frowned and looked at Red Lotus. "You know how powerful I am. Why don't you retreat now?" Red Lotus shouted in an overbearing manner. "Hee. In this world there's no one who could make me lose my feathers. Who do you think you are? Although the karmic fire of the Red Lotus is a threat to me, it's not enough to do anything to me. Since you're so stubborn, then I can only devour you." Tao Tai's voice rumbled like an earthquake in the valley. "I'm afraid that you can't devour me." "Humph. There's nothing in this world that I, Tao Tai, can't devour." The Tao Tai let out a deep roar as it opened its bloody mouth. As if it was about to devour the heavens, everything in the world trembled. Mountain God Red Lotus charged towards the Tao Tai. Flaming palms descended from the heavens, descending into the mortal world, forming terrifying blood-red lotuses. However, when these blood-red lotuses landed on the Tao Tai's body, they only left a deep mark and did not hurt the Tao Tai at all. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus lives up to its name. However, your strength is far from enough. I once met a real fire spirit of the Red Lotus. It was the most terrifying flame in this world. Even I could only flee from afar. But in the end he died under the combined efforts of us 6 brothers. Whether it was 6 or 7 brothers I can't remember. It's just a short memory fragment. After the laughter, Tao Tai fell into a daze. "It's you who killed my mother." Red Lotus's eyes were about to crack. Red light flickered in her eyes. Flaming blades soared into the sky. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus burned the world. Even the Tao Tai, an ancient giant beast, could not escape unscathed. His body was burnt in many places. "It's been too long. Death is death. You can't escape the fate of death either. I'll shatter your fire spirit completely. You'll never be able to reincarnate," the Tao Tai said in a deep voice. He swept his body and a terrifying devouring aura filled the void. Each of Red Lotus's attacks was fatal. She wanted to fight to the death with the Tao Tai. However, she did not gain any advantage in the end. The Tao Tai was too terrifying. Even Red Lotus was constantly being suppressed. "Fire spirit of the Red Lotus, you're only Scram." Tao Tai threw out several punches. Dragon roars resounded in the sky. Although it was Tao Tai, the dragon might was still present. After Red Lotus was pushed back, her face turned pale. She was heavily injured by Tao Tai's attack. Even Red Lotus was defeated. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow. Red Lotus was his biggest trump card. If even Red Lotus was not a match for the Tao Tai, then what chance did they have to turn the tables around? Jiang Chen's heart was filled with sorrow as he looked at Red Lotus. Fire Qilin gritted his teeth. He did not regret following Jiang Chen. However, he was powerless at this moment. Perhaps this was their fate. "Jiang Chen, I know that you have the Qilin divine arm. Because of me, you're not willing to use it. However, today we'll fight with our lives on the line. Today I'll burn my Fire Qilin origin fire to help you rebuild the Qilin divine arm. Success or failure depends on this. If I fail, I'll just be one step ahead of you." Fire Qilin smiled. Jiang Chen's face changed. "Once your origin fire is extinguished, even Red Lotus won't be able to save you." Chapter 24-22. Good brother. Jiang Chen heavily patted the Fire Qilin's shoulder. That frail-looking young man at this moment was incomparably tall. He knew that the Fire Qilin was also trying to save himself. This was also his last attack. If he succeeded, then there would be a chance for him to survive. If he failed, then everyone here would not be able to escape from the Tao Tai's stomach. That immemorial beast that could devour the world was 100% a devil. Fire Qilin burn. Refine the arm with flames, Qilin reappears. The fire Qilin instantly transformed into his true form and circled around Jiang Chen's arm. The Qilin's figure was like a dancing dragon and a dancing phoenix, whistling unceasingly. The flames were burning. This was the fire Qilin's life fire, which was used to reforge Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm. This kind of torment made Jiang Chen's arm feel as though it was about to melt. The terrifying temperature was not much lower than the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with bloodlust. At this moment he was not only carrying his own weight, but also the great wish of the fire Qilin. If he could defeat the Tao Tai, then they would be saved. Ah! Jiang Chen roared in anger. The fire Qilin's life fire was stronger than his Qilin true fire. The price of burning the fire Qilin's true fire was equivalent to self-destruction, but it was a slow suicide. Fire Qilin. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with ruthlessness and anger. The terrifying Qilin divine arm was once again displayed, and it was more than 100 times stronger than before. On the Qilin's divine arm, there were traces of dancing flames. The reason why he did not display the Qilin divine arm was because he did not want the fire Qilin to feel that he was using it. Since the fire Qilin had chosen to surrender and lowered his arrogant head, he had regarded this young fire Qilin as his own brother. But now the fire Qilin had to use his own fire Qilin to save them. Although the fire Qilin did not know if he could survive, he still did not hesitate. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with grief, but the Qilin divine arm had already undergone a complete transformation. After experiencing the burning baptism of the fire Qilin's origin fire, Jiang Chen's left arm had already been reborn. It was brand new and full of terrifying explosive power. Once the Qilin divine arm appeared, the world would inevitably change color. Jiang Chen suddenly had the courage to compete with the heavens. After using the dragon transformation, Jiang Chen used the ancient soaring dragon technique again. At that moment Jiang Chen's strength was infinitely close to the heavenly god realm. It was not the heavenly god realm, but it surpassed the heavenly god realm. Honglian, move aside. Jiang Chen's roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. Red Lotus was slightly stunned, but she quickly retreated. Jiang Chen's current strength was indescribable. After using the ancient soaring dragon art, his strength had reached an unprecedented level. Moreover, the might of the Qilin divine arm was also extraordinary. This time Jiang Chen was betting his life and the life of the fire Qilin. If he failed, then he would die. Interesting. The Tao Tai murmured. No, this is the ancient soaring dragon technique? How can this be? How can you know the ancient soaring dragon technique? Not even the sovereign of the dragon clan has this technique. The Tao Tai's eyes were filled with astonishment and shock. This ancient soaring dragon technique was not only able to raise one's strength to the pinnacle, it could also allow one to use their qi to reach the pinnacle of strength. After using the ancient soaring dragon technique, the Tao Tai became slightly serious. If Jiang Chen's strength had reached the heavenly god realm, perhaps the Tao Tai would not dare to let his guard down. Moreover, the ancient soaring dragon technique allowed Jiang Chen to completely suppress the Tao Tai's aura. How could this be? A mid-true god actually managed to suppress me, the Tao Tai? Impossible, this is impossible. The Tao Tai roared at Jiang Chen. Qilin divine arm shaking the heavens and earth. Jiang Chen threw out a punch. The might of the Qilin divine arm was unstoppable, incomparably sharp and powerful. Even a heavenly god realm expert's expression would change upon hearing it. Jiang Chen could feel that his current strength had reached a terrifying level. Even he himself was shocked. However, the Tao Tai was simply too strong. Even though he had used the ancient soaring dragon technique and the Qilin divine arm, he still lost to the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai ferociously and savagely collided with him. No, Jiang Chen was sent flying, blood spurted out from his mouth. His expression was extremely cold. He did not believe it. He did not want to believe that he could not defeat the Tao Tai. How strong was this fella? However, Jiang Chen did not understand what the Tao Tai meant. Even the god emperors of the 9 heavens would have to take a detour if they met the Tao Tai when he was at his peak. Even though he had just been revived, he was still not to be underestimated. A tiger that had fallen to the plains would be bullied by a dog. However, the Tao Tai was different. An immemorial ferocious beast like him was an extremely rare existence in the heavens and earth. Moreover, he was the son of the ancestral dragon. Under the heavens, there was only one Tao Tai whose bloodline was even more terrifying than the dragon clan. Very strong little fella. However, you still have no chance of turning the tables in front of me. Tell me, how did you obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique? The Tao Tai said in a deep voice. Zhou Xian had already made him become incomparably serious and dignified. However, he was an immemorial ferocious beast after all. Zhou Xian's strength was still too weak. Right now, what he wanted the most was the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the ancient soaring dragon technique. Once he obtained them, he would be able to roam the 9 heavens and be invincible. Even if I die, you won't be able to obtain them, Zhou Xian said while clenching his teeth. Stubborn fool. If you give me the ancient soaring dragon technique, I might consider sparing your life. The Tao Tai said. Zhou Xian knew that the ancient soaring dragon technique would definitely be a great help to the Tao Tai. If he were to give it to the Tao Tai, he would be helping the Tao Tai. Even if he were to die, he would not let the Tao Tai have his way. Dream on. If I die, not only will you not be able to obtain the ancient soaring dragon technique, you won't even be able to obtain the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Zhou Xian said lung lung. Then accept your judgment. Your deaths shall bear witness to the rebirth of me, the Tao Tai. I shall devour the entire world and reign supreme. Haha. Even without the ancient soaring dragon technique, no one will be able to stop me if I want to kill. The Tao Tai took a step forward and faced Zhou Xian directly. Let's try everything we can. Let's see if you can suppress the Tao Tai. In Zhou Xian's despair, he could only place his hope on the ancestral dragon pagoda. At this moment, the ancestral dragon pagoda shone brightly, instantly suppressing the Tao Tai. The tiny golden pagoda stood on top of the Tao Tai's head, stopping the Tao Tai from moving. This is the ancestral dragon chi? The Tao Tai subconsciously took a few steps back. His expression changed greatly as his body trembled. At this moment, his eyes were filled with violence and bloodlust, together with a hint of fear. Old fart, you've been dead for tens of thousands of years, yet you're still alive? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Chapter 24-23. The Tao Tai had never imagined that an old man who had been dead for tens of thousands of years was still alive. Furthermore, his death was a fake death that lasted for tens of thousands of years. He was still alive and his soul wasn't destroyed. That's why he could be reborn. As for the Tao Tai, he was completely obliterated. Even his soul had dissipated between the heavens and earth. However, he was still alive. The ancestral dragon chi was something that only one person could possess. That was his father, the emperor of the dragon clan, the primordial ancestral dragon. The people of the divine world might have already forgotten what the primordial ancestral dragon meant. However, as the son of the ancestral dragon, the Tao Tai deeply remembered it. In the past, the primordial 9 dragons ruled the world. In the dragon clan, no one could rival them other than the dragon emperor. However, the dragon clan wasn't the true dragon clan. Although their bloodline was extremely pure and they were the direct descendants of the dragon clan, they weren't born from the dragon emperor and the dragon clan. To put it bluntly, they were all illegitimate children. Although the primordial 9 dragons were invincible, they were still ruthlessly suppressed by the dragon clan. As the father of the dragon emperor, not only did he not help them, he even suppressed them personally. The dragon clan had 9 sons. 6 of them were buried in the primordial era while the other 3 escaped. One of them was the Tao Tai. The grudges of the past had been entangled for tens of thousands of years. It was pushed to this day by the merciless wheel of time. Needless to say, this was an indescribable fate. As for whether it was fate of love or misfortune, no one knew. In the primordial era, the 9 sons fought against the dragon emperor, shocking the heavens and earth. The people of the dragon clan were also slaughtered by the primordial 9 dragons. Because of this, the dragon emperor killed his 9 sons. The Tao Tai would never forget the ancestral dragon aura of the dragon emperor. It was the dragon emperor who gave him life and took it away with his own hands. He wasn't willing. Even if he had to go against the heavens and devour the heavens, he still wanted to return to the world. The Tao Tai was incomparably shocked. This pagoda was filled with the ancestral dragon aura. This natural suppression from the godfather made his heart incomparably furious. What's the use of a father who gave birth to him but didn't raise him? Since their father wanted to kill them, they had to fight back. Whoever survived to the end would be the winner. The Taotai was cruel by nature and would eat anything. He had once wanted to swallow the great ancient dragon emperor, but the dragon emperor broke out of his stomach. This was also the eternal nightmare of the Taotai, and now the terrifying chi of the ancestral dragon made his heart sink to the bottom again. The Taotai had just been reborn. He had never thought that there would be such a coincidence in this world. Was the dragon emperor ancestral dragon really in the hidden secret realm? Zulong Tower suppressed them. Xianxia roared, his eyes flashed with a bright light. This Taotai seemed to be afraid of his Zulong Tower and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. This Zulong Tower indeed had a miraculous effect. The ancestral dragon chi might not be able to suppress me. Rise for me. The Taotai rushed to the Milky Way, intending to shatter the Zulong Tower. However, the ancestral dragon chi spread across the sky, causing all the beasts to bow down and worship it. Even the 4 great demon kings were forced to kneel down under the pressure of the ancestral dragon. What a terrifying suppression. Is it really a pure-blooded dragon clan? Even the Taotai giant beast could not make us demon kings experience such a huge change. What kind of terrifying person is hiding in this pagoda? Yeah, this aura makes me tremble as if he could kill me with just a thought. This must be the aura of the dragon clan. Even the Taotai was suppressed. What else can we do? The 4 great demon kings looked at each other, as a trace of helplessness appeared on the corners of their mouths. To demonic beasts, especially those of a low rank, the sovereign of 10,000 beasts was not an existence that they could contend against. Sword god Shuelyong stared at the Taotai. He could feel the great threat from the Taotai. However, his sword could not retreat. Even if he had to risk his life and die silently, he would still fight till the end. This was an indomitable aura. However, when Xianxia used the Zulong Tower to suppress the Taotai, his eyes were filled with shock. Although Xianxia's strength was not as strong as him, he had many tricks up his sleeves. At this moment they were lucky that Xianxia managed to suppress the Taotai. Otherwise all of them would have died. Xianxia really created a miracle. Lu Quanchao said in a low voice. His heart was struggling and he could not calm down for a long time. The hidden secret realm this time was much more terrifying than before. If it was not for Xianxia, the hidden secret realm would have been plunged into an abyss of misery. This is the aura of a supreme. Xianxia is not an ordinary person. Yu Rongyan's eyes were burning. He had never admired anyone in his life except for Xianxia. If Xianxia's strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm, he might not even be able to withstand one strike from Xianxia. This was the gap between them. Everyone knew that those who did not witness Xianxia's strength would not have such a feeling. Xianxia's aura of an expert was unparalleled. At least in the eyes of sword god Shuelyong, Xianxia was already an expert. Even if Xianxia was a mid-heavenly god, Xianxia might not be at a disadvantage. Even so, the gap between them was a whole realm. No one had ever dared to challenge Xianxia. An expert must constantly surpass himself. This was Xianxia. Xianxia did not expect that the Zulong Tower could really save him from a crisis. At the moment of life and death, it had completely become his natal divine weapon. Little fella, calm down. Leave this to me. A deep and sonorous voice appeared in Xianxia's mind. The voice was old and carried a trace of dejection and a sigh. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that it was the voice of the ancestral dragon pagoda. Could it be the spirit of the Zulong Tower? Xianxia's heart was in turmoil, but he quickly calmed down. The Zulong Tower must be extraordinary. However, he did not know how terrifying the Zulong Tower was. A figure suddenly appeared on the Zulong Tower. He was wearing a green robe. His hair and beard were all white. His eyes were like torches. His aura was natural, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. However, Xianxia did not know that no one else could see the green-robed old man on the Zulong Tower. The green-robed old man turned around and looked at Xianxia. His gaze made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. You're really not dead yet, the Taotai said while looking at the green-robed old man. The old man was none other than the immemorial ancestral dragon, the first dragon emperor of the dragon clan. He was also his father. I am your father. Do you really wish for me to die? Unfilial son. The ancestral dragon emperor said indifferently. He did not seem to be angry because the Tao Tai had always been like this. Chapter 24-24. Father? Have I ever had a father? You gave birth to me but you didn't raise me. You even let your dragon race hunt me down. Is this your fatherly love? I have never had a father nor a mother because I had already eaten her the moment she gave birth to me. The Tao Tai said while laughing. He opened his mouth as if he was going to devour the entire world. The ancestral dragon emperor's eyes darkened. Devouring his mother to strengthen himself. The Tao Tai was definitely the first in history. He must kill such an evil creature as soon as possible. Moreover, the Tao Tai was the strongest. He had devoured many dragons to make his bloodline extremely pure. In the dragon race, the ancestral dragon emperor was number 1 and he was number 2. You vile creature, you should have died a long time ago. You should have turned into a wisp of green smoke in this world. You tyrannically moved unhindered through the archaic immemorial era, bringing countless disasters to the dragon clan. A centipede that dies but doesn't fall down. You actually want to revive and bring chaos to the world. The ancestral dragon emperor said. You think you have the right to talk about me? If it wasn't for you, how could there be the immemorial 9 dragons? You're going to leave after eating me. Longyin, do you really think that you're the leader of justice in this world? 9 heavens, I will devour my father to strengthen myself. I will become the strongest in the dragon race after eating you. The Tao Tai said while gritting his teeth. Aren't you struggling at death's door? I know that you also want to be reborn. You can't bear to part with the dragon clan. You can't bear to part with the glory and splendor of your life. But it's a pity that even though you have the ancestral dragon's chi, your strength is still too weak. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as pie. You're still as arrogant as ever. Tao Tai, you bastard. You should have died long ago. I shouldn't have left you in this world. You've caused so many people to suffer. Don't forget I gave you your life. Others might not be able to do it, but it's not difficult for me to deal with you. The Tao Tai was startled by the ancestral dragon emperor's words. What the ancestral dragon emperor said was true. In the past, the ancestral dragon emperor fought against his 9 sons alone. The battle between father and son shook the heavens and the earth. Many people in the immemorial era were shocked by the battle. The ancestral dragon emperor killed his own son in the name of justice. Then let's try. You are no longer the ancestral dragon emperor who could control the sky with one hand. I'm no longer at my peak. Who will be the one laughing in the end will depend on the fortune of the heavens and earth. You hypocritical ancestral dragon emperor, for the so-called righteous battle, you even killed your own son. Even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. You are a devil. The Tao Tai roared. You 9 evil beasts wreaked havoc in the world, so I was duty-bound to do so. You only have yourselves to blame for killing you. It wasn't your fault that you were born ugly. What was wrong was that you made use of your mistakes and made your personalities even uglier. That was the reason why I killed you. If I don't kill you, countless innocent people will die, so you must die. Today you will not be able to escape. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Old man, I want to devour the sky. Nobody can stop me. When I am able to devour the sky, let's see who can compete with me. I want the sky to melt into my body. The Tao Tai's voice shook the heavens and was deafening, but only Xianxia could hear it. In the eyes of sword god Shui Liang and the others, the Tao Tai was standing there motionlessly, as if he was being suppressed by the ancestral dragon pagoda. Success. Xianxia has suppressed the Tao Tai. Lu Quanchao was extremely excited. The Tao Tai is finally suppressed. This feels great. I never thought that we would still have to rely on Xianxia. However, it feels good to have a new lease on life. Su Jin said with a smile. Sword god Shui Liang looked at the Tao Tai and the golden Zulong Tower silently. At that moment he felt that something was wrong and Xianxia looked solemn. Because only Xianxia knew that the battle had just begun. It was still unknown whether the ancestral dragon emperor would win or the Tao Tai would win. It's too early to be happy now. Ancestral dragon emperor, I hope you won't disappoint me. Xianxia stared at the 2 people in the sky. He realized that Lu Quanchao and the others couldn't see this scene at all. This was a spiritual exchange that transcended reality. Because he had merged with the Zulong Tower, he could see it. You're only a spiritual body now. How can you fight against me? Heaven-devouring roar. The Tao Tai opened his mouth and was about to swallow the ancestral dragon emperor and the Zulong Tower. However, the ancestral dragon emperor did not want to be outdone. He struck 3 palms on the Tao Tai's body, forcing him to retreat. The ancestral dragon chi suppressed the sky. The Tao Tai was extremely solemn. Even though the ancestral dragon emperor was just a remnant of his soul, he still dared not underestimate him. Since he was born from the ancestral dragon emperor knew all of his tricks. Seal it for me, bastard. The ancestral dragon emperor roared and kept making hand seals. At this moment, the Tao Tai's expression was extremely solemn. He would never compromise even if he was severely injured. Once he compromised, he would be destroyed forever. It would be impossible for him to be reborn. This was his only chance. The Tao Tai would never give up. He would fight with the ancestral dragon emperor till the end. Impossible. It's impossible for you to seal me. The Tao Tai and the ancestral dragon emperor attacked with all their might. The earth shook, the valley cracked, the lava exploded, and the tsunami was formed. Everyone's expression changed drastically. However, at this moment the Tao Tai still did not move an inch. This aura is indeed terrifying. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. His eyes were extremely cold. In this battle, the one who could laugh until the end would be the final winner. Jiang Chen's eyes stared at the Tao Tai without blinking. He was extremely nervous. Success or failure was directly related to whether they could continue or not. In this hidden secret realm at this moment, this was the only hope. Not knowing why, Jiang Chen was very confident in the ancestral dragon emperor. Even though he was just a remnant of his soul, a fighting soul that broke out from the tower and fought with the Tao Tai, he still believed that evil would never win. The Tao Tai had done many evil things and he was the son of the ancestral dragon emperor. The ancestral dragon emperor would definitely find a way to stop him. If I don't seal you, how can the heavens and earth exist? How can all living things exist? Obviously, the ancestral dragon emperor had made up his mind. If he did not suppress the Tao Tai now, the Tao Tai would break out of the seal and leave the hidden secret realm. By then it would be extremely difficult to catch him again. Most importantly, the Tao Tai's strength was increasing too fast. He kept on devouring beasts and humans to increase his strength continuously. Trying to seal me? Impossible. Die for me, you old fart. Chapter 24-25. Did I win? Jiang Chen murmured. His heart was in a mess. This battle concerned everyone's life and death. How could he not be worried? It's impossible for you to win against me. Old fart. Old fart. What are you trying to do by not dying? The Tao Tai roared in anger. At that moment, the ancestral dragon emperor's soul became weaker and weaker. At the end, it became so dark that it was hard to see. Unfilial son, unfilial son. The ancestral dragon emperor said with a bitter smile. His remaining soul power had already been destroyed by the Tao Tai. He had completely turned into an afterimage, completely useless. It was already very difficult for him to survive such a terrifying collision. The truth was obvious. The ancestral dragon emperor had lost. However, the Tao Tai was also heavily injured. He had lost 800 men. This was his last resort. The ancestral dragon emperor had completely lost his fighting strength. He could finally break through his shackles like a fish in water. By then he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the world. There's nothing I can do. The ancestral dragon emperor glanced at Jiang Chen and disappeared into the Zulong Tower. Jiang Chen held the Zulong Tower in his hand and faced the Tao Tai again. However, he was still pushed back by the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai was heavily injured now. He wasn't as terrifying as he used to be. Even so, Jiang Chen was still cautious. The Tao Tai's strength was indescribable. The Tao Tai's combat strength was still terrifying. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and the sword of solitude was unleashed. Under the effect of the ancient soaring dragon technique, the Tao Tai was getting more and more powerful. However, Jiang Chen was still losing ground as the gap between the two of them was too huge. Who can do anything to me? Ah. The Tao Tai was arrogant. He used his hand to cover the sky. A death charge sent Jiang Chen flying for 80 miles. Blood spurted out from Jiang Chen's mouth as he was forced to retreat. Everyone held their breath because once Jiang Chen was defeated, their hope would be completely shattered. Jiang Chen knew that the ancestral dragon emperor was defeated. Their chances were getting slimmer. A bunch of ants. Now I will show you who's the true ruler. Xianyuan Kanglin's lips curled up as he murmured. Everyone, brothers from different sects, this happened because of me. This Tao Tai was also released by me. Now I know how big of a disaster I have caused. From now on, even if I have to die, I will make this Tao Tai's soul return to the Western Paradise. I will make him pay for what he's done. Go back to where you came from. Even if I die in battle, I, Xianyuan Kanglin, will not shirk from this responsibility. Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward. At this moment he had given up on fighting Jiang Chen and the 4 great demon kings. Instead he aimed his spear at the Tao Tai. Obviously he came prepared for this battle. It's great to know one's mistake and change for the better. The expert that I admire did not disappoint me. Qin Yuma's eyes lit up. At this moment she looked at Xianyuan Kanglin in a new light. Lu Quanchao, Yu Rongyan and the others were slightly shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin's sudden betrayal shocked them. At this moment the Tao Tai already had the upper hand. If he followed the Tao Tai he would definitely be the biggest beneficiary. However, Xianyuan Kanglin betrayed them. He wanted to save the humans when the humans were in danger. To him this was a bad thing. That was why everyone was shocked. Could it be that Xianyuan Kanglin had really changed for the better? Is he going to atone for his mistake? Jiang Chen frowned. He was doubtful. He felt that Xianyuan Kanglin was not normal. He must be crazy to point his spear at the Tao Tai at this moment. However, he still sent everyone away. He wanted to fight the Tao Tai to save the humans. This is all because of me. I will definitely give everyone an explanation. This Tao Tai must die. Otherwise we will never have a day of peace. The disaster of the humans will definitely spread from this fella. Xianyuan Kanglin said righteously. He looked at Jiang Chen and sword god Shui Liang silently. Regardless of what reason you have, if you are able to help us kill this Tao Tai, all of our grudges can be written off. Sword god Shui Liang said faintly. He looked at Jiang Chen with a profound gaze and turned to Xianyuan Kanglin. Undeniably, Xianyuan Kanglin was too tempting. Jiang Chen and sword god Shui Liang might not be able to defeat the Tao Tai even if they joined hands. Now that Xianyuan Kanglin and the 4 great demon kings had joined hands, the Tao Tai might not be able to defeat the Tao Tai. Sure. Jiang Chen said softly. He wanted to see what Xianyuan Kanglin was planning. At least now that they had formed an alliance, it would be a threat to the Tao Tai. Otherwise, no one would be able to withstand the Tao Tai's rage. I really want to see what you're going to do. It's not too late to kill you after I kill the Tao Tai. Jiang Chen thought in his heart. He didn't believe in the saying of knowing one's mistake and being able to correct it. In other words, a dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Jiang Chen didn't know what kind of arrogant fart this fellow was hiding. Perhaps he wanted to break free from the Tao Tai's enslavement by forming an alliance with them at this time. But in other words, since he had already decided his future fate and allowed the Tao Tai to reappear in this world, he should understand how terrifying this was. I hope you can do what you said. Yu Rongyan said. Don't let us look down on the prestige of Clearstream sect. A famous sect, don't let it be destroyed by someone like you. Lu Quanchao said coldly. Xianyuan Kanglin was trying to redeem himself. If he could really help Jiang Chen and the others to defeat the Tao Tai, he might be able to survive. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape from the Tao Tai's hands. Xianyuan Kanglin might have done something wrong in the past. But I will use my actions to make up for it. No one is willing to be someone else's slave. Xianyuan Kanglin said. Everyone was moved because what Xianyuan Kanglin said was not a lie. Who would be willing to be someone else's slave? Moreover, the Tao Tai treated Xianyuan Kanglin as a slave. Xianyuan Kanglin had the precondition to change sides. That was why he was willing to be a slave. But in Jiang Chen's eyes it was different. He always had reservations about Xianyuan Kanglin. It was shocking that Xianyuan Kanglin could change his mind so quickly. Chapter 24-26. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Let's get rid of this Tao Tai first. Sword God Shuiliang saw Jiang Chen's worry and said quietly. Jiang Chen nodded and went forward. Everyone, count us 4 great demon kings in this battle. If Tao Tai is not eliminated, there will never be peace in the hidden secret realm. We'll also face the crisis of life and death. We're duty-bound to participate in this battle. The 9-headed dragon shouted, not showing any sign of weakness. The 4 great demon kings followed behind Xianyuan Kanglin, not fearing Tao Tai at all. A bunch of ignorant scoundrels. You're not qualified to fight me. Tao Tai sneered. Although he was injured, a camel is still bigger than a horse. He was not afraid even if Jiang Chen and the others joined forces. How dare you betray me? Then I'll let you know what it feels like to be tortured and never be reincarnated. Tao Tai's eyes were burning as he stared at Xianyuan Kanglin, treating him as his #1 enemy. You're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Tao Tai was extremely overbearing. His terrifying giant claws covered the sky and kept smashing down. Xianyuan Kanglin and the 4 great demon kings joined forces to resist Tao Tai's attack. On the other side, Jiang Chen and Sword God Shuiliang kept attacking Tao Tai from all sides. At this moment, Tao Tai dared not to be careless anymore. Sword God Shuiliang and Jiang Chen's 2 swords swept across the universe, invincible under the heavens. Tao Tai did not dare to be careless anymore. Sword God Shuiliang and Jiang Chen's 2 swords swept across the universe, invincible under the heavens. The blood-colored Tao Tai beast that was like a mountain relied on its terrifying and tyrannical body to fight against everyone and not be at a disadvantage. A bunch of ants. I'm going to devour every single one of you. Tao Tai roared continuously, puffing out clouds, wanting to devour Jiang Chen and the others. That way he would be able to increase his strength. To him it was like adding wings to a tiger. However, Jiang Chen and the 4 monster kings, Sword God Shuiliang and Xianyuan Kanglin, which one of them was easy to deal with. Hence it was impossible for the Tao Tai to devour them. Everyone was extremely cautious. The 4 great demon kings complemented each other and were extremely powerful. Even Jiang Chen was extremely cautious. The combined might of the 4 of them was actually on par with Xianyuan Kanglin. However, they were still slightly inferior compared to the Tao Tai. Even if Jiang Chen was facing the 4 great demon kings, it would still be extremely difficult for him to win. The sword cuts through the void and heaven's will. A sword to the west, breaking the world apart. Jiang Chen and Sword God Shuiliang's terrifying sword shadows pierced through the void. The Tao Tai roared furiously and blocked the attack with both of its arms. It was instantly forced to take a few steps back, crushing the mountains, rivers and trees. The 4 great demon kings and Xianyuan Kanglin followed closely behind, attacking the Tao Tai ferociously. The Tao Tai was incomparably frenzied. He clenched his claws and swept across the void. The 4 great demon kings were the first to bear the brunt of the Tao Tai's attack. They were all sent flying backwards. The 4 great demon kings took advantage of the gap and unleashed their strongest attack, knocking down the Tao Tai. The Tao Tai's gigantic figure was like a collapsing mountain. Dust flew everywhere, deafening to the ears. Xianyuan Kanglin pierced through the sky with his halberd, sending the Tao Tai's arm flying. Blood spurted out from the wound. Damn you guys. You're all going to die. The Tao Tai was furious. These humans and monster kings had already threatened his life. Hence he couldn't help but be shocked. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do so. Heavenly Shadow Suppression. Jiang Chen summoned the 12 fire god guards and set up the Heavenly Shadow Formation, trapping the Tao Tai within. The Tao Tai kept on attacking and the 12 fire god guards were having a hard time. Under the Tao Tai's attacks, the formation started to crack. However, at this moment Sword God Shuiliang also followed closely behind. His sword pierced through the Tao Tai's chest. A sharp sword ray pierced through the chest of the Tao Tai. That sword ray shocked the entire world. At the same time, Sword God Shuiliang also suffered a great impact. The Tao Tai turned around and clawed at Sword God Shuiliang's body. Even someone as strong as Sword God was severely injured by the Tao Tai's claw. The Tao Tai staggered backwards. Jiang Chen raised his sword again. The heavenly dragon sword whistled and pierced through the Tao Tai's chest. A boundless sword ray instantly pierced through the sky, dazzling the 9 heavens. Qilin divine arm erupt. Jiang Qin threw out a punch. The fire Qilin was extremely weak at this moment. However, because the fire Qilin had ignited its own flame of life, it was able to baptize Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm. The current Qilin divine arm was no longer what it used to be. With a punch, the Tao Tai's figure was pushed back a few steps. The Tao Tai's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, he was indeed heavily injured by these lowly humans that he looked down on. You bunch of ants, I want all of you to die. The Tao Tai attacked again. With a claw, the heaven and earth changed color. His target was Jiang Qin. However, Jiang Qin was also shocked. He pierced through the sky with his sword, piercing through the Tao Tai's claw and soared up to the 9 heavens. This is the moment. Sword God Shuiliang sneered. Sword shadows turned into thousands of sword lights, like feathers falling from the sky. Tao Tai was forced to retreat once again. The wounds on its body were already all over. Jiang Qin and Xinyuan Kanglin rose up. Countless sword rays and halberd rays tore through the void. The Tao Tai's gigantic body was pushed back. At this moment they finally saw the light of victory. Jiang Qin swung the Qilin divine arm and threw 3 punches at the Tao Tai's eyes. Blood splattered everywhere. This was the first time the Tao Tai was in such a sorry state. The Tao Tai roared in anger. He clawed at Jiang Qin with both of his claws. Jiang Qin could not dodge and was caught between the Tao Tai's claws. With a thought, Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword turned into a myriad of swords. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, the Tao Tai's chest and arms were completely torn apart by Jiang Qin's heavenly dragon sword. The unity of man and sword. Is this the unity of man and sword? Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly. He managed to break free from the Tao Tai's tight grip. At that moment the heavenly dragon sword turned into Jiang Qin, completely breaking through the realm of one with the sword, surpassing the realm of one with the sword. The unity of man and sword was the perfect fusion of Jiang Qin and the heavenly dragon sword. The unity of man and sword was the perfect fusion of Jiang Qin and the sword was Jiang Qin. He could turn into the sword and the sword could turn into him. With one sword 10,000 swords would be broken. With one move 10,000 swords would fall. Jiang Qin heavily injured the Tao Tai. Everyone's injuries were quite serious, including him. In the end the Tao Tai grabbed him tightly and wanted to swallow him alive. However, he managed to turn the tables and complete his counterattack. The unity of man and sword had become a new height for Jiang Qin. His compatibility with the heavenly dragon sword had reached a new peak. Jiang Qin could feel that the sword spirit of the heavenly dragon sword seemed to have a connection with him. Now go to hell, Tao Tai. Evil will never prevail over good. You will never be able to defeat us. Xinyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with splendor. He said fiercely and gave the Tao Tai a powerful blow. Chapter 24-27. Needless to say, Xinyuan Kanglin's strength was formidable. The soaring heavens combat halberd was pulled out from the ground and blood stained the sky. The Tao Tai's figure staggered at this moment. Xinyuan Kanglin took this opportunity to chase after the Tao Tai. Under the situation where Jiang Qin had already injured the Tao Tai, Xinyuan Kanglin attacked again, forcing the Tao Tai into a dead end. Roar! Roar! The Tao Tai roared unwillingly and kept stomping on the ground. Every time it stomped on the ground the earth trembled. Jiang Qin, the 4 great demon kings and sword god Shuiliang used their last bit of strength to suppress the Tao Tai, causing the Tao Tai to lose all strength to resist. The Tao Tai fell to the ground. At this moment Xinyuan Kanglin soared into the sky and stood on top of the Tao Tai. A terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes and he turned into a stream of light, entering the Tao Tai's mind. Tai, your spiritual strength has finally been weakened. Let's see how big of a wave you can create this time. As the saying goes, when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Xinyuan Kanglin sneered in his heart. At this moment the Tao Tai's body was full of holes and blood was flowing out. Xinyuan Kanglin stood on top of the Tao Tai. His heart was in a state of shock. Because he had left a mark on the hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beast souls that the Tao Tai had devoured. Even though the Tao Tai had devoured those heavenly god realm demonic beasts, the soul mark was still fused with the Tao Tai. Xinyuan Kanglin's thought moved and a terrifying intent came from the Tao Tai's soul. It split into two and fought with him for the control of the soul. Jiang Qin and the others heaved a sigh of relief because the Tao Tai had finally fallen. They were finally saved. The four great demon kings and sword god Shuiliang were severely injured. Jiang Qin was no exception. However, the spirit-severing life-prolonging pill and the wood spirit had allowed him to recover better than the other two. What is this Xianyuan Kanglin doing? Jiang Qin looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin was standing on the Tao Tai with a stern expression. He was fighting the Tao Tai, trying to kill the struggling Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin looks like he has turned over a new leaf. If it wasn't for him, the Tao Tai wouldn't have lost so thoroughly. Plus, we can't defeat the Tao Tai alone. The nine-headed dragon said solemnly. Although Xianyuan Kanglin had done a lot of bad things before this, fortunately he changed his ways at the crucial moment and became their ally once again. They managed to subdue the Tao Tai by working together. Xianyuan Kanglin's contribution from the beginning to the end was undeniable. Just like what he said before, his merits and demerits offset each other. Finally, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. There is true love in the world. Xianyuan Kanglin did not disappoint us. The Clear Stream sect managed to keep its title as a 1,000-year sect. Qin Yuma said quietly. She admired Xianyuan Kanglin quite a bit. At the very last moment, Xianyuan Kanglin managed to turn the situation around with the other experts. At that moment, Xianyuan Kanglin had washed away the stain on his name. This time, Xianyuan Kanglin's contribution is great. It's worth celebrating. Yu Rongyan said with a smile. Every one of them could not help but sigh after surviving the calamity. The saying evil will never prevail over good was reasonable. After all, they were the final victors. Xianyuan Kanglin and the dying Tao Tai fought till the very last moment. Everyone was relieved. However, Jiang Qin was still a little unwilling. He felt that this fellow was like a wolf in sheep's clothing. Would he really be kind enough to fight with everyone? At this moment, Jiang Qin could not help but let go of the doubt in his heart. Because the final result had proven everything. No matter what mistakes Xianyuan Kanglin had made, this moment was enough to make up for it. However, he was the one who caused the birth of the Tao Tai. Even if the Tao Tai was defeated in the end, he would not be credited for it. Only Jiang Qin knew that the ancestral dragon emperor was the one who made the greatest contribution in the Battle of the Zulong Tower. Unfortunately, the ancestral dragon emperor was in deep slumber at this moment. Both of them were severely injured after the terrifying soul collision with the Tao Tai. However, the Tao Tai was stronger than the ancestral dragon emperor. That was why he was able to hold on until now. Otherwise, without the ancestral dragon emperor, they would have died in the hidden secret realm. You want to devour my soul? The Tao Tai's soul kept roaring and struggling, because he could feel a terrifying evil intent fighting with him for control of his body. That soul imprint was the devouring soul that was hiding in the depths of his soul. Hundreds of heavenly god realm demonic beast soul imprints had condensed into a terrifying soul energy at this moment, fighting against the Tao Tai. If the Tao Tai was resurrected, he would be fearless. However, the Tao Tai's body was severely injured and his soul was on the verge of death. That terrifying soul imprint was fighting against him at this moment. In his mind, two different soul imprints were fighting for control of his body. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin joined in. His soul energy and the soul imprint in the Tao Tai's mind could merge together. How is this possible? You can merge with the soul imprint in my mind? The Tao Tai was filled with shock. The anger in his heart continued to burn wantonly. You've planted a soul imprint in my soul? It's too late to know that now. I knew that it would be hard for me to control you. Therefore I planted a seal in the souls of the heavenly god beasts that you devoured. Those souls are all under my control. This soul energy is something that you can't control at all. And I will be the one controlling this soul imprint. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered, looking at the Tao Tai with disdain. You bastard, you're a bastard through and through. Your plot has been carried out against me from the very beginning. Even though the Tao Tai was extremely angry, he could not change the current situation. Moreover, the original soul imprint became stronger under the support of Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy, completely suppressing his soul energy. Chapter 24-28. I have to say I have underestimated you. I thought that you've just come back to life and your strength must be extremely weak. At that time I would be able to devour you. However, I did not expect that you're still as powerful after coming back to life. If it wasn't for that fella's pagoda, I wouldn't have the chance to devour you. You can only blame yourself for being too arrogant. You might be strong and arrogant in the past, but it's not your era anymore. I will devour you, become stronger and become a real human-shaped Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin said Lung Lung. 70,000 years. Who could understand how much effort and sweat he had put in during these 70,000 years? Xianyuan Kanglin cultivated for 7,000 years, sacrificing his own cultivation to help the Tao Tai extend his life. The Tao Tai also taught him the secret technique to preserve his soul and reincarnate, allowing him to live for 70,000 years and become a prodigy. Since 70,000 years ago, Xianyuan Kanglin had already decided to do this, because he knew how difficult it was to become a monarch, and this Tao Tai was his greatest opportunity. How could Xianyuan Kanglin miss out on this? All the humiliation, sadness, silence, everything exploded at this moment. Xianyuan Kanglin used his terrifying soul energy to engulf the Tao Tai's weak soul. The Tao Tai was extremely weak right now, otherwise Xianyuan Kanglin would not have taken advantage of it. You despicable humans, all of you will die a horrible death. I am not willing. I, the Tao Tai, have been a tyrant for my entire life. To be defeated by a lowly human like you, I am not willing. The Tao Tai's angry roar gradually disappeared into the depths of his soul. Xianyuan Kanglin also devoured the Tao Tai's soul. At this moment he was the Tao Tai and the Tao Tai was him. No matter how powerful the Tao Tai was, no matter how unwilling he was, at this moment his soul was destroyed. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely shocked. When his soul entered the Tao Tai's body, he finally understood that even the reborn Tao Tai was not as powerful as he was when he was at his peak. It was a realm that he had never understood before. How difficult would it be to become an emperor? Such a powerful devouring energy, such a powerful energy moving mountains and seas, devouring the heavens. In the future, I will make Xianyuan Kanglin's name resound in every corner of the divine world. Xianyuan Kanglin clenched his fist. His soul fused with the Tao Tai and devoured it. However, it was extremely complicated for the body to fuse. To be reborn in another person's shell, to occupy the magpie's nest. Xianyuan Kanglin was now the true Tao. Look. Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured by the Tao Tai? Lu Quanchao exclaimed. At this moment, everyone was caught off guard. They did not expect the Tao Tai to swallow Xianyuan Kanglin in the final battle. Even Jiang Chen was slightly stunned. Could it be that this Tao Tai still has some strength left? Was he deliberately showing weakness just now? Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured just like that? Jiang Chen's pupils shrunk. At this moment, everyone's face turned solemn. They could not believe and were unwilling to believe that Xianyuan Kanglin was devoured by the Tao Tai. Xianyuan Kanglin. Qin Yuma's eyes turned red. The righteous Xianyuan Kanglin in her heart had become the Tao Tai's food. Everyone was shocked and he died in the end. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. At this moment the Tao Tai was him and he was the Tao Tai. His soul was shuttling between Xianyuan Kanglin and the Tao Tai. It might take some time for them to fuse completely. However, even so, Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy had skyrocketed, reaching the peak of Divine King Realm. His soul energy alone was enough to suppress everyone. This is what I want. I want the sky to change. Today everyone here shall die. The Tao Tai's voice reverberated across the sky. However, they did not know that Xianyuan Kanglin had completely devoured the Tao Tai's soul. After 70,000 years he had finally become the Tao Tai, a peerless beast that was destined to look down on the world. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Even though the voice belonged to the Tao Tai, the tone sounded like Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen felt that something was not right between the Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin. You're not the Tao Tai. You're Xianyuan Kanglin. Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He was just guessing. That's right. So what if I tell you? The Tao Tai is now under my control. Xianyuan Kanglin is the Tao Tai is Xianyuan Kanglin. Now that I know all of you must die. I am the only one who can walk out alive. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked at the scene in disbelief. Is he really Xianyuan Kanglin? However, the incomparably huge Tao Tai beast was incomparably real. What was the relationship between Xianyuan Kanglin and the Tao Tai? Isn't this too unimaginable? He's the Tao Tai? Where's Xianyuan Kanglin? Wasn't he eaten by the Tao Tai? Su Jin's expression turned pale. This situation had completely exceeded his imagination. I'm not seeing things, am I? Xianyuan Kanglin? How is this possible? How can he fuse with the Tao Tai? Qin Yuma's heart completely collapsed at this moment. Her image of Xianyuan Kanglin had completely changed. The genius that she deeply yearned for became the most despicable schemer. Tao Tai Xianyuan Kanglin. Hehe. What a confusing Tao Tai feast. Yu Rongyan was filled with bitterness recently. But what could he do? His life and death were in the hands of the Tao Tai. Jiang Qin, Shui Liang and the 4 great demon kings were all heavily injured. Who could fight against the Tao Tai now? He must have been prepared for this. Otherwise he wouldn't have pretended to help us. If I'm not wrong, it's not that easy for him to control the Tao Tai. He needs us to work together to control the Tao Tai. What a pleasant surprise. But after the pleasant surprise, I'm shocked. Xianyuan Kanglin is still the scariest grand guardian of the Clear Stream sect. Sword God Shui Liang smiled calmly. It was unknown if he was really calm or if he was pretending to be calm. Jiang Qin said coldly. Not bad. You're smart. But it's a pity that all of you won't live past today. Jiang Qin, I will devour you and take the Zulong Tower. You don't deserve the Zulong Tower. Xianyuan Kanglin's deep voice gave everyone a heavy blow. Because what they were going to face next was death. They still couldn't escape from their fate. The Tao Tai was dead, but Xianyuan Kanglin was still alive. The scariest thing was that Xianyuan Kanglin had controlled the Tao Tai's body. His strength would be extremely powerful. Looks like the Tao Tai is immortal if I don't kill you. But the Tao Tai's strength is not something that we can fight against. Does the heavens really want the millions of spiritual beasts in the hidden secret realm to die? Chapter 24-29. As expected, he has ulterior motives and is full of schemes. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and he said in a deep voice. At this moment he was the only one who had the strength to fight again. Sword God Shui Liang was also injured, but it was still unknown whether he could fight again. At this moment Jiang Chen was carrying a lot of burden on his shoulders. He had to fight till the end. If he lost, he would lose everyone's life. Although Jiang Chen didn't blame himself, he would regret it for the rest of his life if he lost the battle. I'm going to devour all of you to strengthen my strength. Xianyuan Kanglin took action and grabbed the beasts that he controlled in the past and swallowed them into his mouth. His mouth was so big that it made people's hearts palpitate. Every time he swallowed the beasts, it would be so shocking. Even though the Tao Tai was injured, it had fused with Xianyuan Kanglin's soul. Then you'll have to get through me first. Jiang Chen held his blade and stood at the forefront, looking at the Tao Tai that kept closing its bloody mouth. His heart was as calm as still water. At this moment he had calmed down. No matter if he won or lost, he would give it his all in this battle. I'll hold the line for you. Sword God Shui Liang looked at Jiang Chen solemnly and said faintly. It was difficult for him to reach the peak of his strength. So at this moment he couldn't exert his true strength and could only reduce the pressure for Jiang Chen as much as possible. You're overestimating yourself. Then I'll use you as an example. My strength will rise to the next level after I get the Zulong Tower. By then who can stop me in this world? Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely arrogant. He looked down at Jiang Chen and the others. He was the overlord of the world now. Jiang Chen and the others were like ants in his eyes. I didn't expect you to be such an evil person. We wasted our efforts and actually believed that you could turn over a new leaf? A dog can't stop itself from eating shit. Lu Quanchao said while gritting his teeth. Since it has come to this, we can only place our hopes on Jiang Chen and Sword God. Although I'm not a person who likes to put my safety in the hands of others. The corner of Su Jin's mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Helplessness and sadness were written all over his face. Jiang Chen, give me your life. Xianyuan Kanglin went straight for Jiang Chen. His body was like a mountain as he leapt up and blocked Jiang Chen's path of retreat. His claw struck down and everything within a 10 li radius became barren, the ground cracked, dust was everywhere, the wind and clouds surged and the mountains roared. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He retreated in order to advance. The heavenly dragon sword was more skillful now. From the unification of dragon and sword to the unification of man and sword, Jiang Chen's understanding of the heavenly dragon sword had improved. Although his strength was still the same, Jiang Chen and the heavenly dragon sword had a tacit understanding. The heavenly dragon sword was instantly unleashed. 100 zhang long swords swept across the void and struck the Tao Tai's giant claw fiercely. Jiang Chen was forced to retreat for 10 miles. His expression was solemn. The terrifying counterforce made Jiang Chen's body feel a great pressure. Compared to the Tao Tai, the difference between his body and the Tao Tai's was like heaven and earth. Therefore, the Tao Tai's counterforce and his counterforce were incomparable. The skin between Jiang Chen's thumb and forefinger was cracked. His blood was boiling. The dreadful vibrating force had given him great pressure. Sword god Zhou Xian quickly took action. He pointed his sword at the void and exchanged more than 10 blows with the Tao Tai. Streaks of dreadful sword light slashed on the Tao Tai's body, but it only left some marks on the Tao Tai's body. The Tao Tai was not hurt at all. You will die if you fight with me. Xinyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. The Tao Tai once again unleashed its terrifying combat strength. Sword god Shueliang was knocked away by the Tao Tai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. However, it was blocked by Jiang Chen. The 100 zhang heavenly dragon sword was as high as the sky. Jiang Chen took every step carefully, but he was still pushed back by the Tao Tai. With the Qilin divine arm in one hand and the heavenly dragon sword in the other, Jiang Chen had unleashed his full strength. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. But at this moment, Jiang Chen's strength was about to break through to the mid-true god realm after the continuous battles and the absorption of the spiritual spring water. He just needed an opportunity to do so. Sword of Solitude Void Slash. The sharp heavenly dragon sword drew out a ray of flowing light, traversed through the ages, cut through the void and collided with the Tao Tai, causing a terrifying explosion. The Tao Tai was forced back a few steps, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The Tao Tai let out a roar and charged forward instead of retreating. The horrifying pressure made Jiang Chen fall into a passive position. 5 Elemental Combat Dragon Seal. True Dragon Palm. Jiang Chen formed a series of hand seals and struck out continuously. The terrifying strength that was powerful enough to make a heavenly god realm expert tremble was unable to cause much damage to the Tao Tai's body. It's impossible for you to defeat me. The Tao Tai soared into the sky with a perfect combination of speed and strength. Thunder rumbled as his aura was oppressive, causing the entire soul-bearing mountain to hold their breaths as the pressure increased. How can I miss out on such a grand occasion? Jiang Chen, here I come. A burst of hearty laughter appeared in the sky. A blue figure appeared in the sky, leaving behind a series of afterimages. The sword in his hand was extremely destructive as he clashed with the Tao Tai. Even though he was knocked back by 10 miles, he was still as calm as before. Wang Chongyang. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth curved into a smile. This fella had disappeared for a long time and finally showed his true strength. He knew that this fella was not simple. However, he did not know that Wang Chongyang must have encountered a great opportunity in the hidden secret realm. His strength had reached the half-step heavenly god realm. His appearance had given Jiang Chen confidence. Finally, he did not need to fight alone anymore. It's him. Lu Quanchao frowned. He suddenly recalled the time when he first entered the hidden secret realm. At that time he was only an early true god. When they met again, he had already reached such a terrifying realm. He must have gained a lot in the hidden secret realm. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at in a new light. I'm afraid this fella has surpassed us. Lu Quanchao smiled bitterly. His strength was not weak among the half-step heavenly god realm. However, compared to Wang Chongyang, he was slightly weaker. Life is full of ups and downs. Don't bully the young for being poor. Today we will fight together. I, Wang Chongyang, will have no regrets even if I die. If we can survive, there will still be a candle between us. Chapter 24:30. Alright, I'll be waiting for this day. Jiang Chen smiled. This fella's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Looks like there's a great chance for him to win this battle. Is there another reckless fellow here? Even if you manage to escape now, you won't be able to leave the hidden secret realm. It's good that you're here earlier. The stronger you are, the more I like it. Because I'll be able to devour all of you and become stronger. Huh. Xinyuan Kanglin sneered and said. At this moment he no longer put anyone in his eyes. Another one came to die, he'll just die together with Jiang Chen. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Wang Chongyang smiled and looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength was only at the mid-true god realm, but he was able to unleash such great strength. Even Wang Chongyang might not be able to stop him. So at this moment he hoped to fight with Jiang Chen. Back then his strength was already at the peak of his peers, but he was still defeated by Jiang Chen. Wang Chongyang was brooding over it, but it didn't affect his path of cultivation. Instead he worked harder and harder to catch up with Jiang Chen. Only by cultivating unceasingly could he achieve what he had today. Luck was one of the factors, but it was also because of his unremitting efforts. Wang Chongyang had always set Jiang Chen as his first target. He must surpass Jiang Chen. Let's fight. Let me see how much you've improved. Jiang Chen said. The two of them looked at each other and flew up to the clouds. Terrifying aura spread out. Wang Chongyang had returned like a hero. At this moment he was destined to shine together with Jiang Chen. Demon Subduing Sword. This is the divine sword that I've obtained. Today I'll use it to kill you. Wang Chongyang took the lead. He was determined to break through the enemy's formation to surpass the peak. Wang Chongyang's black long sword was overflowing with brilliance and full of demonic aura. Each of his attacks was ruthless and sharp, complementing each other with Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword, completely blocking the Tao Tai's first wave of attack. The demonic soaring sword stirs up a storm, and when it descends, it transforms into 9 immortals. Wang Chongyang's 9 swords swept across, black light suddenly appeared. Together with the golden light of the heavenly dragon sword, they formed a dense sword net, covering the sky and the earth, crushing over. The Tao Tai roared fearlessly, its incomparably strong figure turned into a charging giant rock, falling down to the mortal world. Its 4 claws flew up, tearing the sword net. The violent aura directly attacked the yellow dragon. The power of the 2 claws brazenly struck out, instantly repelling Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang, once again shocking everyone. Jiang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he frowned. It was the same for Wang Chongyang. Under the terrifying counterattack of the Tao Tai, it was still difficult for the two of them to complete the redemption and defeat the Tao Tai. Who dares to stop me? I want to devour the heavens, but the heavens cannot give birth to me. Xianyuan Kanglin became more and more powerful, sweeping across the mountains and rivers, destroying everything within 100 li of the Burying Soul Mountain. Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang looked at each other. They could only dodge the attack and retreat temporarily. The attack just now also made Wang Chongyang understand one thing. The Tao Tai was indeed ridiculously strong. Even if the two of them joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to gain the upper hand. A good man live as a hero, die as a hero. Jiang Chen looked straight at the Tao Tai and said coldly. Yeah, it seems like we won't stand a chance if we don't give it our all. Let's fight to the death then. Haha. Wang Chongyang was not afraid of death. His sword Dao was overbearing. This was something that Jiang Chen thought highly of. Moreover, Wang Chongyang's dreadfulness was out of his expectation. You guys don't stand a chance anymore. What awaits you is only death and coldness. The Tao Tai took a step forward. The mountains and rivers were shattered. The entire ground was shaking. Jiang Chen and Wang Chongyang retreated step by step. Their expressions became solemn. It was difficult for them to move forward. Jiang Chen's defensive formation managed to withstand the first wave of the Tao Tai's attack. However, the second wave of attack could not withstand the Tao Tai's attack and the formation was shattered. Jiang Chen was sent flying backwards. His expression was extremely solemn. The pressure he was feeling had become even greater at this moment. Wang Chongyang retreated step by step. It was hard for him to counterattack. Under the unstoppable might of the Tao Tai, it was a one-sided battle. Looks like I've underestimated him. Wang Chongyang said in a low voice. Both of their attacks were getting stronger and stronger. The Tao Tai also became stronger. The terrifying aura crushed the void. Wang Chongyang was once again forced back by the Tao Tai. He was extremely miserable, spurting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The meridians in his body were mostly destroyed. It was already extremely fortunate for him to be able to escape from the Tao Tai's attack. The battle between Jiang Qin and the Tao Tai was also filled with danger. Jiang Qin used the Heavenly Dragon Sword and the Qilin Arm to counter the Tao Tai. Although he did not achieve any good results, he managed to stabilize the situation. Wang Chongyang was defeated. For him, the pressure was even greater. Now you're the only one left. You're quite capable to last till the end, but at this moment, you don't have such a chance anymore. The Tao Tai flipped his hand. The incomparably huge claw tore through the vast sky. Rays of awe-inspiring wind blades slashed across. Jiang Qin retreated in order to advance. He did not hold back. Even at this moment, even though the Heavenly Dragon battle armor was destroyed by the Tao Tai, he still pressed forward. Ancient Soaring Dragon Technique, Soaring Dragon Transformation. Jiang Qin's strength reached an unprecedented peak, but at this moment he was exhausting his own life force. Although the ancient Soaring Dragon Technique was powerful, he had already used it once before. He only managed to recover after taking a few spirit-severing life-prolonging pills and the terrifying recovery power of the Wood Spirit. But at this moment, Jiang Qin once again used the ancient Soaring Dragon Technique. The Heavenly Dragon Sword, Sword of Solitude, swept across the 9 heavens. Countless sword shadows were unleashed. All of them carried the might of a Tsong dragon. Isn't the ending the same? Shenyuan Kanglin's cold laughter reverberated through the 9 heavens. He snorted at the resistance of Jiang Qin's fans. Devour everything, I am the only one. The Tao Tai's mouth devoured the heavens and earth. Thousands of miles of void was sucked into its stomach. The terrifying suction force forced Jiang Qin to fight with his life on the line. The sword light pierced through the void. Dawn sky golden lightning, lightning tribulation descends. Jiang Qin unleashed all of his skills. The dawn sky golden lightning appeared once again. Above the void, the Tao Tai was struck by lightning bolts. The terrifying power of the lightning forced the Tao Tai to take a few steps back. But it still managed to withstand the power of the dawn sky golden lightning and charge towards Jiang Qin. I will kill you even if I am heavily injured. Shenyuan Kanglin's hatred towards Jiang Qin had reached the point where he was gritting his teeth. The Tao Tai's devouring aura made Jiang Qin unable to withstand it. Chapter 24:31. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes and quickly caught the 2 beautiful figures. However, the 2 ladies were injured. Shenyuan Kanglin had already decided to kill Jiang Qin when he unleashed his attack just now. However, he was stopped by the duo's all-out attack. However, Jiang Qin's heart became extremely depressed. How dare he let these 2 ladies shield him from the wind and rain? This was not something that Jiang Qin could do. These 2 ladies were Yuki Chihian and Ling Long. The 2 girls looked at each other and remained silent. Only Jiang Qin smiled bitterly. The gratitude in his heart was naturally expressed in words. Thank you. After Jiang Qin said that, he did not know what to do. The 2 ladies risked their lives for him. He could not repay their kindness. No need. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long said at the same time. They turned around and charged towards the Tao Tai again. Although they were both half-step heavenly gods, they could not hurt the Tao Tai at all. Instead, they were pushed back by the Tao Tai. Jiang Qin took action again and caught the 2 ladies. Leave it to me. Women should not show their faces in public. As long as the man is still alive, it's not your turn to risk your lives. Jiang Qin's words made the 2 girls slightly startled. They were slightly angry, but they did not go against Jiang Qin's words. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. Ling Long. Lu Quanchao cried out in alarm. It could be said that he was deeply in love with Ling Long, but at this time he was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and basically had no strength to continue fighting. However, Ling Long's injuries were also very serious. After being hit by the Tao Tai twice, it was already a miracle that she was able to survive. Hiding behind a woman. You've really opened my eyes. Jiang Qin, let's see how many more women will shield you. Shenyuan Kanglin sneered and said with disdain in his eyes. From this moment onwards, there's no need. Jiang Qin said faintly. He could feel that his strength had returned to its peak. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the late true god realm. Since it has come to this, I don't believe that you still have any tricks up your sleeves to block my attack. Xianyuan Kanglin Lung Lung said. He no longer had the patience to waste time with Zhang Chen. That's why he needed to end the battle quickly. Everyone here would become his food to strengthen himself. As long as I'm still alive, you won't stand a chance. Zhang Chen's eyes became colder and colder. Even Xianyuan Kanglin felt a chill down his spine. This fella, could it be that he still has something up his sleeves? Zhang Chen, I'm afraid that we're really going to lose this time. We don't have any trump cards left. Su Jin said in despair. Zhang Chen had already tried his best. Whether it was sword god Shui Liang or Zhang Chen, both of them had exerted their full strength. However, it was still futile. The Tao Tai was too powerful. Plus, they had fallen into Xianyuan Kanglin's trap. They managed to defeat the Tao Tai together, but Xianyuan Kanglin was the one who reaped the benefits. Live as a hero and die as a hero. Zhang Chen, I'm proud of you. Yu Rongyan said coldly. He knew that he was going to die. What was there to be afraid of? We the 4 great demon kings admit defeat. There are not many people that could make us admire them. Zhang Chen is one of them. Even the Fire Qilin was willing to sacrifice for him. Such a person, even if he dies, he's destined to die a glorious death. The 9-headed dragon laughed madly. Since they couldn't avoid it, they could only accept it. Once Zhang Chen dies, the experts would be the first to be devoured by the Tao Tai. Zhang Chen, it's time for you to die. You can only blame yourself for being born in the wrong era. Xianyuan Kanglin's laughter echoed in Zhang Chen's ears. Zhang Chen looked calm. At this moment he had to take a gamble. He didn't know if he could win, but he had to do it. Heavenly Dragon Sword, Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation. Activate. Zhang Chen roared. With the Heavenly Dragon Sword as the lead, hundreds of divine swords shot out from all directions. All of them were supreme divine tools. In addition to the 2 heavenly divine tools, the Storm Hammer and Meteor Hammer, a terrifying whirlpool was formed. 108 supreme divine tools. It was indescribable. As the core of the formation, the Heavenly Dragon Sword became stronger. Controlling 108 supreme divine tools was not a problem at all. Waves of terrifying sword astral wind swept across the sky. Zhang Chen stepped on the Heavenly Dragon Sword, using the sword as the core. The Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was formed. At this moment, even Xianyuan Kanglin's expression became solemn because the Ghost Prison Ashura Sword Formation was too terrifying. That's 108 supreme divine tools. Isn't this unbelievable? Someone sucked in a cold breath and his expression changed drastically. Zhang Chen's sword formation swept across all directions and completely enveloped the Tao Tai. 2 heavenly god tools, 108 peak divine tools, and a terrifying and extraordinary heavenly dragon sword. This guy controls such a large sword formation. Can he really hold on? Sword god Shui Liang murmured. He was worried that Zhang Chen's soul power was not enough to support such a huge sword formation. Even if he was at his peak, he would have to retreat from such a terrifying sword formation. Because the sword chi was too terrifying. Thousands of sword chi gathered in the sword formation, impermanence. This little Ashura sword formation was like a monarch descending upon the world. Moreover, the dreadfulness of this sword formation was something that even Zhang Chen was afraid of. His soul strength was enough to support it because the little Ashura sword formation did not consume too much of his soul strength. His soul strength was incomparable to those who were below the heavenly god realm. Even sword god Shui Liang could not compare with him. This formation is too powerful. Is it really something a mid-true god can do? Although Qin Yuma did not like Zhang Chen, it was undeniable that she was conquered by Zhang Chen's strength. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to retreat from such a formation. Such a powerful formation. I feel that this sword formation has the power to destroy the world. Yu Rongyan said in a deep voice. In the face of such a terrifying formation, a trace of hope was once again ignited in their hearts. A single spark could start a prairie fire. This fella is always able to shock people. Yuki Chihyun murmured. The terrifying thing about Zhang Chen was not how strong he was, but how many tricks he had up his sleeves. One could always feel how terrifying he was. Such a huge amount. 108 supreme divine tools. I'm afraid even the strongest sect in the Linhe boundary might not have such a trump card. Chapter 2432. 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools. One would be satisfied with just one. However, in Jiang Chen's hands, the 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools were just the vassals of the Heavenly Dragon Sword. Xianyuan Kanglin's expression was solemn as he stared at the ghost prison Ashura sword formation. He felt extremely pressured because the 108 Pinnacle Divine Tools were already terrifying enough. Now, with the addition of 2 Heavenly Divine Tools and the Heavenly Dragon Sword, the power of the formation was unstoppable. At this moment, the Heavenly Dragon Sword was like a fish in water, complementing the 108 Divine Swords. The terrifying power of the sword formation rippled 1,000 miles away. "I don't believe that your sword formation can stop me." Xianyuan Kanglin harumphed coldly. His eyes were overbearing. He knew how terrifying the Tao Tai was. Why would he care about a mere sword formation? Jiang Chen smirked and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Since you want to try, I'll fulfill your wish." Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation only used a small portion of its power to make the fire Qilin suffer. At this moment, although the little Ashura sword formation was not as terrifying as the real sword formation, it was enough to sweep the world. Rays of terrifying sword light. Under the support of the formation, the Pinnacle Divine Tool's sword light was close to the peak of Heavenly Divine Tool. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Within the sword formation, even if an Ashura descended, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Tens of thousands of swords pierced through the heart, shaking the universe. The Heavenly Dragon Sword shone brightly in the little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, Sword God Shuiliang was the most shocked because he understood swords the most. Just like Jiang Chen, he was a terrifying swordsman. He could not tell the grade of the Heavenly Dragon Sword, but he could feel how terrifying the Heavenly Dragon Sword was. Primordial Divine Tool? Or Primordial Origin Treasure Tool? Shuiliang did not dare to guess, but at least the Heavenly Dragon Sword had surpassed the grade of Heavenly Divine Tool. It was something that could make a divine king or even an ultimate god jealous. The terrifying dragon might of the Sky Dragon Sword was unparalleled, and it completely spread out in the little Ashura sword formation. Rays of dreadful sword light were like tyrannical dragons, crazily killing each other and continuously piercing through the Taotia's body. Their sword hearts were all controlled by the Heavenly Dragon Sword, and the Heavenly Dragon Sword was controlled by Jiang Chen. The Heavenly Dragon Sword transformed into a dreadful ancient dragon and directly collided with the Taotai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. That horrifying scene shocked everyone at the scene. They couldn't help but worship Jiang Chen. "I am indestructible." Xianyuan Kanglin's roar pierced through the sky. The Taotia's body brought along a dreadful impact as it punched on the little Ashura sword formation. The Heavenly Dragon Sword transformed into an ancient dragon and collided with the Taotai. The Taotia's body was directly knocked down to the ground. Tens of thousands of sword light pierced through its chest and almost penetrated through its entire body. This time, the Taotai suffered a serious injury and even felt the threat of death. The dreadful sword light pierced through the void again and again. The Taotai was struck down again and again. Xianyuan Kanglin also felt the threat of death. He and the Taotai had fused together. One's glory, one's glory, one's loss, one's loss. The prestige of the Taotai shall not be violated. The Taotai soared into the galaxy and shattered the sword formation. But at this moment his body was extremely weak. The little Ashura sword formation reassembled itself and descended upon Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's breath was extremely weak. Because casting the little Ashura sword formation consumed a lot of his energy. Compared to the ancient soaring dragon technique, it was even more exhausting. However, the little Ashura sword formation had unleashed its most terrifying power and completely subdued the Taotai. The prestige of the little Ashura sword formation was unstoppable. Rumble. As the Taotia's body slowly fell to the ground, Jiang Chen knelt down on one knee and panted heavily. His eyes were filled with relief. The Taotai was finally defeated by him. Everyone was stunned because it was hard for them to imagine that Jiang Chen had really done it. He had defeated the Taotai with his own strength. This was the glory of a single person. Who could resist it? Jiang Chen, good job. We're saved. The Taotai is dead. He can no longer wreak havoc in the world. Jiang Chen will be my life's belief. If I can surpass Jiang Chen in this life, I'll die without regrets. Everyone's chest was filled with respect and admiration for Jiang Chen. Zhou Xian deserved everyone's love and respect. Zhou Xian, I've not misjudged you. I'm going to sleep now. The fire Qilin's deep voice reverberated in Zhou Xian's mind. At this moment the fire Qilin entered the Zulong Tower and fell into a deep sleep. Fortunately I didn't fail you. Zhou Xian revealed a relieved smile. The Tao Tai was dead. The hidden secret realm had finally settled down. Isn't it too early to be happy now? Just when everyone was immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster, a voice suddenly resounded in the void. It was Xianyuan Kanglin's voice. You're still alive? Zhou Xian suddenly turned his head. The Tao Tai's body had already fallen. But now the one standing in front of Zhou Xian was Xianyuan Kanglin. It's not that easy to kill me. Hehe. Xianyuan Kanglin's body had already fused with the Tao Tai. The current Xianyuan Kanglin's figure was indistinct. It was not his body but his soul. How sad. You're neither a human nor a ghost right now. You can only appear in front of others as a soul. Zhou Xian said coldly. Hehe. That's only because my body is weak. Once I recover I can freely switch between the Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin. But at this moment, although the Tao Tai was defeated, I, Xianyuan Kanglin, am still standing here. Your sword formation is indeed terrifying, but it's impossible for it to destroy my soul. Now I'll show you what true soul energy is. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. Soul energy. Such a terrifying aura. I feel like I'm being enveloped by someone's soul. Me too. How can Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy be so powerful? He must have fused with the Tao Tai's soul energy. That's why he's so powerful. It's terrifying. I feel like my soul is suffocating. Damn it. Why can't we kill this Xianyuan Kanglin? Lu Quanchao and the others were extremely furious. They fell from heaven to hell time and time again. Zhou Xian saved them time and time again. Could he still turn the tide this time? The terror of his spiritual energy far surpassed the suppression of his strength. That's because when his spiritual energy enveloped a radius of several thousand miles, no one could escape from his frightening spiritual intent. Such a terrifying soul energy. Chapter 24:33. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape if I crush you with my soul strength. I've already devoured the Tao Tai's soul strength. Now my soul strength has reached the peak of Divine King. I can use my soul strength to attack. How are you going to be able to stand above the 9 heavens within my soul strength? Xianyuan Kanglin was full of confidence. A peak Divine King's soul power was terrifying. There might not be anyone like that in the entire Linha boundary. A peak Divine King could already be considered as a peerless expert. Moreover, it was extremely hard to increase one's soul power. Although some experts were strong, their soul power was not as good as expected. That was why their strength was limited. The stronger the person, the harder it was to increase their soul power. Then let's see who will be the one laughing till the end. I might not be as good as you in other aspects, but since you want to devour me with your soul power, I will not give up so easily. Zhou Xian sneered. In an instant his soul power swept across the sky and swept towards Xianyuan Kanglin. Zhou Qian's soul power had also reached the peak Divine King realm. How is this possible? You're only a mid-true god but you have a peak Divine King's soul power? Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were filled with shock. Monstrous could no longer be used to describe this. Everyone was incomparably shocked, some of them were even speechless. My soul power is too strong. That's why I did not dare to use it. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then I can only reluctantly compete with you. Zhou Xian laughed. Although his soul strength was very strong, he couldn't use it casually. Otherwise he would be killed for sure. Furthermore, once such a terrifying soul strength was revealed, he would definitely be regarded as a monster. A gentleman's wealth was his own ruin. He reckoned that a lot of powerful experts would have their eyes on him. Zhou Qian's soul strength was extremely powerful. Even so, let's see how you're going to fight me. I have fused with the Tao Tai's soul power. Now my soul can devour others' soul. Even if you're a peak Divine King, you won't be able to win against me. Xianyuan Kanglin was still full of confidence. Zhou Qian's strength was still there. No matter how strong his soul energy was, it would be useless if he did not know how to use it. Soul devouring, I want to devour the heavens. Xianyuan Kanglin's soul energy instantly suppressed the void, wanting to devour Zhou Xian's soul. Buddha's light illuminates. Soul returns to the great expansion. Zhou Xian's eyes turned cold as he unleashed the great soul derivation technique. Both of them were in a stalemate. Whether it was Xianyuan Kanglin's devouring power or Zhou Xian's great soul derivation technique, none of them could do anything to the other. The battle between their souls shook the heavens and earth. Xianyuan Kanglin seemed to have the upper hand as the Tao Tai's attribute of devouring souls was one of a kind. It could devour anything, be it soul, flesh, energy or divine force, and turn it into his own. Great soul derivation technique. Then I shall devour all of your souls. Let's see how you're going to fight against me. Xianyuan Kanglin was in a stalemate at this moment. Then he pointed his spearhead at the millions and millions of remnant souls in the burying soul mountain. As long as he devoured all of these remnant souls, the battle between him and Zhou Xian would be decided. All of them are my nourishment. Help me to break through to the peak divine king realm. Once my soul realm improves, my strength will rise to the next level. Xianyuan Kanglin was extremely excited. At this moment he was devouring the souls of sword god Shuiliang and the others. All of them were suppressed by Xianyuan Kanglin. They could not fight back at all. Zhou Xian frowned. At this moment, countless spiritual forces were being devoured by him, turning them into his own. If this continued, he would definitely lose the battle. Zhou Xian, you're not qualified to fight me. I will become an emperor in the future. Xianyuan Kanglin pointed at Zhou Xian. He was in high spirits and looked down at the heavens. Zhou Xian closed his eyes slightly. At this moment he could feel the weak souls strengthening him. This wasn't devouring, it was fusion, a fusion of their own will. Although the soul strength was very small, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of souls. Once tens of millions of souls were fused together, it would become a soul strength that couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this soul strength actually contained a trace of power of faith. How could this be? Zhou Xian could not believe it. He looked at the souls that were fusing with him. He was shocked. With our damaged bodies, our souls will return to the void. With faith energy, we're willing to help our benefactor to eliminate the monsters and bring peace to the world. Zhou Xian looked at the souls that were fusing with his soul. Even if he had a heart of stone, he could not help but be moved. These souls were the souls that he released from the great soul-forming light. At this moment, these souls were willing to return to the void to help Zhou Xian's soul break through. Moreover, the faith energy helped Zhou Xian to fuse with these souls perfectly. It wasn't just a soul, it was the faith of billions of living beings. Zhou Xian helped them to break free from the great soul-forming light. However, they were going to be devoured by the Tao Tai in this life and death battle. Therefore, those living beings willingly fused with Zhou Xian's soul energy, helping him to achieve a perfect breakthrough. It wasn't just soul energy, it was also the faith energy. The two energies were fusing perfectly. Zhou Xian's soul energy was growing at a terrifying rate. Most importantly, there were no side effects. Those souls willingly turned into Zhou Xian's soul energy. Why is this happening? Xianyuan Kanglin was initially smiling. But at this moment his smile froze. Because Zhou Xian's soul energy was growing faster and more terrifying than him. It wasn't a smooth process for him to devour the souls. Those souls were struggling ferociously. They turned into resentment and kept growing in his heart. To his soul it was not beneficial at all. In the end, it might even become a demon in his heart. Billions of living beings' souls returned to the world. Zhou Xian closed his eyes tightly. A tear fell from the corner of his eye. Billions of souls were sacrificed to create his supreme glory. He was the one who saved those souls in the past, but in the end, it was those souls that made him who he was. Good karma will reap good karma. The rise and fall of fate was predetermined. Chapter 24-34. Zhou Xian's soul continued to get stronger and stronger. His terrifying soul power shrouded the entire hidden secret realm, completely suppressing Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin did not even have a chance to breathe. Soul origin divination, my great soul derivation technique, has reached a new level. Even Zhou Xian did not expect his soul power to be this powerful. Billions of living beings were forged for him. The power of faith had soared into the heavenly Tao. Soul origin divination was the fusion of billions of souls into one, forming the soul state of great evolution. Currently, his soul power had reached the peak divine emperor realm. However, as his soul power continued to fade and fuse, his soul power finally stopped at the peak ultimate god realm. One step from the peak divine king realm to the peak Tao ultimate god realm. He was invincible. Xianxia was very clear that if he were to reach the peak of the divine emperor realm in one step, he might not be able to bear the burden of his soul's strength. He had extracted the essence of billions of living beings and removed the impurities. All of them were pure soul strength. Along with the terrifying power of faith, his strength had achieved a qualitative leap. Although his soul power was still at the peak ultimate god realm, the power of faith had given him unlimited possibilities. Originally, the power of faith could only be formed by true ancient venerable kings, peerless emperors and people's reverence. However, at this moment, the power of faith from billions of living beings had pushed Xianxia to the true supreme invincible realm. Be destroyed. Your soul is filthy. Devouring your mother to strengthen yourself, killing your father to prove your Tao. You only have killing and devouring in your heart. You shouldn't exist in this world. A shocking light shot out from Xianxia's eyes. The transformation of his soul had filled his heart with boundless power. Killing Xianyuan Kanglin was just a piece of cake. Xianxia felt that his power of faith could hold the sun, moon and stars in his hand. He could destroy the heavens and earth. However, this power of faith could only be used in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, when his soul power had completely fused, the power of faith was gradually fading away. Because of the fusion of souls, their faith was gradually fading away and the power of faith was getting weaker. Even so, it was still a piece of cake for Xianxia to kill Xianyuan Kanglin. Xianyuan Kanglin continued to devour the remnant souls, but in the end he still could not surpass Xianxia. Xianxia was already in an invincible position. Xianyuan Kanglin tried his best to devour millions of souls, but in the end he was still suppressed by Xianxia. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Xianyuan Kanglin's roar shook the heavens. His heart was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. How could Xianxia obtain the power of faith from millions of living beings? How could he make all of the souls become his vassals? Moreover, it was not devouring, it was a true fusion of the mind and soul. Xianxia was like the nine heavens' divine king stepping on the void. The power of his palm and the power of his soul covered the entire sky. Xianyuan Kanglin's blood and qi were bursting from the pressure. He knelt down on the ground with bloodshot eyes. From the moment you became a Tao Tai, you're already dead. Even if you're still alive, you're just a walking corpse. Xianxia looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. This time he would not show any mercy. He must eliminate Xianyuan Kanglin. Otherwise, Xianyuan Kanglin would be like a wildfire that would be reborn in the spring. Great soul overflow perish. Xianxia moved his palm and a giant palm fell down. Xianyuan Kanglin bent his waist a few times and knelt down on the ground. Blood was gushing out from his wound. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Xianxia, show mercy. Tangzhen took a step forward and charged towards Xianyuan Kanglin. He held up Xianxia's soul palm with both of his hands. His face was extremely pale because Xianxia's soul palm was too terrifying. Xianyuan Kanglin and Tangzhen were in extreme pain. Xianxia's dreadfulness had made Xianyuan Kanglin feel despair and sorrow. But at this moment, Tangzhen's appearance had reignited Xianyuan Kanglin's fighting spirit and hope. Why is it you? Xianxia took a deep breath. His eyes were cold. But he could not push his palm down anymore. Because if he did, Tangzhen would be crushed by Xianxia as well. Xianxia's hand moved slightly. But he still chose to retract his palm. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I'm sorry, Xianxia. Tangzhen said awkwardly while looking at Xianxia. His heart was filled with bitterness. Don't apologize to me. Xianyuan Kanglin deserves it. But you're different from him. Don't make me look down on you. Xianxia said Lung Lung. But he's still my big brother. I Tangzhen have never begged anyone in my life. But I beg you, Xianxia, let my big brother go. Tangzhen knew how rude his request was to Xianxia. Because Xianyuan Kanglin had killed countless people just for this moment. Even Tangzhen was kept in the dark about it. However, the brotherhood was deep. That's why Tang Jin still said it to Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. If it's just a grudge between me and him, I might give you face. But do you know how many people he killed? Do you know how many innocent beasts he killed just for this moment? Millions of living beings died with him. Do you think that if I let him go today, how am I going to bear the condemnation of millions of living beings? Who would be willing to let me go? Zhang Chen sighed. It's not that he didn't want to, it's those living beings who didn't want to. Tang Jin went silent. Because he knew that Xianyuan Kanglin's crime was unforgivable. What he did had already angered everyone. Who would stand on his side at this moment? But they were brothers for decades. Tang Jin couldn't just ignore it. Tang Jin looked back at the dying Xianyuan Kanglin. The latter smiled bitterly. Don't beg him. Third brother, this started because of me. Even if I die, I will fight till the end. Big brother. Tang Jin's eyes were glistening with tears. It was said that a man does not shed tears easily. However, the brotherly bond was like a pair of hands and feet. How could he watch his big brother being killed by Zhang Chen? On the other side was also his friend. Although they had only met once and fought side by side, Zhang Chen and Tang Jin cherished each other very much and appreciated each other's talent. Why would I beg him? Even if I die, I will die a worthy death. Xianyuan Kanglin said without hesitation. Zhang Chen looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. Since when did this fella become so courageous? I'm sorry, Tang Jin. Today I must kill him. Zhang Chen said firmly. Tang Jin smiled and nodded his head, severing their friendship. We'll be brothers in the next life. Today I will fight till the end with you. The fighting intent in Tang Jin's eyes made Zhang Chen feel sad. However, what could he do now that things had come to this stage? Chapter 24:35. Alright. Let's be brothers in the next life. Zhang Chen looked at Tang Jin. He knew that Tang Jin couldn't let go of Xianyuan Kanglin and he had to give everyone an explanation. He couldn't stay out of the billions of lives here and he couldn't let Xianyuan Kanglin leave. If that happened, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Tang Jin knew that today's battle was already unavoidable. The moment his sleeves fell to the ground, the battle had already begun. Tang Jin cherished Zhang Chen as a friend. He knew that Zhang Chen's character was completely different from Xianyuan Kanglin's. After all, how could he not understand Xianyuan Kanglin after so many years? But Tang Jin had no other choice. After all, Xianyuan Kanglin was his blood brother. He could only choose to stand on Xianyuan Kanglin's side. Zhang Chen and Tang Jin knew that no one could avoid this battle. Hence, the result was very important. Victory or defeat, life or death. Since they had decided they would fight with all their might. This was their respect for each other and also their promise to each other. Let's be brothers in the next life. Let's do it. Zhang Chen looked at Tang Jin. Even if Tang Jin and Xianyuan Kanglin joined hands, they would not stand a chance. The current Zhang Chen had completely surpassed Tang Jin and Xianyuan Kanglin. Strength was everything. Tang Jin's expression turned cold. He took a step forward and pressed towards Zhang Chen. At this moment, Xianyuan Kanglin did not show any weakness and charged towards Zhang Chen with all his might. Zhang Chen frowned. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand tightened. However, when Zhang Chen was about to receive the attack, something shocking happened. Xianyuan Kanglin restrained Tang Jin. At that moment, both Tang Jin and Zhang Chen did not expect this. Zhang Chen, I must leave this place alive today. Otherwise, I will kill him. Since you value your brotherhood so much, then let me go. Otherwise, I will surely kill Tang Jin. Zhang Chen said. Xianyuan Kanglin said coldly. The halberd in his hand gripped onto Tang Jin tightly, not giving him any chance to retaliate. Tang Jin took a deep breath and remained silent. However, Zhang Chen's gaze became even sharper. This is the big brother that you rely on and respect. This is the big brother that you will protect with your life. Tang Jin, you are wrong. Zhang Chen's words made Tang Jin's expression slightly depressed. However, he still did not say anything. Even if he had made the wrong choice, he was still resolute. Xianyuan Kanglin was heartless towards him, but he could not be unjust towards Xianyuan Kanglin because he was his brother, the brother that he grew up with. We are no longer fated in this life. In the next life, let's drink wine as a song. Ah. Tang Jin laughed loudly. His expression was extremely lonely and bitter. However, he did not regret it, because he got to know Zhou Xian in this life. Although Xianyuan Kanglan had given him everything, Zhou Xian was someone that he would follow with his life and death. Tang Jin charged towards the halberd, wanting to end his own life. Because if Xianyuan Kanglan threatened Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian gave in, how would he be able to live in this world? Tang Jin was not afraid of death. However, he was afraid of dying without any value, without any dignity. Zhou Xian had already seen through Tang Jin's suicidal act. Zhou Xian slashed down with his sword. Xianyuan Kanglan harumphed coldly and struck Tang Jin with his halberd. At this moment Tang Jin was like a broken kite falling down from the sky. At this moment Tang Jin only wanted to die. Even Zhou Xian felt bitter looking at him. Big brother, I hope that we will not be enemies in the next life. I have done my best. Tang Jin looked at Xianyuan Kanglan with a smile. Xianyuan Kanglan's eyes turned dull and he quickly retreated. This was his only chance. If he continued to hesitate, Zhou Xian would have the chance to kill him. Tang Jin! Zhou Xian roared furiously. But at this moment, Tang Jin had already self-destructed his body. Before he died, there was a hint of gentleness on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Qian's heart was extremely depressed. You're crazy. Zhou Qian squinted his eyes. But at this moment Xianyuan Kanglan had already escaped far away. You're the one who forced Tang Jin to his death. Zhou Qian, we will settle this debt sooner or later. Xianyuan Kanglan's eerie voice reverberated in the void, getting further and further away. I hate the heavens for taking away my 70,000 years. The day I fuse with the Tao Tai will be the day you die. Zhou Qian, I will not rest until you die. Xianyuan Kanglan's voice gradually disappeared in the void. Zhou Qian's heart was as calm as still water. He looked at Tang Jin's last breath in silence. Zhou Qian was also responsible for Tang Jin's death. But Xianyuan Kanglan escaped far away at this moment. Zhou Qian felt guilty in his heart. But he had to admit that Tang Jin was the most courageous person he had ever met. Perhaps, death was the best ending for such a person. Zhou Qian understood Tang Jin's feelings. He did not have the face to face Zhou Qian and Xianyuan Kanglan. It was Tang Jin's righteousness that forced him into a dead end. If he did not die, he would live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of his life. Tang Jin left. He did not leave behind a single memory. Even his soul had completely dissipated from this world with his self-destruction, disappearing without a trace. Have a safe journey. Zhou Qian said faintly. At this moment, a purple radiance pierced through the sky. The entire burying soul mountain, including the sky, became gloomy and silent. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The cold aura made Zhou Qian raise his head. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan, Qin Yuma, the four great demon kings, and even sword god Shuelyang looked at him with doubt, as if he was their greatest enemy. Zhou Qian frowned. Why are these people looking at me like this? Their eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Ling Long and Yuki Chihin were the same. But their eyes were filled with struggle as if they did not want to see Zhou Qian. You murderous demon Zhou Qian. How many people have you killed? Do you want all of us to die? Yu Rongyan roared in anger. His eyes were red. Zhou Qian, you're an executioner. What do you want to let go of the tens of thousands of Linha Boundary's disciples? Lu Quanchao stared at Zhou Qian fiercely and said, to think that you've killed so many people, Zhou Qian. Looks like you're the real devil. Su Jin gritted his teeth and said. Sword god Shuelyang and Wang Chongyang looked at Zhou Qian silently. What are you guys doing? Zhou Qian shouted in a deep voice. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. They even wanted to kill him as soon as possible. We're going to kill you and take revenge for the world. Are you still going to deny it? You've killed so many experts in the Burying Soul Mountain. Now you're hated by everyone. Let's see who will let you go even if you walk out of the hidden secret realm. Qin Yuma and Leng Leng said. Everyone's target was Zhou Qian. At this moment Xianyuan Kanglan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 2436. Zhou Qian frowned. He didn't expect that after he gave his all and risked his life to win a slim chance of survival for everyone, they would turn their weapons against him. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to accept this. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with a bitter smile. However, he instantly understood that these people's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, as if they had no soul, but they were filled with a ruthless spirit. Is that the purple light just now? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. However, that purple light was indeed extremely strange. Senior brother Yang, senior brother Man? Jiang Chen called out Yang Jian and Man Shuai, who were in the Zulong Tower. Both of them were shocked when they saw how Lu Quanchao and the others treated Jiang Chen fiercely. How could this be? Why did they turn their weapons against you? Yang Jian couldn't believe what he saw. Yeah, why did you do that? Don't they know that without you all of them would have died? Man Shuai said furiously. The two of them managed to escape death in the Zulong Tower. The rest of the people were already dead. Jiang Chen had just saved them from the hands of Tao Tai and Xianyuan Kanglin, yet they turned their weapons against Jiang Chen. Yang Jian, Man Shuai, what are the two of you doing? Come here quickly. This Jiang Chen is a true executioner. Don't you know that he has killed everyone here? Countless geniuses of the sects were killed by Jiang Chen. Don't you guys understand this? Lu Quanchao shouted. Yang Jian and Man Shuai looked at Jiang Chen bitterly. No one had expected things to turn out this way. Their souls must have been controlled. Or rather, they don't even remember that I saved them. They only remember that in their memories I am the executioner who killed everyone. Jiang Chen said in a low voice. It was definitely that purple light that controlled everyone's souls. It must be that Xianyuan Kanglin. That fella inherited part of Tao Tai's memories and techniques. Looks like I've underestimated him. Jiang Chen thought. He didn't know what Xianyuan Kanglin would do after setting the tiger free. He might be out of this world by then. Jiang Chen, what should we do now? You need to explain yourself. Yang Jian asked in a deep voice. Currently, Jiang Chen had become everyone's target. In the eyes of these people, Jiang Chen was the biggest scourge, an existence like a devil. Only Yang Jian and Man Shuai knew that, but how could they change the minds of these people? It's too late. We need to leave this place as soon as possible. I don't want to kill anyone. Jiang Chen shook his head. He looked at Lu Quanchao and the others. Their strength was slowly recovering. If these people were to gang up on him, he would be in a dangerous situation. His injuries were quite severe. If he did not suppress Xianyuan Kanglin with his soul realm, it would be hard to tell who would be the winner. Jiang Chen felt that the dragon marks in his body had increased by several folds. With the fusion of billions of souls, his strength was going to break through again. But you can't be the scapegoat for Xianyuan Kanglin, right? If that's the case, it'll be too easy for him. Plus, that fella is still alive. If he gathers all these people, you'll be in danger. Man Shuai said in a low voice. His tone was filled with worry. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you're such a despicable and shameless person. Everyone, let's kill this bastard. Otherwise, we'll be releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Lu Quanchao took the lead and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen frowned. These guys were completely blinded by Xianyuan Kanglin's technique. Their soul imprints were probably changed by Xianyuan Kanglin's heaven-defying technique. As for Xianyuan Kanglin, he definitely did not have such a powerful technique. He must have fused it with the Tao Tai's technique. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely solemn as he faced everyone's attacks. He brought Yang Jian and Man Shuai and ran away. Explaining the current situation to them would be like playing the lute to a cow. After running for tens of thousands of li, Jiang Chen finally managed to escape from the pursuit of Lu Quanchao and the others. However, Jiang Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. Although Yang Jian and Man Shuai were not deceived by Xianyuan Kanglin's soul imprints, what else could they do? It wouldn't be that easy to turn things around for Jiang Chen. I need to cultivate for a while. I feel that I'm going to break through soon. Jiang Chen said. You're too terrifying. A mid-true god and you can play around with a heavenly god realm demonic beast. We're far behind you. Yang Jian shook his head and said with a smile. Jiang Chen's strength was undeniable. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have already died in the hidden secret realm like the others if it wasn't for Jiang Chen who saved them time and time again. Yeah. We have the same strength but different battle strength. You're really embarrassing me. Man Shuai said with a wronged expression. However, he knew that he would die if he were to compare himself to a monster like Zhou Xian. My strength is still far from enough. It's not easy to have a place for myself in the divine world. I need to at least reach the divine king realm to have a say. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be suppressed by many people in the Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Yang Jian and Man Shui knew that the gap between them and Jiang Chen was huge. He was destined to be a dragon that soars through the 9 heavens. He was destined to be extraordinary. Yang Jian and Man Shui had no regrets to be able to become brothers with someone like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could feel that the dragon marks in his body had reached an unprecedented number. Moreover, the battle and the fusion of billions of living beings had given him benefits. Jiang Chen had undergone a complete transformation. This time he was on the verge of breaking through. Now the fire Qilin was heavily injured and had fallen into a deep sleep. Red Lotus was almost killed by the Tao Tai. The fire spirit was on the verge of death and had fallen into a deep sleep. Even the ancestral dragon emperor's supreme dragon soul that he just found out about had fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Chen knew that the ancestral dragon emperor was the soul of the Zulong Tower. Although he did not know what kind of relationship he had with the Zulong Tower, he thought that he would know when the ancestral dragon emperor wakes up. Jiang Chen could not rely on anyone. He could only rely on himself. Therefore he needed to increase his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 2437. Explode. Dragon Transformation Art. Jiang Chen roared in his heart as he continued to swallow the spiritual spring water. The dragon transformation art underwent another earth-shattering change. The number of dragon marks stopped at 3,090,000. Jiang Chen's strength had also reached the peak true god realm. Jiang Chen wanted to break through to the half-step heavenly god realm, but he knew that he must stabilize his current strength. If his foundation was not strong enough, his future cultivation would be very difficult. Haste makes waste. He knew this very well. Peak true god Jiang Chen struck out with his fist. Thunderous roars could be heard and the roars of tigers and apes could be heard. His terrifying strength had once again risen to another level. The dragon marks in his body were also surging like a wild horse. Jiang Chen's current strength had once again risen to another level. After using the dragon transformation art, Jiang Chen had the confidence to fight an early heavenly god realm expert. This was confidence. During this period, Jiang Chen finally thought of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was the same as the dawn sky golden lightning. Both were heavenly lightnings. These 2 terrifying lightnings were existences that could destroy the heavens and earth. However, Jiang Chen wanted to fuse the 2 lightnings together. Such a bold idea made him very excited. If the 2 lightnings were to fuse together, Jiang Chen did not dare to imagine how terrifying it would be. Jiang Chen tried again and again. He failed again and again, but he was not discouraged. After failing a few thousand times, Jiang Chen finally felt a sense of defeat. Although he could feel the repulsion between the 2 lightnings, they were both heavenly lightnings. Once they were fused, the power would be unimaginable. If it was someone else, they would not have dared to try. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had suffered the backlash of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning more than 100 times. Each time he was on the brink of death. However, he still believed that he would be able to fuse the 2 lightnings one day. In the end, Jiang Chen still failed to fuse the 2 lightnings. However, Jiang Chen did not forget to fuse them. Failure was the mother of success. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. During this period of time, Jiang Chen had reforged the heavenly dragon battle armor. Under the continuous fusion of the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning and the dawn sky golden lightning, the heavenly dragon battle armor became even more terrifying. Although the profound heavenly armor was broken, it was repaired by Jiang Chen. The heavenly dragon battle armor was a passive defense. However, at this moment, even a peak divine kings might not be able to break his heavenly divine dragon armor. Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen walked out of the Zulong Tower, 1 year had passed. In other words, he could finally leave this damned place. Hidden secret realm. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh in his heart. Countless people had died in this place. To the experts, this place was a great place to train. But to the weak, this place was a grave. 10,000 people. Now there are only less than 1,000 people left. Xianxia could not help but sigh. However, this was the cruel reality. Some people did not enter the Burying Soul Mountain, so they were not affected. Of course, they did not know what had happened. But at this moment there were hundreds of people gathered. All of them were taken out of the hidden secret realm. Have you guys heard? There's a guy called Xianxia. He killed many disciples of the sect. His methods are extremely cruel. There are at least 500 of them. Are you serious? This kind of thing happens every year. But no one dares to do it so openly. Yeah. This Xianxia looks like he's an unforgivable executioner. I'm afraid he's going to attract public anger. That's right. No matter how arrogant you are, you still have to walk out of the hidden secret realm, don't you? I'm afraid those people from the great sects will not let this go. I heard that all the disciples of the Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect died in the hands of Xianxia. Even the Clear Stream sect was no exception. Looks like this guy is really a devil incarnate. Many people were talking about Xianxia. His name had resounded in the sky at the last moment of the hidden secret realm. Xianxia's heart was extremely heavy. It seemed like he would have to face a lot of people after he walked out of the hidden secret realm. There were more than 800 people walking towards the door that was about to open. Most of them were talking about Xianxia. Everyone hated Xianxia. Among them, Xianyuan Kanglin was also present. Fortunately, Brother Xianyuan of the Clear Stream sect is here. Otherwise, I don't know how many people Xianxia would have killed this time. That's right. I heard that Brother Xianyuan was almost killed in order to kill Xianxia. That guy's strength has reached such a terrifying level. Isn't that right? Don't let me see him. Otherwise, I'll not let him go. Senior Brother Xianyuan is so righteous. He should be the one who contributed the most in the hidden secret realm. Yang Jian and Man Shuai's expression turned ugly when they heard the praises from the crowd. Only the two of them knew that Xianxia was innocent and it was all part of Xianyuan Kanglin's scheme. But what's the use of that? Xianxia had become the target of everyone's disdain. During the last period of time, Xianxia had slaughtered countless experts from various sections. Most importantly, Clear Stream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect were all killed by Xianxia. This was an indisputable fact. The rest of the sects followed suit. Their deaths were all blamed on Xianxia. Damn you, Xianyuan Kanglin. Looks like you're really scheming. You're trying to push me into the abyss. Xianxia thought in his heart and his eyes became cold. Yang Jian and Man Shuai were always standing by Xianxia's side, but the rest of them did not dare to talk about Xianxia. Finally, the gate of the hidden secret realm is going to be reopened. Old Ancestor Di Long looked at the huge door in front of him and laughed. Although every trip to the hidden secret realm was cruel, the experts that came out from this place were the true prodigies of the Linhe boundary for the next few decades, the pillars of the Linhe boundary. Yeah. I can't wait anymore. I think Ling Long and Lu Quanchao should be able to survive. I hope they can lead more brothers and sisters out of the hidden secret realm. Ring Yuanzi said solemnly. Zhang Lei will not disappoint us. That kid is very cunning. I think he won't be buried in the hidden secret realm. Old Ancestor Di Long said. Chapter 2438. Condemnation of the Masses. Not only Shen Qingming and Mu Tianan, all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. Because the elimination rate of the hidden secret realm every 100 years was too high, less than 1 out of 10,000 people would be able to come out alive. It would already be considered a great fortune if 1,000 or 800 people could come out alive. Even so, countless sects still hoped that their genius disciples could stand out in the hidden secret realm. Not only would they be able to bring glory to their sect, but they would also be able to produce 1 or 2 peerless experts to strengthen their sect. Although the chances of this happening were small, the sect might not be able to recover for 100 years if they lose. In this 1 year, almost all the elders and sect masters of the other sects had a solemn expression on their faces. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were on tenterhooks. In the hidden secret realm, it was a great honor to have 1 more person come out alive. I wonder how many people from our White Sun sect will be able to come out alive this time. Yeah, I'm also very worried. What if? Hayes, I don't even know how to return to the sect if I can't come out alive. There's nothing we can do about it. 100 years ago, hundreds of sects were like generals without an army. Those who could come out alive from that place were extremely rare. I also came out from that place in the past. Those who did not go in will never know how scary the hidden secret realm is. Outside the twisted forest, countless people were discussing spiritedly, because they were all worried that the genius disciples of their own sects would become the rare ones that would step onto the final path of fortune. Nobody knew that this was a test of life and death for the disciples. For the elders of the sect, it was also an extremely difficult journey. Guys, look, that's the young lord of the Frozen Seal sect, Han Bingling. He's out. Someone cheered. The sect master of the Frozen Seal sect cried tears of joy and ran towards his son. His son was his only hope. Shadowless sect. Those two are from the Shadowless sect. The Shadowless duo actually came out alive. Unbelievable. Their strength has reached the half-step heavenly god realm. It's really quite scary. Lu Quanchao and Ling Long from Heavenly Star sect came out as well. They are from the 10 great sects, the leaders of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. Only 2 of them came out? Rin Yuanzi's eyes narrowed. He had also seen Lu Quanchao and Ling Long. Their auras were exceedingly steady, and one look was enough to tell that they had become even more solid. Furthermore, their gazes had become increasingly sharp like blades. Congratulations, Rin Yuanzi. Looks like your Heavenly Star sect has come prepared. Huh. Old Ancestor Di Long said with a smile. However, he was still worried. Could it be that Zhang Lei couldn't walk out of it? Only 2 people came out. It's quite a failure. Last time there were 4 people who came out of the hidden secret realm. Rin Yuanzi sighed and said. However, he was extremely happy in his heart. At least these 2 absolute geniuses were safe and sound. Although there were 4 people who walked out 100 years ago, 2 of them were absolute monsters. Both of them were buried in the hidden secret realm. Those who were strong might have a higher chance of survival, but strength was not the only guarantee. Only those who knew how to hide their strength and bide their time and knew how to survive were the true experts. Those who went through all kinds of trials and tribulations were the dragons among men. Zhang Lei came out. Earthly Hades sects Zhang Lei. Someone with good eyesight saw Zhang Lei. Old Ancestor Di Long finally let out a sigh of relief. At least he did not become a general without an army. Ha. Good lad. Old Ancestor Di Long patted Zhang Lei's shoulder and said. Clear Stream Sect's Grand Guardian. That's Xinyuan Kanglin. It's him. He came out. Why is there only one person left? Someone exclaimed. But it was true, Xinyuan Kanglin was the only one who came out from the Clear Stream sect. At this moment the entire place became chaotic. The 3 Grand Guardians were always together. Xinyuan Kanglin came out alone. That meant that the other 2 might be in danger. Meng Fanping took a step forward and charged towards Xinyuan Kanglin. At the same time many people from the other sects became serious. Clear Stream sect's 3 Grand Guardians did not come out. What about the others? Ghost Eye sect's monstrous genius Li Zhongheng? Divine Pill sect's monstrous genius Lianya? Overlord sect's little overlord Zhu Mingyang? What happened? Where's Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen? Meng Fanpeng looked at Xinyuan Kanglin and asked with a serious expression. Even his breathing became heavy. Xinyuan Kanglin's expression turned ugly. He said, 2nd and 3rd brother were killed by Jiang Qin. What? Who was Meng Fanpeng? He was an elder of the Clear Stream sect. He was one of the most prestigious people in the sect. At this moment even he had a cold expression on his face. Many people heard what Xinyuan Kanglin said. Wu Ruffing and Tang Zhen were both killed by the same person. How could they not be shocked? Jiang Qin? Who's Jiang Qin? Profound Feng sect's Jiang Qin? I heard that when he was at the auction house he was rather cool and he spent a lot of money in one go. Even the experts of the Divine Pill sect were defeated by him. Could it be that Jiang Qin? It's my first time hearing this name. Even the 3 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect are not a match for Jiang Qin? Could it be that he's a dark horse that has been hiding in the hidden secret realm for 100 years? Perhaps Jiang Qin's name will spread across the entire Linhe boundary. But I think that the Profound Feng sect will be implicated by Jiang Qin. After killing the 2 Grand Guardians of the Clear Stream sect, The profound Feng sect will not have a peaceful day. Everyone was curious. Who is Zhou Xian? How could he have such a terrifying technique to kill the second and third grand guardians of the Clear Stream sect? Ghost Eye sect's brother Li Zongheng, brother Li Yan, Divine Pill sect's Langya, Li Yanchao, Overlord sect's little overlord Zhu Mingyang. All of them were killed by Zhou Xian. Xianyuan Kanglin's words caused an uproar outside the hidden secret realm. Everyone became extremely serious, especially Lu Yang of the Overlord sect, Jiang Qingzi of the Divine Pill sect and Li Tianhua of the Ghost Eye sect. All of them stared at Xianyuan Kanglin. My dear nephew, is this true? How could Zhou Xian kill so many people? Does he really have the ability to do so? Lu Yang's expression turned gloomy and shocked. Su Jin is here. Elder Lu's true. Zhou Xian killed Zhu Mingyang. We must avenge him, Su Jin said with a gloomy expression. Chapter 2439. Li Zongheng and Li Yan's strength is extraordinary. I know how strong they are. Is this Zhou Xian really that capable? Li Zongheng did not believe it. However, it was Xianyuan Kanglin who said it, and Su Jin from the Overlord sect was the witness. Zhou Xian, if it's really you, I will let you die without a burial place. Jiang Qingzi gritted his teeth. Langya and Li Yanchao were the alchemy prodigies of the Divine Pill sect. Especially Langya, he was definitely one of the candidates for the sect lord. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated here. Zhou Xian is Zhou Xian. He's finally out. Zhou Xian's appearance made everyone's eyes lit up. Some of them wanted to watch the show while some of them were furious at Zhou Xian. Because Xianyuan Kanglin said that Zhou Xian had killed countless prodigies of the other sections. Zhou Xian glanced at everyone. Most of them were looking at him. At this moment he knew that he would become the target of everyone. However, he had to stand up for them. Yang Jian and Man Shui looked at Zhou Xian. Don't worry, Zhou Xian. We will always stand by your side. We know that you're innocent. Be fearless even if you have to face everyone. Zhou Xian smiled. At this moment the sect lord of Profound Feng sect, Xian Qingming, looked at Zhou Xian solemnly. Ring Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long and Mu Tianan also rushed over. Zhou Xian, did you kill the disciples of other sects? Xian Qingming looked at Zhou Xian with his fiery eyes. Zhou Xian shook his head and said, no. Xian Qingming looked at Zhou Xian's clear eyes. He was willing to believe that Zhou Xian was innocent. However, he did not know why Xianyuan Kanglin would frame Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian, you're still acting now. You dare to say that you didn't kill Li Zongheng? Did he kill Li Yan? The deaths of Langya and Lu Quanchao of the Divine Pill sect had nothing to do with you? You didn't kill Zhu Mingyang, the little overlord of Overlord sect? Lu Quanchao sneered and said, disdainfully towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian did not blame him because everyone here had their souls imprinted by Xianyuan Kanglin's forbidden technique. Deep in their souls, they had already regarded themselves as an executioner that killed everyone. He was incomparably cruel and merciless. That's right. We all know about this. Zhou Xian is already in existence that angers both humans and gods. He has killed many of our people. Su Jin of the Overlord sect also appeared at this time to uphold justice. Zhou Xian has killed many human experts in the hidden secret realm. Others hunt beasts, but he specifically hunts the genius disciples of other sections. This is an unforgivable crime. Qin Yuma's expression was gloomy as he stared at Zhou Xian in anger. Previously they wanted to kill Zhou Xian, but now he had no choice but to show himself. That's right. At this moment I want to see where you can run to. Now that hundreds of experts from various sects are here, what else do you have to say? Don't tell me you still want to run away? Yu Rongyan sneered. More than 1,000 people, countless sect elders and sect leaders surrounded Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had become a thorn in the eyes of all the sections. Don't talk nonsense. You all fell into Xianyuan Kanglin's trap. Zhou Xian did not kill them at all. Everything was planned by Xianyuan Kanglin. He wanted all of you to kill Zhou Xian with a borrowed knife. Yang Jian roared in anger. Only he and Man Shui stood beside Zhou Xian. But at this moment, Zhou Xian had become the target of everyone. Every sect's experts pointed their fingers at Zhou Xian. Only Yang Jian and Man Shui stood on the same side as him. But the two of them were from Profound Feng sect. Their words were not trustworthy at all. This is the biggest joke in the world. Do you think you can turn the truth upside down with just a few words? You're all jackals of the same tribe. Xianyuan Kanglin sneered. Jiangchen, why don't you tell me? Did my second and third brothers die in your hands? Ghost Eye Sex Li Zongheng and Li Yen, Divine Pill Sex Langya and Li Yanchao, did you kill them? Xianyuan Kanglin stared at Jiangchen. Jiangchen also looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. Only the two of them knew that this farce had escalated to the point of life and death for Jiangchen. It was impossible for Jiangchen to leave now. After exiting the hidden secret realm, Jiangchen did not take the initiative, but Xianyuan Kanglin took the initiative to accuse him. Ghost Eye Sex Li Tianhua stared at Jiangchen. His peak mid-heavenly god realm strength shrouded Jiangchen. Jiangchen, let me ask you. Did you really kill my sons Li Zongheng and Li Yan? And my divine pill sex Langya? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. My overlord sex Zhu Mingyang? Lu Yang also rushed towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen remained silent for a moment. Ren Yuanzi, old ancestor Di Long, Xian Qingming and the others looked at him silently. At this moment even Lu Quanchao was cursing at Jiangchen. Ren Yuanzi and the others could not help but believe what they saw. Yes, I killed them. But I killed those who deserved to be killed. Jiangchen said coldly. As expected. I never imagined that both my sons would die in your hands. Jiangchen, if I don't take your life today, I am not a man. Jiangchen, my divine pill sect and you are irreconcilable. Count my overlord sect in. Jiangchen, return my young master's life to me. Following Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi and Lu Yang's attack, all the sects on the scene started to attack Jiangchen, including Meng Fanping, the elders of Clearstream sect. Even the realm guardians had to treat them seriously. Wu Ruffing and Tangzhen are also dead. Meng Fanping looked at Jiangchen and did not say anything. Jiangchen also did not say anything in view of Tangzhen's death. At this moment, without a doubt, Jiangchen was locked down by the experts from all directions. Jiangchen, what else do you have to say? Countless geniuses of the sects have died in your hands. To think that you are such a beast. Whereas Profound Feng sect, you have nurtured a disciple with a heart as evil as a scorpion. Now I want to dig out your heart and see if it's black or red. Meng Fanping's words made the whole place silent. Everyone was furious. Jiang Chen's crime was confirmed at this moment. I said that I only killed those who deserved to be killed. I killed Li Zongheng, Li Yan Langya, Li Yanchao and Zhu Mingyang. But I did not kill the innocent. I will not offend those who do not offend me. If someone offends me, do you think I will just sit and wait for death? Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. But now everyone was pointing their fingers at him and he had admitted it himself. It was too late to say anything now. Chapter 2440. Jiangchen, are you still not going to plead guilty? Perhaps you can still die with a full body if you admit your crime now. Jiang Chen's crime has been exposed. It's useless even if he tries to deny it now. There are hundreds of witnesses, what else can he say? That's right. Elder Meng, Elder Li, Elder Jiang, please help us. Jiang Chen is a heinous criminal. He killed our disciples. We must not let him leave now. Otherwise, those who died in the hidden secret realm would be wronged. I came here to train, but I didn't expect to die in the hands of a villain. It's really heart-wrenching. This kind of scum should be tortured and paraded on the streets. Let him know that our Linha boundaries sects are not to be trifled with. Profound Feng sect must not be a good sect to have such a disciple. I suggest that Profound Feng sect be removed from the Linha boundary and return peace to our Linha boundary. A tsunami-like voice reverberated through the earth. Above the void, in the forest, on the mountain peaks, the voices of condemning Jiang Chen reverberated. It was as if those disciples who died in the hidden secret realm were all killed by Jiang Chen. Such an aura was suffocating. Even Yang Jian and Man Shui were not an exception. They were extremely gloomy. However, Jiang Chen was innocent. If he did not risk his life to fight Xianyuan Kanglin, it would be the tragedy of Linha boundary if he fused with the Tao Tai. However, the truth was distorted by Xianyuan Kanglin. Lu Quanchao, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan and the others also took the lead to frame Jiang Chen. At this moment, how could they not be angry? Xian Qingming looked at Jiang Chen silently. Even he was slightly shaken. Could it be that Jiang Chen really did it? However, he immediately suppressed this thought because he was willing to believe in his disciple. Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Chen is a good person. If it wasn't for him, none of the people here would be able to come out alive. If that's the case, all of you will be implicated. You don't even know what happened in the hidden secret realm. Are you going to punish Jiang Chen based on Xianyuan Kanglin's words? Yang Jian roared. He felt unsatisfied for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used his own means and his life to defeat Xianyuan Kanglin. But what did he get in the end? It wasn't praise, it wasn't love, it was disdain by tens of thousands of people, and they even wanted to kill him. How sad would Jiang Chen's heart be? Yang Jian's voice was a little hoarse. But he was alone. How could he fight against so many people? Moreover, these people had gone mad. They were all elders and sect lords of their sections. Why would they put Yang Jian's words in their eyes? Moreover, Yang Jian's position was already unstable. He was a disciple of Profound Feng sect, and he was Jiang Chen's senior and junior brother. Who would believe him? Jiang Chen's expression was as calm as usual. He had already expected this to happen. Although he felt a little sad, what could he do? Now he could no longer defend himself. No one would be willing to believe that he was innocent. How could he be a thief if the human heart was like this? Xianyuan Kanglin sneered while looking at Jiang Chen. He was disdainful. He did not even need to do anything. Jiang Chen would be attacked by the other sects in the Linhe boundary. He had already calculated everything. Jiang Chen had offended everyone, and those geniuses who had lost their lives had nowhere to vent their anger. It didn't matter if Jiang Chen was the one who killed them or not, they would still blame Jiang Chen for this. Could it be that he really killed all the geniuses? I never thought that this fella is such a person. Ring Yuanzi frowned. No matter what, Jiang Chen was still a disciple of the Profound Feng sect, and the Profound Feng sect was one of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects. Ring Yuanzi did not want to see Jiang Chen being annihilated. At least he did not want to see the Profound Feng sect fall into danger. It's hard to say, but I feel that this fella is not that kind of person. From his act of gifting pellets, we can see that he's not that kind of person. Old Ancestor Di Long said in a low voice. But nobody dared to be sure. Because it's hard to say what you don't see. Lu Quanchao, Zhang Lei and the others had witnessed the means of Jiang Chen in the hidden secret realm. Their words should have some credibility, right? It's hard to draw a dragon or a tiger. You may know a person's face but not his heart. Jiang Chen's actions might not be hard to prove. Let's see if he will surrender and face everyone with a clear conscience. Or will he choose a life and death struggle? Mu Tianan said. Based on what you said, Jiang Chen would rather die than surrender. Even if he dies, he won't admit it. Besides, this guy isn't the kind of person who is willing to be captured without putting up a fight. If you want to frame him, he will definitely stand up and fight back. Xian Qingming said in a deep voice. Even though Jiang Chen did not stay in Profound Feng sect for long, he could feel that Jiang Chen was not a coward who would take responsibility for his actions. Xian Qingming said. Even if Jiang Chen had become the target of everyone, he was still willing to believe that Jiang Chen was innocent. Because of Man Shui and Yang Jian. He also believed in his disciple's character. Profound Feng sect would never have such a bad disciple. This was his bottom line. That's hard to say. Humph. Jiang Chen is being condemned by everyone now. Do you still want to be ordinary for him? You should think about your Profound Feng sect first. Everything will be fine if this bastard does not implicate you. Those fellas will definitely point their fingers at Profound Feng sect. Mu Tianan said. Xian Qingming knew that Mu Tianan did not have any evil intentions. But now that something like this had happened, they had no choice but to believe him. However, Jiang Chen had admitted that he killed Li Zongheng and Li Yan, Langya and Li Yanchao of Divine Pill sect, Wu Ruffing and Tangzhen of Clearstream sect. Even if the other sects did not care about it, these three sects would definitely fight with Jiang Chen. Xian Qingming was filled with worry. Jiang Chen could really kill the 6 experts of Clearstream sect, Ghost Eye sect and Divine Pill sect. This meant that his strength was extremely powerful. If such a monstrous genius did not become the target of everyone, perhaps the rise of Profound Feng sect would be proven by Jiang Chen. This bastard has killed more than hundreds and thousands of people. Li Zongheng, Langya, Wu Rufeng, these monstrous geniuses all died in the hands of Jiang Chen. We must not let this matter go. We must punish Jiang Chen, punish Profound Feng sect. That's right, we must kill Jiang Chen. Let him be buried with all our dead geniuses. Let him be hacked into pieces and never fall into the cycle of reincarnation. Elder Meng, Elder Li, Elder Jiang, you must seek justice for us. Our disciples must not die in vain. Chapter 2441. Who would have thought that hundreds and thousands of experts from different sects would challenge him? If this goes on, Jiang Chen knew that he would not be able to escape. He might not even be able to fight against a heavenly god realm expert like Jiang Qingzi. After all, in the hidden secret realm he could only fight against experts below the heavenly god realm. Even if he fought against the Tao Tai, it was all thanks to the ancestral dragon emperor. Although Jiang Chen could fight against a heavenly god realm expert, he was just an ordinary early heavenly god realm expert. Jiang Chen looked at Shen Qingming deeply. He knew that he must not implicate the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, his safety would affect the lives of countless disciples in the 100,000 mountain range. Sect Lord, I'm sorry. Jiang Chen's smile made Shen Qingming feel sad. Shen Qingming was speechless. Jiang Chen did not blame him at all. Instead, he was satisfied that Shen Qingming was willing to believe in him. Since the Profound Feng sect was weak, it was impossible for them to fight against those big sections. Moreover, he was not alone. There were hundreds and thousands of disciples of the Profound Feng sect behind him. Shen Qingming had a long way to go. Moreover, he did not have the strength to fight against those big sections. Those were all the experts in the Linhe boundary. If he stood behind Jiang Chen, it would be equivalent to pushing the whole Profound Feng sect into a pit of fire. Moreover, the two of them were still in the Profound Feng sect. Jiang Chen, are you going to surrender or do you want me to do it? Li Tianhua stared at Jiang Chen fiercely. The most painful thing in the world was to see one's son die before him. Both of his sons were killed by Jiang Chen. How could he not take revenge? You want me to surrender? Impossible unless you can kill me. Jiang Chen's eyes met with Li Tianhua's. At this moment, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. Even though he was facing a peak late heavenly god, he was still as calm as before. Although Li Tianhua was pressuring him, Jiang Chen was still as calm as before. Even though there was pressure, no one could stop him. So, you still want to fight? Jiang Qingzi stared coldly at Jiang Chen, filled with disdain. No matter how heaven-defying he was, how could he fight against so many heavenly gods? He was asking to be humiliated. However, since he wanted to die in the hands of a heavenly god, he should have been mentally prepared. So what? Jiang Chen was filled with arrogance. He glanced at everyone and said indifferently, I, Jiang Chen, from this moment onwards, will leave the Profound Feng sect. I am no longer a disciple of the Profound Feng sect. Even if I am, I believe that as a great sect, you will not make things difficult for the people of the Profound Feng sect. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by the people of the world. Jiang Chen's words made Yang Jian and Man Shuai's heart tremble. Shen Qingming felt the same too, but he did not say anything else. That silhouette was lonely, strong and desolate. No one could understand the loneliness in his heart. However, Jiang Chen would not tell anyone about it. Even if millions of people were to betray him, he would not turn back. However, his heart was no longer warm, it was filled with killing intent. Killing these people who did not know right from wrong, what's the pity in killing them? Those people looked at him as if they wanted to skin him alive. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stood on the peak of the mountain, feeling the cold wind blowing from his back. His whole body became cold. His heart had always been as cold as a knife. At this moment he was despised by thousands of people. But so what? He just wanted a clear conscience. Except for Tang Zhen, who died unjustly, everyone else deserved to die there. Living was a humiliation to them. At this moment, Jiang Chen's heart was as calm as still water. Jiang Chen. Yang Jian and Man Shuai looked at Jiang Chen, feeling as if their hearts were being pierced by a knife. Yuki Chihian and Ling Long looked at Jiang Chen silently. They had a terrible feeling in their hearts, but they could not explain it. Jiang Chen was a good person in their eyes, but he had killed so many people, becoming a real executioner. Qing Lianzi looked at Zhou Xian and said, "You're right. He's a one-in-a-million genius. Otherwise, how could he kill the monstrous prodigies of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect? It's a pity that this kind of person has made too many enemies. He doesn't know how to hide his strength. Moreover, he has offended the entire Linhe boundary. Now Xianxia is destined to die without a burial ground. He shouldn't be that kind of person." Zhou Xian frowned her brows and murmured. However, it was hard to prove Xianxia's innocence even if he had 100 mouths. "Since you guys said that I killed people, then what's the point of me explaining? I did kill people, but I only killed those who deserved to be killed. Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect, although they're all great sects, they're all thieves. I killed these scums just to get rid of the tumor of Linhe boundary. If you guys want to kill me, then come. Why should I, Xianxia, be afraid? It's a great honor to have the entire Linhe boundary fight for me." Xianxia laughed wildly. Outside of the hidden secret realm, there were more than 2,000 people. Almost 1,000 heavenly god realm experts were furious. Xianxia was just a true god. How dare he provoke everyone? Wasn't he courting death? Everyone was incomparably angry. They would never let go of Xianxia's death. However, they had never thought that Xianxia would go against all of them. Such magnanimity was admirable. However, he had nowhere to run now. Saying such words would only increase the sadness in his heart. In their point of view, Xianxia was just trying to be a hero. "Since you've already admitted to it, then obediently surrender. Even if you want to fight, it's just a futile struggle." Some people sneered. "Xianxia, this is your destiny. Accept it. You can't escape from Linhe boundary. Now all the sects in Linhe boundary are here. How are you going to escape? Don't think that you can kill as you please. We're not in the hidden secret realm but outside of the twisted jungle." Xianyuan Kanglin took a step forward and blocked Xianxia's path. At this moment, everyone in the twisted jungle had locked their eyes on Xianxia. It would be extremely difficult for Xianxia to escape. "I never thought of leaving. Even if you guys framed me, let's fight. I, Xianxia, will accompany you till the end." Chapter 2442. Kanglin, go and take him down. It will save the elders and sect lords a lot of trouble. Meng Fanpeng looked at Xianyuan Kanglin. The latter nodded slightly. Although he did not know how strong Xianxia was, he was not confident. After all, Xianxia had defeated him previously. Although there were many factors involved, a loss was a loss. Xianyuan Kanglin knew that it was impossible for him to kill Xianxia. "My friends, will you fight alongside me to kill the demon and kill Xianxia, to bring peace back to the Linhe boundary?" Xianxia said. Xianyuan Kanglin's words had aroused a lot of anger. Of course, it was towards Xianxia. 800 geniuses rose up and targeted Xianxia. Nearly 100 of them had broken through to the half-step heavenly god realm. As for the rest, they were all late true god realm experts. After all, everyone here was a true genius disciple. None of them relied on their connections to get in. Because of the cruelty of the hidden secret realm, everyone knew that if one did not have the ability, no one would take care of his funeral. Xianxia is an unpardonable villain. Everyone has the right to kill him. We are willing to help Brother Xianyuan to kill this demon. That's right. We are all responsible for killing Xianxia. He has killed so many people. We must not let him go. A person who angers both humans and gods. Even if he dies, it's the end of it. Let's attack together. We must not let him leave. The 800 disciples were filled with murderous intent. They surrounded Xianxia. It was impossible to fly in the air in the twisted jungle. Even if Xianxia wanted to run away, there was no way for him to escape. The 800 disciples already hated Xianxia to the bone. Some of them had heard it from others and some were just trying to curry favor with those in power. However, in their eyes, they had already determined that Xianxia was a heinous criminal. Xianxia had committed numerous crimes and should have been executed a long time ago. 800 prodigies of Linhe boundary besieged Xianxia. Xianyuan Kanglin's eyes were getting brighter. Xianxia had nowhere to run now. Xianyuan Kanglin would be relieved if Xianxia dies. As long as Xianxia fuses with the Tao Tai, No one in the entire Linha boundary would be his match except for those old farts. At that time he would be able to step into the heavenly god realm and forge his godhead with the might of a heavenly god. At that time Xianyuan Kanglin, who had been cultivating for 70,000 years, would definitely shock the world. Zhangchen, why don't you explain? Don't tell me you're just going to leave with a grievance? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid that they would have already died in the hidden secret realm. Man Shui shook his head, his eyes were filled with anger. However, Zhangchen smiled calmly. No matter how much I explain, what's the use? They only want my head. Even if I say something, who would be willing to believe me? Since that's the case, let's use our fists to explain. Zhangchen wasn't afraid at all. Facing 800 disciples, he remained calm and collected. He was ready to fight. Today is the chance for all of you to become famous. Kill Zhangchen, you're all heroes of Linha boundary. Meng Fanping said in a deep voice. Xianyuan Kanglin took the lead and flew towards Zhangchen. The 800 disciples roared in rage. Their voices shook the sky, causing the earth to tremble. Terrifying aura surrounded Zhangchen. Each of their attacks was fatal. Sword chi and blade light were flickering. Zhangchen immediately unleashed his dragon transformation, reaching the limit of the half-step heavenly god realm. At this moment, Zhangchen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. His strength had reached the pinnacle. Facing a late true god, he could kill a late true god with a single slash. Zhangchen went on a killing spree. Since everyone accused him of killing people, how could he face these people who tried to slander him if he did not go on a killing spree? Since you guys want your disciples to become famous, then today I, Zhangchen, will kill all of your disciples. Let's see who can stop me. Zhangchen sneered. His sword flashed like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, more than 30 late true gods were killed by Zhangchen mercilessly. Their blood stained the mountain rocks in the forest. Zhangchen's every step was filled with killing intent. The 800 disciples had completely fallen into his rhythm. 1/1 kill, it was unstoppable. No one had expected Zhangchen to be so strong. Those sect elders who allowed their disciples to participate in the battle couldn't help but feel regretful. In just a blink of an eye, dozens of people had fallen to the ground, losing their lives. How was this a battle? It was as terrifying as chopping vegetables. The half-step heavenly god realm experts were able to block Zhangchen's sword. However, those true gods were like minions, they could not block Zhangchen's heavenly dragon sword at all. The sword light was so terrifying that even an ordinary heavenly god realm expert felt their heart palpitating. Too terrifying. This guy is like a devil. Even a heavenly god realm expert would have to treat his sword seriously. I don't know how many more people he can kill. Countless people were incomparably shocked, but the battle had already begun. Zhangchen did not show any mercy. These people were all people who wanted to step on him. Why should he show any mercy? Only those who could survive are the elites. Since you guys want to train, why don't I use the cruelest way to get rid of the trash? Zhangchen sneered in his heart. Sweat and blood kept dripping down from his face. However, it was the blood of others. The heavenly dragon sword seemed to have felt Zhangchen's anger. The sword kept buzzing and the sword shadows became faster and more ferocious. Wherever the sword light passed, not even a blade of grass would be left alive. Zhangchen's terrifying killing intent made everyone at the scene feel how terrifying he was. He was just a late true god disciple. If he really reached the heavenly god realm, how terrifying would he be? Wouldn't he be a living devil incarnate? Zhangchen's strength is too terrifying. Xian Qingming's heart was filled with shock. Even he might not be able to remain so calm when facing so many juniors. Moreover, Zhangchen killed one person with each step he took. The weakest among them was a late true god. It was a world of difference compared to when he first entered the profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should be happy or lucky. Zhangchen came from the profound Feng sect, but he actually killed so many people here. Chapter 2443. I'm afraid this brat has entered the demonic path. Although I don't really believe that he has killed so many people, I have no choice but to believe it now. More than 70 people have died under his sword. Such a terrifying battle will definitely shock the entire ancient dragon city. Old ancestor Di Long became serious. Although Lu Quanchao and Zhang Lei tried their best to participate, they were still stopped by Ren Yuanzi and old ancestor Di Long. Although they weren't clear about the cause of this matter, at least the people of the Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects couldn't kill each other. Xian Qingming was in a terrible situation right now. As a brother sect, they naturally couldn't add oil to the fire. Moreover, Ren Yuanzi and old ancestor Di Long accepted Jiang Chen's gift of pills. At least they could not participate in the battle. Jiang Chen will definitely die in this battle. Meng Fanping, Li Tianhua, Jiang Qingzi, none of them are easy to deal with. It's just that they have a high status and did not participate in it. But now it seems that they will have to take action soon. Jiang Chen's speed of growth is really frightening. I'm guessing that even these old fellows have gained a new understanding of Jiang Chen's terror. Ren Yuanzi sighed. No wonder the monstrous geniuses of the Divine Pill sect, the Ghost Eye sect and the Clear Stream sect all died in his hands. I have to say, if our Yellow Flame sect has such a genius, I can also smile in the underworld. Mu Tianan said faintly. No one knew if he was mocking or acknowledging Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was in high spirits. His battle intent was unparalleled. 800 disciples, although all of them had joined the battle, Jiang Chen killed one person with each step he took. It was quite terrifying. None of them looked down on Jiang Chen anymore. Because if they did not fight carefully, they might be the next ones to fall. What a good Jiang Chen. He is indeed a traitor. To think that he is still going on a killing spree. Jiang Qingzi of the Divine Pill sect's eyes became colder and colder. He couldn't wait to take action. Only 2 disciples of the Divine Pill sect came out from the sect and they were both killed by Jiang Chen in the end. It showed how deep the hatred between them was. Jiang Chen's massacre was still going on. Even Xianyuan Kanglin, a peerless genius below the heavenly god realm, could not stop Jiang Chen from continuing his massacre. Jiang Chen's killing intent was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's eyes had already turned bloodshot. His battle intent had been completely ignited. This bunch of idiots who didn't know what's good for them had treated him as a target of scorn. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be afraid of? Jiang Chen was such a person. He would rather betray the world than let the world betray him. In his eyes, there was no guilt in his heart. There was no right or wrong. If he wanted to kill, he would kill. He would kill to his heart's content. He was invincible. This was Jiang Chen. He seems to have become stronger. Xianyuan Kanglin was getting closer to Jiang Chen. His halberd turned into a dragon and covered Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was still fearless. The sword and halberd clashed. Flames soared up to the sky. Countless experts rushed forward one after another. Jiang Chen was as steady as Mount Tai, fighting and retreating at the same time. Jiang Chen's aura was vigorous. His battle was getting more and more ferocious. With the heavenly dragon sword and a pair of iron fists, countless experts were unable to inflict any damage on him. Jiang Chen's endurance and continuous recovery were extremely terrifying. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's battle had reached its climax. More than 100 people had died. However, Jiang Chen was still as decisive as before. Every slash of his sword would be accompanied by screams and cries of pain. If this goes on, I'm afraid Jiang Chen will really go on a killing spree. What are you waiting for? Kill this bastard quickly. Li Tianhua's cold voice reverberated in the void. At this moment, everyone woke up from their daze. More than 100 people had fallen. If this goes on, Jiang Chen would kill even more people. Moreover, his condition had not deteriorated at all compared to his peak. Jiang Chen's endurance had shocked everyone. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been defeated by the human wave tactic and the wheel tactic. However, Jiang Chen was still as ferocious as a tiger. His sword was still as terrifying as ever. Only Xianyuan Kanglin, Su Jin, Yu Rongyan and the others could withstand Jiang Chen's attack. However, they still could not inflict any damage on him. Hundreds of people worked together under Li Tianhua's supervision. At this moment, they gave their all because they might not be able to defeat Jiang Chen even if they continued to drag the battle. Jiang Chen, today is the day you die. Xianyuan Kanglin gave his all. At this moment, he was the one who wanted Jiang Chen to die the most. If Tang Zhen did not save Jiang Chen's life at the last moment, he might have been killed by Jiang Chen. How could Xianyuan Kanglin let Jiang Chen go? Initially they thought that Jiang Chen would be worn out gradually, but looking at it now, it seemed like this guy's endurance was ridiculously strong. After fighting 800 men for an hour, his face didn't even turn red and his heart didn't even beat. Who would believe that? Xianyuan Kanglin knew that Meng Fanping could not wait any longer. If these sect elders cared about their reputation, they would have killed Jiang Chen by now. Because of this, they didn't do anything as they were worried that someone would say something bad about them. Killing a junior was a despicable act, as it was a despicable act. One halberd conquers the universe. Dai Jiang Chen. Xianyuan Kanglin's attack pierced through the sky, covering a distance of 90,000 li, causing lightning to rumble and dark clouds to cover the sky. Xianyuan Kanglin's overbearingness made all the disciples gasp. They were all half-step heavenly gods, but the gap between them and Xianyuan Kanglin was huge. Moreover, no one would doubt that Xianyuan Kanglin was a heavenly god. Jiang Chen sneered and welcomed the attack with his sword. He was not afraid at all. At this moment, if he retreated, he would be drowned by these hundreds of people. He could fight, but he must not retreat. Sword breaks the void, heaven's will. The heavenly dragon sword and Xianyuan Kanglin's attack clashed. Thunder rumbled and the sky changed color. Jiang Chen stood still like a mountain while Xianyuan Kanglin was filled with battle intent. At this moment, both of them retreated. None of them could gain the upper hand. Jiang Chen was a late true god, yet he could fight against 800 prodigies. Whether he won or lost, Jiang Chen's name would definitely spread across the entire Linhe boundary. Chapter 2444. Since all of you want to kill me, I'll let you have a taste of my power. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. Now that his strength had increased again, he could control the little Ashura sword formation with ease. When Jiang Chen's 108 pinnacle divine tools appeared in the void, even Meng Fanping and the others became solemn. This guy actually has so many pinnacle divine tools? It's terrifying. Someone exclaimed. Even the elders of their sect did not have a single pinnacle divine tool. Countless heavenly god realm experts were coveting Jiang Chen at this moment. A gentleman's wealth is his own ruin. Now Jiang Chen had become a big piece of meat. Even Meng Fanping could not avoid it. With so many pinnacle divine tools, even the Clearstream sect's strength would rise greatly. It would not be a problem for them to nurture a batch of heavenly god realm experts. Jiang Chen actually has so many pinnacle divine tools. It's terrifying. These pinnacle divine tools should not be in his hands. Yeah, it seems like Jiang Chen will not be able to escape death. So many elders and sect masters are staring at Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen is the reincarnation of the Nine Heavens God Emperor, he will not be able to escape today. It's a pinnacle divine tool. Even I don't have one. Why does this guy have so many pinnacle divine tools? A trace of greed rose in everyone's heart. Some of them were even surprised and angry. But what they couldn't change was that their desire for Jiang Chen was the scariest of all. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. When the storm hammer and meteor hammer appeared, Meng Fanping and Li Tianhua's faces slightly changed. This guy really had a lot of treasures. 2 heavenly divine tool hammers were things that even they were interested in. Who would complain about having more heavenly divine tools? They could not tell what kind of treasure Jiang Chen's sky dragon sword was. But when the sky dragon sword formed the little Ashura sword formation with the sword heart as the center, they suddenly realized that the meteor hammer and the storm hammer were not as good as the sky dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hands. What a terrifying sword. Can drive 2 heavenly deity weapons and 108 peak deity weapons. The sword is mine. Meng Fanping squinted his eyes and his pupils contracted. He did not know that even the 4 realm guardians behind him were shocked. Because Jiang Chen's heavenly dragon sword had obviously surpassed the heavenly divine tool. Good one, Jiang Chen. To think that you have such a terrifying thing. Then I shall use your divine tool to pay for my son's life. Li Tianhua was excited. At this moment even he was slightly moved. He stared at the heavenly dragon sword in Jiang Chen's hand. Little Ashura sword formation kill heavenly deities. Die. Jiang Chen used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. But he could only move 20 meters in the void. He could not fly in the sky at all. Even so, as soon as the little Ashura sword formation was formed, the sky and earth changed. Countless heavenly god realm experts held their breaths. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation was terrifying. Hundreds of disciples were trapped within it. Even Xinyuan Kanglin was panicking. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation was obviously stronger than before. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He was going to kill all of these geniuses right here and now. Those who stand in my way shall die. Jiang Chen roared. The little Ashura sword formation was activated. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his chest. At this moment, Meng Fanping and the others knew how terrifying Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation was. Not many heavenly god realm experts could withstand it. No, I can't die. Sect Lord, save me. I don't want to die. I have already walked out of the hidden secret realm. I am a genius of the Linha boundary. Pivif. Thousands of swords pierced through the heart. Numerous terrifying lightning sword lights carried an incomparably murderous aura as they swept out horizontally and vertically, and even people that were 500 kilometers away could feel this extremely tragic scene and were terrified. Eldermang, quick. This sword formation is too terrifying. We can't withstand it. Xinyuan Kanglin's cry for help made those heavenly god realm elders realize what was going on. However, it was already too late. Because Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation had killed hundreds of people in an instant. Other than the hundreds of half-step heavenly god prodigies who were on the verge of death, hundreds of peak late true gods were killed in a blink of an eye within the little Ashura sword formation. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. Not good. This kid's sword formation is too terrifying. We must kill him as soon as possible. Elders, quickly take action. Otherwise we won't be able to live anymore. Help. I don't want to die. I have climbed out of the hidden secret realm after so many hardships. I can't die. I can't. Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation had shown them what true fear was. At this moment, whether it was the sect masters or the elders of the major sects or the disciples of the Ashura sword formation, all of them were in a state of panic. Jiang Chen had killed hundreds of disciples with the power of the sword formation. It was a shocking and terrifying scene that made people's hair stand on end. Blood covered the corpses. Within the little Ashura sword formation, flesh and blood were flying everywhere. Jiang Chen's expression was extremely cold. Facing the peerless killing formation, his lips became colder and colder. You guys forced me to do this. Since you guys think that I'm the one who killed them, then I'll show it to you guys. What's the harm? Jiang Chen was never one to submit to adversity. So he had gambled everything in this battle. Since they wanted to kill him, why should he show mercy? That's not mercy, that's cowardice. Jiang Chen was determined to kill. The terrifying sword formation was unleashing a massacre in all directions. Everyone felt a great pressure, even the heavenly god realm experts felt a great pressure at this moment. Because the little Ashura sword formation's dreadfulness was beyond their imagination. A single sword to the west, sweeping across all directions, thousands of swords returning to the origin, killing people like flies. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness was proven once again. Out of the 800 most outstanding disciples in the Linha boundary, 700 were killed by Jiang Chen in a day. Only less than 100 of them were left. All of them were half-step heavenly god realm experts. Only then could they withstand the sword formation. However, they still could not break the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Everyone gather together and fight against this sword formation. Otherwise, none of us will be able to leave this place alive. Xinyuan Kanglin's words made every disciple feel hopeless. Obviously, even Xinyuan Kanglin said such words. The sword formation was terrifying and it was not something they could withstand. Just a mere sword formation. Let's see how powerful you are. An early heavenly god realm elder took a step forward and approached Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. He wanted to break the sword formation by force, but he was sent flying away. A heavenly god realm expert could not do anything to the sword formation. Moreover, he was heavily injured by the rebounding force. Chapter 2445. What a terrifying sword formation. Meng Fangping's expression changed. At this moment, another 10 Heavenly God Realm elders rushed towards the formation. However, the result was the same. The little Ashura sword formation was actually this powerful. Following the death of the prodigies, it was a great loss to the Linha boundary. Every elder's heart was bleeding silently. Looks like I have to take action now. Meng Fangping's expression changed. His figure flashed and appeared in front of the little Ashura sword formation. He struck out with his palm trying to shake the little Ashura sword formation. However, the formation did not budge at all. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Meng Fangping finally took action. He should be the strongest expert on the scene, a half-step divine king. This was the strength that only the 4 realm guardians could achieve. Even Jiang Qingzi and Li Tianhua were only at the peak of late heavenly god realm. However, Meng Fangping, who was a half-step divine king, could make Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation tremble slightly. It's not easy to break my sword formation, Jiang Chen said with a cold smile. He stood proudly in the sword formation and did not move an inch. Little brat, this is not the place for you to behave atrociously, Meng Fangping said coldly. He struck out 3 more times, but he still could not break Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. At this moment, Meng Fangping's expression became solemn. He looked at Li Tianhua and Jiang Qingzi and said, "What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for this fella to kill all the prodigies of the Linha boundary before you guys take action?" Jiang Qingzi and Li Tianhua looked at each other after hearing Meng Fangping's words. They then rushed towards Jiang Chen. The 3 of them joined forces to resist against Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation. However, it was still unshakable. Even though the little Ashura sword formation was completely suppressed by the 3 of them, it was still able to resist them. What a terrifying sword formation. This fella has too many secrets. Even our Ghost Eye sect has never heard of such a terrifying formation. Li Tianhua shouted in a deep voice. His eyes were cold. Jiang Chen's sword formation had piqued his curiosity. If this sword formation was used by Jiang Chen, it would be possible for him to kill the 4 great realm guardians. At that time it would be even easier for him to kill Meng Fangping. Li Tianhua's heart was also filled with greed. The sword and the formation were Jiang Chen's treasures. In his opinion, Jiang Chen did not deserve to own these things. Li Tianhua, even you can't see the secret of this sword formation? Meng Fangping said. Even though the 3 of them joined forces to suppress Jiang Chen's sword formation, they could not break it. Jiang Chen's heart was incomparably heavy. This was his last resort. If the little Ashura sword formation was completely broken, then he would be completely defeated. The ancestral dragon pagoda could protect him for a while, but it could not protect him forever. Even if he hid in the ancestral dragon pagoda, he would still be targeted. Moreover, the ancestral dragon emperor and Red Lotus were both in a deep sleep. Jiang Chen had no choice but to fight with them. I don't believe that I can't break this sword formation, Meng Fangping snorted. The azure dragon saber in his hand was raised. It was a terrifying heavenly divine tool. The azure dragon saber landed in the sky and collided with the Ashura sword formation. However, it did not break Jiang Chen's Ashura sword formation. The killing intent in Jiang Chen's eyes intensified. Killing one was a prophet. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy. Go to hell. This is the price you should pay. Jiang Chen exerted all his strength. Terrifying swords flew out from the Ashura sword formation. More than 10 people were killed by Jiang Chen. No. Don't. That's my Lingyun sect's disciple. It's over. The only genius disciple of our heavenly god sect was killed by Jiang Chen. He's a demon. Oh. Jiang Chen's face was pale. He grinned hideously. Looking at those crazy guys, he did not show any mercy. In the little Ashura sword formation, the despair in those people's eyes did not move Jiang Chen. They only had themselves to blame. Since they had done it, they would never regret it. Jiang Chen would never bow his head. Moreover, it was all of them who forced Jiang Chen into a hopeless situation step by step. The deaths of those people were caused by themselves. Jiang Chen killed in all directions. 800 disciples were reduced to less than 80 now. More and more people were left with only fear in their hearts. Jiang Chen ate 3 spirit-severing life-prolonging elixirs in a row. The wood spirit was also operated to the extreme by him. However, it was still difficult for him to maintain the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. After all, the sword formation consumed too much divine power. However, Jiang Chen did not have the strength to continue controlling it. Li Tianhua could also see Jiang Chen's current state of decline. It wouldn't take long for him to be completely defeated. Moreover, he would be playing with his own hands. The Ashura sword formation wasn't something that he could maintain for a long period of time. You're just an arrow at the end of its flight. Let's see how long you can last. Jiang Qingzi sneered. The three experts attacked together and forcefully suppressed Jiang Chen. After forcefully using the sword formation, Jiang Chen's divine power was completely exhausted. Now let's see what else you can do. Meng Fanping raised his azure dragon saber and slashed down once again. A meteor-like saber light streaked across the sky. The might of a half-step divine king was unstoppable. Jiang Chen's sword formation completely collapsed at this moment. He no longer had any divine power left to support the terrifying little Ashura sword formation. Although the sword formation was strong, it required a huge amount of divine power. Blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. The little Ashura sword formation was broken and he was finally defeated. The elders of Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect and Divine Pill Sect attacked with all their might to defeat Jiang Chen. At this moment, Jiang Chen was filled with glory. No one dared to underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. Those early Heavenly God Realm elders were shocked. Jiang Chen's dreadfulness made them realize what a true monstrous genius was. Unfortunately, they suffered a great loss in this battle. Less than 80 of the 800 disciples that came out from the hidden secret realm were left. Jiang Chen's little Ashura sword formation was too dreadful. If it was not for the lack of divine power, even Meng Fanping might not be able to break the little Ashura sword formation. Damn it. If I had the strength of a heavenly god, I would have killed all of you half-step divine kings. Chapter 2446. Jiang Chen did not regret it because he had done what he should do. He would never be wronged. Since he was wronged, he would seek revenge in his own way. You're about to die, but you're still so arrogant. Looks like you don't know what it's like to live a life worse than death. Li Tianhua sneered. Hand this guy over to our Ghost Eye sect. I will let him know what it's like to live a life worse than death. You're really honest. Ask him to hand over all his treasures and we'll send them to your Ghost Eye sect. What do you think? Jiang Qingzi said with a smile. Jiang Qingzi, what do you mean by that? Do you think that I, the elder of Ghost Eye sect, would covet the treasures of this junior? What a joke. An honest man does not do underhanded things. Now that Jiang Chen has nowhere to run, it's not up to you to decide what to do. Jiang Qingzi said indifferently. Kill him. Cut him into 1,000 pieces. That's right, death by 1,000 cuts. Kill him now, torture his soul for 10,000 years and grind his bones to ashes. Our disciple must not die in vain. Jiang Chen's massacre had aroused everyone's anger. They could only watch their genius disciple being killed in Jiang Chen's Azura formation. One could imagine how painful it was. If we don't kill Jiang Chen, the hatred in everyone's heart will not be appeased. Then this guy must die. Meng Fanping pointed his blade at Jiang Chen. A chilling intent struck Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Death was approaching him step by step. Kill Jiang Chen. Kill Jiang Chen. Kill him. Shouts and shouts could be heard continuously. Jiang Chen had offended the masses and killed all the sects in the Linhe boundary. Although Jiang Chen was defeated in this battle, it was a glorious defeat that shocked the entire Linhe boundary. Jiang Chen. Profound Feng sect is unable to protect you. I feel guilty. Xian Qingming took a deep breath, but he couldn't do anything. He could only watch as Jiang Chen was killed by Meng Fanping's group. Jiang Chen, let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. You can finally die in peace. Xinyuan Kanglin sneered. Once Jiang Chen died, the damned Zulong Tower would not be able to suppress him anymore. Moreover, the ancestral Dragon Emperor's soul would also disappear. It would be impossible for Jiang Chen to fight against him. This time so many people had died. He had underestimated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's lightning-fast methods and his world-destroying sword formation were extremely murderous. At this moment the scene outside of the hidden secret realm was desolate. Because Zhou Xian had killed almost all the disciples. There were less than 80 disciples left. This was the most terrifying incident in the history of the hidden secret realm. The number of survivors was less than 1%. More than 10,000 disciples had died here. Zhou Xian, you can finally die in peace now. You've killed innocent disciples. It's bloody and cruel. This is your fate. Jiang Qingzi said faintly as he walked towards Zhou Xian. Now everyone saw Zhou Xian as a thorn in their eyes. It was impossible for him to leave this place alive. Hand over the sword in your hand. Perhaps you can die in one piece. Li Tianhua said with a smile. His gentleness was filled with coldness, causing people to shiver. What if I say that I'm not satisfied? Jiang Qinlingling said. You're not satisfied? So what if you're not satisfied? Could it be that you can still fight against all of us? Don't be too naive. You're like a turtle in a jar now. Surrender and perhaps you can die with dignity. Of course, it's not a bad idea to refine you into a corpse puppet. Li Tianhua sneered, his eyes burning. There are so many of you bullying a junior. I can't stand it anymore. A cold voice sounded in the ears of Zhou Xian and the others. It was none other than the white-robed sword god Xianxia. Who are you? Jiang Qingzi said in a deep voice. The white-robed sword god Xianxia. Xianxia's words made many people gasp. No one had expected that this person who came out from the hidden secret realm would dare to face the elders of the three sects without any fear. You're the white-robed sword god Xianxia? Li Tianhua said in a deep voice. The number one genius of the Forgotten Sword Tomb, known as the most powerful monstrous talent in the Linhe boundary for 100 years. He's invincible and has never tasted defeat. His strength can even challenge the experts of the older generation. Not bad, the younger generation will surpass us in time. Meng Fanping said. At this moment many people looked solemn. They did not expect this white-robed youth to have such a terrifying identity. The white-robed sword god, just like his name, incomparably domineering. It's been so many years. The Forgotten Sword Tomb has not appeared in the world. I thought that people would have forgotten the existence of the Forgotten Sword Tomb. Xianxia said faintly. The Forgotten Sword Tomb is unparalleled in the world. Although it's not as good as the Clearstream sect, it's still a big sect of the older generation. The white-robed sword god, such a young talent has brought glory to the people of the Linhe boundary. Meng Fanping said with a fake smile. The people of the Linhe boundary will decide who's strong and who's weak. Xianxia did not want to be outdone. Zhou Xian did not expect that Xianxia would stand out at this moment. However, he did not know whether Xianxia wanted to help him or not. Alright, this kind of thing is not something that a junior like you can decide. Meng Fanping said with a smile. I want Zhou Qian's man. Do you think that the Forgotten Sword Tomb has this strength? Meng Fanping suddenly shook his head and looked at Xianxia. Want to try? Xianxia shrugged. I'm sorry to disappoint you. The Forgotten Sword Tomb does not have this face. Meng Fanping and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia, I will remember you. Zhou Xian looked at Xianxia and said. I think you will be the one to challenge me. You're the only interesting person in the Linhe boundary. If you die, I will be so lonely. Xianxia and Zhou Xian looked into each other's eyes. At this moment, Zhou Xian could see that Xianxia seemed to have known everything. His eyes were full of trust, but he did not stand out to tell the truth. Zhou Xian did not blame him because even if he told the truth, there would be no result. Zhou Xian had killed everyone in the hidden secret realm. It was hard to change the fact that Zhou Xian had committed the murder of everyone in the hidden secret realm. Moreover, Zhou Xian had accused Zhou Xian himself. If I don't die, who in the Linhe boundary can stop me? You're indeed strong, but I'm destined to be stronger than you. Zhou Xian said with an arrogant expression. You're already at death's door, but you're still so arrogant. Zhou Xian, it seems like you won't rest until you're dead. Do you really think that no one in this world can defeat you? Chapter 2447. Pity, you won't be able to make a comeback. Xinyuan Kanglin pretended to sigh. You might not be able to laugh till the end. Sword God Shuai Liang and Xianyuan Kanglin looked at each other and smiled. I'm very fortunate to be born in this era. You guys are destined to be my green leaves. Jiang Chen's smile was extremely mellow. I will remember every single one of you today. I Jiang Chen will repay you tenfold in the future. Jiang Chen's expression became solemn. At this moment Sword God Shuai Liang was filled with interest. Jiang Chen, I hope that you can still bring me more surprises, just like in the hidden secret realm, where you single-handedly annihilated the Tao Tai beast. As you wish. Jiang Chen smiled. Today I Jiang Chen will give Linha Boundary a big slap in the face. Clear Stream Sect, Ghost Eye Sect, Divine Pill Sect, the day I Jiang Chen return will be the day your sects perish. Today's humiliation will be washed away by the entire Linha Boundary. Jiang Chen swore in his heart. At this moment, no one could shake his determination. Today's humiliation was caused by millions of people. His injustice will be avenged one day. Only with strength could everything be cleared. The weak will only be sacrificed. Jiang Chen, stop daydreaming. Don't tell me you want to run away from the elders of 100 sects? Jiang Qingzi snorted at Jiang Chen's arrogance. Then let's try. Jiang Chen then raised the dawn sky golden lightning. Everyone's expression changed. Even the heavenly god realm experts felt suffocated. Only Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians remained calm as they had already reached the threshold of the half-step divine king realm. Although the dawn sky golden lightning was a heavenly lightning, they could still resist it. This is your trump card you can give up. You are indeed talented to have heaven lightning, but this dawn sky golden lightning isn't enough for you to dominate the world. As he spoke, Meng Fanping had already made his move. He went straight for Jiang Chen because he didn't have the patience to continue wasting time with Jiang Chen. Really? Jiang Chen smiled slightly. In the face of Meng Fanping's attack, terrifying thunder force once again appeared in his right hand. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, causing colors to flash in the sky. The 4 realm guardians' expressions flickered and Meng Fanping was sent tumbling backward. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in Jiang Chen's hand was already capable of threatening his life. My 9 stars tribulation lightning. Xianyuan Kanglin's pupils shrunk. At this moment his expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning was many times stronger than when he was controlling it. 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning. Meng Fanping's mouth was slightly dry. If he were to act alone and Jiang Chen decided to perish together with him, even a half-step divine king would suffer a great loss. For seniors, I hope that you will attack together with me. The 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in that brat's hand is something that only the 5 of us will be able to control. The 4 realm guardians looked at each other, feeling a great threat. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't even at the heavenly god realm. Only the 4 of them could subdue him. As soon as the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning appeared, hundreds of heavenly god realm experts trembled. This fella has such a terrifying heavenly lightning? How did he get it? Won't the heavenly lightning bite back? He's a monster. Even a god emperor won't be able to save him if the heavenly lightning bite back. He's playing with fire. But if he unleashes the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning, this region will become hell on earth. Such a terrifying fella. Is he really just a disciple of the profound Feng sect? Countless people sighed. Jiang Chen held the dawn sky golden lightning in one hand and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning in the other. His terrifying aura swept across the entire hidden secret realm. Within 100 li, lightning flashed and dark clouds surged. Seniors, thank you for your trouble. Meng Fanping said. It's our duty to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. This kid is too monstrous and has committed too many sins. He should be put to death. The leader of the realm guardians said solemnly. Now you won't be able to escape even if you have a heavenly technique. With the seniors here, your 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning won't be able to be unleashed. Meng Fanping's heart was as steady as Mount Tai with the help of the 4 realm guardians. No one can make me lower my head, not even the heavens. Jiang Chen sneered. At this moment he made a terrifying move. Everyone at the scene, including the 4 realm guardians and Meng Fanping, held their breaths. If 2 types of heavenly lightning were to be fused together, what would the result be? Meng Fanping's smile came to an abrupt halt. This was something that no one dared to attempt. To be able to control one type of lightning for one's own use was already the result of 10 lifetimes of cultivation. Controlling two types of lightning at the same time without suffering the slightest bit of backlash was simply unheard of. No one knew what would happen when two heaven lightnings were merged together, as no one dared to try it. Merging two heaven lightnings was like playing with fire. Jiangqin, you dare? Meng Fanping took a deep breath and his expression froze. I've never tried it before, but I want to try. It's not easy for you guys to force me to this point. I can only do it reluctantly. Jiangqin smiled. You dare. Meng Fanping shouted and attacked together with the four realm guardians. In an instant they surrounded Jiangqin. Jiangqin's eyes turned cold. You guys force me to do this. How many of you can survive will depend on your luck. Jiangqin didn't know if he could successfully fuse with the lightning. If he failed, then he would be done for. But if he succeeded, fusing with the lightning would become his strongest trump card. Go to hell. Whoever wants me to die, I'll send them to the 18 levels of purgatory. Jiangqin roared. The dawn sky golden lightning and the 9 stars heavenly tribulation lightning fused instantly. Terrifying lightning swept across 1,000 miles. It was dazzling like a rainbow. When the two heaven lightnings fused together, the entire twisted forest seemed to have become a sea of lightning. Light flashed and lightning flashed. The heaven lightnings descended, shocking the world. After the heaven lightnings fused, the rainbow light was like the lightning that could destroy the world. It landed heavily on everyone's chest. A deep sense of suffocation appeared in everyone's chest. Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians were the first to bear the brunt. They worked together to defend, but the terrifying power of the lightning still swept out. Within 100 miles, lightning surged and fire burned for 800 miles. Jiangqin looked at this scene in a daze. Even he didn't expect the heaven lightnings to fuse together to explode with such terrifying power. This power seemed to be the purest and most primitive power of lightning in the world. It swallowed the sky and lightning spread for thousands of miles. Even Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians used their full strength to resist, but they still couldn't stop the spread of the heaven lightnings. It was like thunder exploding on the ground, sweeping 1,000 miles. Countless people covered their heads and fled. Countless people were terrified. Their corpses were torn to shreds. It was too horrible to look at. Killing, pressing forward, soaring into the sky. Haha. I succeeded. I want to fuse with the lightning to surpass the peak. With the 7-colored sky devouring lightning in my hand, I can strike whoever I want. Chapter 2448. What a huge commotion. That's the direction of the hidden secret realm. Is there a huge commotion in the hidden secret realm this time? It's hard to say. There was a ray of light that shot up to the sky earlier. No one could catch it. Maybe there's going to be a huge commotion now. Looks like the hidden secret realm that has been silent for so many years has finally given the world a surprise. I'm not sure. I have a bad feeling about this. The hidden secret realm is like a bomb. I won't be surprised if something happens to it. Many people in the ancient dragon city saw the earth-shattering thunderstorm. Such a huge commotion caused countless heavenly god realm experts to rush to the sky outside the ancient dragon city. Their hearts were filled with doubt and anxiety. What kind of disaster would this terrifying thunderstorm bring? What kind of devil would be born? It would definitely affect the hearts of the experts in the ancient dragon city. The entire forest had turned into a living hell at this moment. Under the thunderstorm, lightning flashed across thousands of li. The terrifying thunderbolt was like a punishment from the heavens. The fusion of two types of heavenly lightning had also gathered a lot of terrifying thunderbolts. The explosive impact was like the collision of planets. At this moment, everyone felt like they had experienced the end of the world. 137 heavenly gods died in this battle. 42 sect lords became cannon fodder. 95 sect elders died on the spot. It was a tragic scene. If it wasn't for Meng Fanping and the four realm guardians, the casualties would have been even greater. Who would have thought that a late true god kid would have such a powerful technique? The heavenly lightning was invincible and unstoppable. Hundreds of sects had suffered great losses. Many of the sect lords and elders who were the mainstays of the sect had fallen. It was imaginable that the entire Linhe boundary would be plunged into a bloody storm from now on. The Linhe boundary was destined to become a chaotic place. Jiang Chen's eyes were flickering with terrifying lightning. At this moment he had exhausted the last bit of strength in his body to perform the lightning fusion that he was not sure if he could succeed. However, the result was that he was lucky to see such a terrifying scene. Jiang Chen was getting more and more excited. He did not have any mercy. These people deserved to die. They had forced him into a dead end. Then they should be taught a good lesson. During this period of time, Jiang Chen protected the people that he wanted to protect with the lightning, saving Xian Qingming and the others. But even so, Jiang Chen could not control the lightning as he wished. Xian Qingming and the others were still injured. But compared to those who died without a burial place and were turned into ashes by the lightning, they were in a much better condition. I've succeeded. From now on, I'll definitely step onto the path of fusing with lightning. I'll devour heavenly lightning, I'll fuse with lightning. I'll kill anyone who tries to stop me. I will definitely turn Linhe boundary upside down. Jiang Chen sneered. The coldness in his eyes showed his anger. There was nothing for him to stay in Linhe boundary. Now that he had offended all the sects in Linhe boundary, there was no place for him to stay. Linhe boundary was huge, but compared to the divine world, it was just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Chen was like a dragon swimming in the vast ocean. Looking at the entire forest, it had turned into a scorched land. There was a pungent smell everywhere. Hundreds of experts had died. Of the remaining 80 disciples, another 60 were lost in this battle, leaving only 20 or so disciples. Thousands of sects in Linhe boundary had suffered a great loss in this battle. Some sects were destined to be annihilated in this war, disappearing in the river of history. He's a demon, a demon. How could this be? Is this guy still human? It's all over. Some of them even started to cry. The scene was too horrifying. Who would have thought that a late true god could create such a terrifying thunderstorm that could destroy the heavens and earth? The tragic scene was unbearable to look at. Some of them were terrified. Jiang Chen's act of violence had shocked the world. The whole Linhe boundary would remember this tragic day. The sect lord and the elders who were killed had died with hatred in their hearts. The facts had proven that they had made a mistake that they were still unaware of, and that was that Jiang Chen was not someone they could provoke. These high and mighty sect executives had never realized that Jiang Chen was a malignant tumor in their eyes. Jiang Chen, we have underestimated him. Cough cough. Ren Yuanzi coughed. His face was pale. In the thunderstorm just now he almost died. Luckily, Jiang Chen did not completely lose his humanity and annihilate the remaining 2 people of the Heavenly Star sect in the thunderstorm. The Heaven, Earth, Profound and Yellow sects were not pushed into the abyss by Jiang Chen. This was a favor to Xian Qingming and also his repayment to Ling Long. Now, I would rather believe that Jiang Chen was wronged. Old Ancestor Di Long sighed. Although he and Ren Yuanzi were both mid-heavenly god realm, without Jiang Chen's protection, they would have died in this thunderstorm. Old Ancestor Di Long knew that if Jiang Chen was really merciless, they would have been dead by now. Jiang Chen, you'll always be the pride of Profound Feng sect. Xian Qingming stood proudly. But at this moment he knew that it might just be his own wishful thinking. Jiang Chen had chosen to leave Profound Feng sect. He was no longer a disciple of Profound Feng sect. Qing Lianzi's figure was as steady as Mount Tai. Her beautiful face and white clothes were spotless. Beside her, Yuki Chihian also lowered her head quietly. She knew that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen who protected them at the last moment, she would have died. She was a peak early heavenly god. How could she be stronger than those mid-heavenly gods who died? Perhaps you're right. This fella is a devil incarnate. From this moment onwards, the whole Linhe boundary will be in chaos. Qing Lianzi murmured and sighed. She looked at Yuki Chihian. She could not see through her fate. Perhaps she would be closely linked to that devil incarnate. She did not know if it was good or bad. Damn fella. Jiang Chen, can't I kill you? Shenyuan Kanglin said while gritting his teeth. He slowly stood up from the ashes. Even though he did not want to admit it, he was still afraid of Jiang Chen. He was afraid that no one in the entire Linhe boundary would be able to cause such a huge commotion, except for this bastard. The corner of sword god Shuel Yang's mouth curved into a smile. Jiang Chen had given him an incomparably shocking surprise after all. But to most of the people it was a shock. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.